Hello everyone, welcome to my channel, Number 9 Talk. Doing this for the food bank, as been saying in all my tweets and on Facebook as well. Just to raise some money for families. At the moment, a lot of families struggling for food for the kids, paying bills, things like that. And I want to be doing this. I may not be able to do the full 24 hours today or during the full thing because I've got to do it in stints, unfortunately. And what I'll do is I'll have to do 12 today, 12 tomorrow. So either way, I'm still going to be doing the 24 hours. What I'd like to do is to welcome my first guest, but he's gone. He's just dropped out, unfortunately, but we're waiting for him to come back. There we go. There he is, Steve. It's just dropped out.
Yeah, so there wasn't a big trouble. That was all.
Waiting for him to come back. There we go. Right, sir. How are you?
Just dropped out. All right, yourself? Yeah, so there wasn't a big trouble. That was all.
Waiting for him to come back. There we go. Right, sir. How are you?
Just dropped out. All right, yourself? Yeah, so there wasn't a big trouble. That was all.
Let me drop out for a second. Right, sir. How are you?
Just dropped out. All right.
Are we in time? Can everyone hear me? Yep. Don't know what's going on here. It's all gone. Pete, Tom. I'll wait for Stephen to come back. See if we've fixed that. Are we fixed?
Yeah, I think it was just my end, Dom. Sorry, I had YouTube open. I didn't realise. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I was wondering what the hell's going on here. Anyway, how are you, mates? And what's your thought on Newcastle's plight at the moment?
Well, I'm doing all right. I mean, it's not a good situation to be in, as I said in my video last night. I mean, it's a very desperate situation we're all in with Miggy out, Maxi out, Wilson still out, and then miscommunication in the players against Wolves. Bruce England plays out for criticism, which he shouldn't do, which is completely wrong. And we're going to have to try and knuckle down with the players we have to try and get something out of these games that's coming up, because it's imperative to get some points on the board. That's the way I think of it now. Takeover's gone. You probably have to forget about all this now. It's in the past. You can't keep living in the past with this takeover. It's got to move on and try and support the team the best you can, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned there the takeover. It's been playing on a lot of people's minds. I mean, especially with fans in lockdown at the moment as well. That's been their only outside source of news. And everyone's been scrolling on Twitter, every single day, checking for news. I was just as bad. But now I just don't bother with it. I'm just waiting to see, if anything gets announced, if it's off or on. What would be your thoughts on the takeover? I mean, is it the? I mean, you just said there, you think it's dead, but there is still things going on in the background that we possibly don't know of. Stavely wants this now, I think, but it could all hinder on us staying up. Yeah,
I mean, if Mike Ashley's going to get this 350 million, whatever he's agreed with him, this new price he's agreed with him, he's going to have to do all he can to keep Newcastle in the league, even if it means just getting rid of Bruce and replacing him with Graham Jones at the end of the season. I think most fans would be happy with that. But like you say, Stevie wants his club. She has done for probably the last 4 years, and she's been very unlucky not to get it up to now. And she fell in love with the club as soon as she seen that game against Liverpool when she was in the stadium. She wanted to buy the club from that very moment. And her husband. I mean, you look at like a down-to-earth couple, her and her husband. That's the sort of people you want in your club, who are going to be passionate, who are going to speak to supporters. That's all we ask. We've been kept in the dark as a football club with no communication at all. I mean, there was a thing a while ago saying they were going to communicate more with fans to update them on different situations. That just hasn't happened. I mean, we're going along. You have to wait for injury news to come through with Miggy and Maxi
Yeah.
out for a month.
Yeah.
I know they've had scans and all sorts. It's
yeah. I mean, they're looking at about 46 weeks, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I know they take time to come through, but at least give us like initial prognosis and with different words they come out with in the media saying it could be serious, it could be not, it could be this, could be that. We just want a bit of like early prognosis how it looks, because we're going to need our best players to get back firing. Even Callum Wilson, we'll have our 3 best players out against for the next probably 3 games, and that's imperative we get them all back fit and firing.
Yeah, I mean, like we just said there, Miggy and Maxi out, between 4 and 6 weeks. But there has been news on Miggy. He could be back before the end of the month, which is, I think, is rushing back people. We don't want to rush them back and just negative, unfortunately. So I hope that's answered your question there, Daniel. Another one, well, from the wife. Hello. Till April, Daniel. So there you go. Yeah, it's not looking good at the moment. I mean, it's most of our top players out at the moment. I mean, you look at Manquillo possibly on the return trail as well. Kraft, we don't know much about. He's hoping to be back for the next game, but I very much doubt it. It's being a bit of a strange season as well. But we've had injuries as a club for a long time. But having Bruce with his track record of injuries, it has not been great either. So, looking at the injuries, Stephen, who would you bring in, and how would you play formations, or how would you, change things up a bit?
Well, we'll obviously keep Dubravka in. I mean, he should be there now till the end of the season for me. I know that goal he conceded against Wolves, he's probably been a bit rusty as he hasn't played for X amount of weeks since coming back on the bench, but if Kraft isn't fit, I would put Murphy at right wing back. I mean, he's played there before and he did a good job. He's played a couple of games there. So have him at right wing back or whatever, right back. I wouldn't go 5 at the back. It just, we've been used to playing this new attacking way. We've got to stick with that kind of formation. I mean, I would put probably Clark back in with Lascelles and Lewis. I mean, Lewis is struggling a little bit, granted, but I would still keep the lad in. I mean, he's just developing. I don't get the criticism of him. I know he probably can't defend, but he's just like a lad, like I keep saying. But I would stick, obviously, Hayden in, Mr. Dependable, Joe Willock in, leaving John Joe Shelby, even though he had a better game against Wolves, but not a great game, but I would still have Shelby in. I mean, I would have probably Ryan Fraser in, Dwight Gale in, even probably Joe Linton or something, just to make up that kind of 11. I would still go like a 4-3-3 formation, like an attacking 4-3-3 formation for me. We have to keep going with this. Can't go back to 5 at the back. It was just atrocious, and he shouldn't have started in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the bench as well, sometimes the bench can play a big part in how a game can pan out. I mean, if you look at your Man Cities, your Chelsea's, you look at their bench and you think, well, you can just put the bench out and still beat Newcastle, and it's looking at the players that we can call upon at the moment, it doesn't look good, does it?
No, I mean, we're very short, light on the bench as well. I mean, we have Andy Carroll, Jeff Hendrick, even the young lads. I mean, with Elliot Anderson, if he ever gets a chance. I mean, we're in this situation we're in. Why not give him a chance, bring him on, or even start him? I'm sure he could cause a lot of problems for the West Brom defence with his running and stuff like that. He's only a young lad. I mean, why not give him a chance? I mean, we're very very light on the bench anyway. With our first players out, you'd be lucky to even make up all the sub places. I mean, we have Richie, who he's not a starter no more. Carroll, he's not a starter anymore. Jeff Hendrick, he shouldn't really start games, to be honest. But we don't have much quality. If we need quality to bring off the bench, we don't have it at all. Like, so it's the 11 you put out is 11 you're going to have to try and get you to win the game. Because we can't bring nothing off the bench to really change it in any way.
Yeah, I mean, we had the lad Anderson come on for a couple of games. Didn't play against the under-23s, or didn't play for the under-23s. So maybe he could be an option.
Yeah, I mean, bring him in. Like I just said there, he can obviously do something. He got his debut ball or something yesterday, I think, and for when he played against Arsenal, I think in the FA Cup or something like that. But he's a promising youngster, as we've had so many promising youngsters at Newcastle and they've never been managed properly. Matty Longstaff, Sean Longstaff, all like academy products, and they just don't seem to get in. You either have to move on to other clubs to get first team football, or they just sat on the bench, not making an impact in the game if they're coming on. I mean, when Sean was playing, I've never seen Sean Longstaff play so badly. I mean, in games I've watched, he's lost the ball. He just looked lost out on the field. I mean, I think him and Matty's both fell out with Bruce over something. I don't know what the exact details are, but that's the way I've seen on social media. They have fallen out with Bruce. I mean, I feel sorry for Matty Longstaff signing that new contract, and he hasn't. He's lived up to what he was being promised. I think he was being promised a lot of first-time football. He's given a number 4 shirt. I mean, you don't get the number 4 shirt if you're not going to be playing more regular, and he hasn't done that. That's just the fault of the manager for me.
Yeah, I mean, with Bruce at the moment, he's not doing a great job at all, and he's taken away the hope of the fans. He seems to be getting quite agitated now. Also, all this can't be good for his health as well. And really, you look at also Alex Bruce, saying that my dad gets death threats and he's saying he gets fan mail. So it's who's sending this guy fan mail? I don't know. Honestly,
some of the lads don't believe he's getting any sort of fan mail. Who's going to send him fan mail apart from Sunderland fans in a sense? Because the rivalry is Sunderland and Newcastle, but I don't. Somehow he's looking for sympathy. I just don't believe he's getting any sort of fan mail. 99% of the Newcastle fan base want him out, want him gone, absolutely hate him for what he's done to the club. But if he's been getting death threats, I can probably understand this. You shouldn't have to put up with death threats. I mean, no, if there's fans out there sending them death threats, and then they aren't fans of Newcastle United, oh yes, albeit you may be frustrated with how the club's running, yes, 99% of the people are. But there's no need to send them death threats or anything like that. It's just abhorrent behaviour, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you don't know who's telling the truth, you don't know who's lying, do you? Unfortunately,
no. At
the same time, it's still bad if people are sending him death threats. That's bang out of order. Looking at was it a spat between Bruce and Jones, or is it taken out of context, or
I think it's
that Steve Bruce didn't like?
I just think it's been taken out of context, to be honest. The conversation you say on the Sky cameras with him telling them to F off, in a sense, I just think it's got nothing to do with Graham Jones or anything like that. I mean, it's got something to do with the game, how he could probably change the game, who's playing well, who's not. I just think it's something directed at that. I don't think it's Graham Jones personally. People saying you can lip read what he's saying, but no, they can't. I've seen different people tweet out. He said these words. He said these words. How do you know? He had a qualified lip reader, so you just guesswork in a sense. So I just don't think it's all been taken out of context. I mean, Bruce, I don't think he's a fan of Graham Jones, to be honest, since he's been in and he's changed the team for the better, Jones, and it's got Bruce's back up in a way, because he's been doing it for 19 months. And it's only just recently we've gone to a more attacking sort of formation, with attacking style, pressing and all that kind of stuff. Since Graham Jones has come in, I don't think Bruce likes that one bit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if it was around about the same time when Matt Ritchie come on. Maybe he was saying, look, I don't think he's even passed on the message. So I think that's why Bruce went off. Say, it could have been around there. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it might have been, but I'm not sure myself.
So it could have been just things said, and he's just gone off. For God's sake, why is this happening, kind of thing. So, yeah, I think it's been taken out of context. I think it's nothing really, but something was said to him, and he didn't like it, obviously. But we move on from that because it's just a non-thing anyway.
Yeah.
But looking forward to our next game, West Brom. Not doing very well. Sam's, kind of got them a bit solid, but they're still losing games. They've got to be one of the three to go down. But if Newcastle can turn up, at least we should be able, I reckon, beat them 1-0. What would be your thoughts there, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, I watched that game against West Brom, and I thought West Brom were very lucky to come away with a win when he scored so early in that game. I thought Brighton might come back here and nick the win. They were absolutely dominant against Crystal Palace, and he lost the game. 25 shots and about 3 on target or something like that. But West Brom had a lot of luck, and sometimes you need a lot of luck to get you out of the situation you're in. They had that free kick that was scored and disallowed. Then Brighton go on to miss 2 penalties, which was which I laughed about when they missed 2 penalties. And geez, what's going to be your day? If you miss 2 penalties, you had a goal disallowed. You just know it's not going to end up going your way. But I think they've used up all their luck in that one game, I think. They can wait and go there, like you said, turn up, put a performance in. Even just like you say, nick it 1-0, I'd be happy with. They put a good defensive good defensive performance in to get the win. Even 1-0, I don't mind if we don't even hammer them, as long as we get that goal for us and we win the game overall, just to get us out of this situation we're in.
Yeah. There you go. Question for you there, Stephen. If you could have a dream manager / owner, I think we all know who we'd want as owners. Who would you want and why?
Well, I think I would have obviously Rafa Benitez. Obviously Rafa and PIF is the owners. Rafa could go to them, tell him what player he wants, how much it'll cost, and just do it for him. That would be the ideal situation for most fans. Bring Rafa back. He's loved by Newcastle fans. Even though some of them may have lost respect for him when he went to China, he's now back. He's just looking for a new job. Most people would take Rafa back in a heartbeat, and for the owners, I would take PIF, and Rafa would just go to them, what player do you want, how much does it cost? 80 million, well, there you go. Just give him a blank checkbook to go scout the world's best talent and bring them to Newcastle and get them playing 52,000. I mean, And win titles, go for Champions League, win League Cups, FA Cups. I mean, we don't ask for much, do we? We are sleeping giants, as people keep saying, and we are. There's no better team in the Premier League that deserves success more than Newcastle United.
Yeah, we talk about PIF there coming in and spending hundreds of millions, but at the same time, we've still got to work within the financial fair play, unfortunately. But you know, at the moment, every football club is struggling for cash. I mean,
yeah.
new money coming in to different clubs, it would only help the rest of the leagues. I mean, even going down to League Two, you know, because you always get a knock-on effect depending on what player you buy. So you know, they'd be earning money as well. Financial fair play, would you think it would be dropped for a season maybe, or do you think the Premier League just don't care?
I think I heard like a while ago it was going to get dropped for a year just to get money flooding back into the Premier League, with losing so much due to this COVID period with having no fans in the stadiums. That's what I heard a while ago when Newcastle takeover was rumbling on. I mean, when he thought he was going to get approved, he said, well, I think financial fair play will be postponed for a year or two, just to get money flooding back into the league. Obviously, that didn't happen. They've had to come up with different contingency plans to try and get that way, with it even at £15 to watch a game debacle. I think that's one of the worst ideas they've ever made, the Premier League, to charge fans £15 to watch a game. It was absolutely shocking, and they deserved the backlash they got for that, because they ended up ditching it, or who knows, they might look to bring it back. And with fans across the country donating their £15 they get to much needed to people in food banks. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was great to see, like, our fan base, Newcastle fan base, before, like, did really well. Just to donate £15, it would help a family out. It doesn't take much. Rather than pay Sky or BT their money, I'd rather say go to someone who it'd be worthwhile going to.
Yeah, you mentioned the food bank now. I mean, this is obviously why I'm doing this show, to raise money, you know, for the families. So if anyone wants to donate, I think it's in my comments or in my the show bio. Click on it, give whatever you can, and help these families out. As we go into the Premier League, also at the moment, their league's not looking as strong as it should be. Really, you look at the teams in the bottom three. I can't see them getting out. To honestly, I mean, a lot of people said they think Fulham are going to catch us, but I can't see Fulham, with the run of games they've got at the moment, to pick up enough points. I mean, if we just need, I think it's something like 14 points out of 12 games, which is doable. I think it's doable with the games we have left. So, looking at the relegation places, how would you see it finishing?
I mean, like you say, I think even though West Brom put up a spirited fight and they won a game, but I still think them two's gone. I don't think they've got a chance of getting out of it. Sheffield United, you know all about them, and obviously West Brom have had a tough time. But I just think it's down to 18 who's going to go down with them. And albeit Fulham have picked up a little bit, they can't score goals. That's their trouble, man. I think the last 3 games only scored 2 goals. I know they picked up probably about 5 points in that kind of period, but they should have really beat Crystal Palace. Should have beat them out the side from what I'm saying. And that's their problem. They can't score goals. I think it'll be tight, but I think Fulham might just go. We might just say survive in probably 16th, 17th. Providing we get that 14 points, like you say, we need to stay up. But we say we've got winnable games coming up. It's trying to get points in these winnable games, get us out of this situation we're in. To put a big enough gap to Fulham, which would should dishearten Fulham to try and get themselves out of it. It's only going to give us confidence. We get further and further away. It would demoralise Fulham the further and further away. You have to catch Newcastle and other teams down there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I just said there, I mean, 14 points, 12 games. Even if we got a point per game for 12 games, that's 38 points. I think that's a good enough points accumulation to keep us up.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but you reckon once we get our best players back, we'll start picking up wins. I mean, it's hard to get a point every game. I mean, it may sound easy, but it's not. I mean, we've got Villa coming up who are having a great season, Aston Villa, after having a really poor, just say, survived last season through a dodgy VAR decision, but they've really kicked on and performed well this season, beating Leeds on Saturday night. Leeds didn't look like scoring, to be honest, but we have to just try and start with West Brom on Sunday, 12 o'clock, go at them first minute, get in the faces like we did against the Bulls. We know we can start well, put a good performance in for 90 plus minutes, even though nick a goal, and even just sit back or something and try and hit them on the counter attack if that's the way you have to play. As long as we get a win, defend it for your life. Don't even concede. Is we know what situation we're in. We need the points more than ever now.
Yeah, of course. Looking at the top of the table, you know, City running away with it now, or can they be caught, or will they go on a bad run? I mean, what was it? They've won 21
22 games in a row, yeah.
It's phenomenal, really, if you look at, you know, what they've done. They struggled a bit last season, you know, and Liverpool run away with it in the end. But this season they've come back fighting. Do you think that they're going to win the league, or do you think they can be caught?
I don't think they can be caught now. I think they've got too much of a big lead over the other teams. They've performed brilliantly since this season anyway, going on this 22-game winning streak. I mean, in all competitions this is, it's unbeatable for this kind of squad they have. Mesmerising. You just think that could be Newcastle. That could have been Newcastle, with all that cash from Dubai. It still grates on you a little bit, but with the football Man City playing, the coach they have in Pep Guardiola, well, and the squad they have, it's a superstar squad with and there's bottomless cash. They can just go out and spend 60, 70 million on a striker, defender, midfielder without even considering what, like, the financial fair play rules, and just mesmerising, which I think they'll run out easy Premier League winners. I think they'll have it wrapped up weeks before the season ends, in my opinion.
Yeah. What would be your thoughts on the next four? Or the next three, should I say? City to win the league, who do you think the top four will be?
Yeah. I reckon Man United might finish second. Probably if they keep up they've been performing well recently. Man United, Liverpool have really dropped off a lot. They've lost about 4 games at home in a row against teams that they shouldn't have lost, against the Brighton, the Burnley, teams like that. I mean, even West Ham's threatening to get into the top 4 with them having a great season as well. So, in Leicester as well, they're still going strong. Even I think they might drop off as well. So I would say Liverpool third. I would say probably, even if Chelsea can get top 4, then I would say that kind of top 4. Man City winners, Man U second, Liverpool third, Chelsea fourth. And say West Ham, Leicester 5th, 6th, respectively.
Yeah, it's possibly a good shout, that. I've not really looked at the tables much recently because obviously I don't really want to look at it. So,
yeah.
I know that West Ham have been playing quite well. They're up into fourth, fifth at the moment.
Fourth, yeah, I know.
That's mad because last year they really did struggle, and I think they only just really scraped through. But we could come on to the likes of the manager merry-go-round. People have been saying if we sack Bruce, who could we get in? We're not going to get Benitez with Ashley.
No, it's foolish to even think about that. It's as much as you'd love to say Rafa back, as much as anybody will say Rafa back, he won't work with Mike Ashley in this regime. That's just a 100% no while he's still here. The change of ownership, then yes, he'd come back in a heartbeat. I'm 100% certain of that, but not with Ashley still at the helm. They had a bad relationship, not giving them money to spend on the team, improve the team, go forward. He wouldn't work on the sort of them constrictions again. He's too much of a good manager to do that. He needs a ownership he can work with to build a plan in place, and obviously give him the funds to bring in who he likes to improve the team.
Yeah, but who would take the job at the moment if we sack Bruce? I mean, we can say that Jones to the end of the season, but you look at Jones's full appointment was Luton, and he almost took them down, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I just think obviously it's Luton. I mean, you don't have the quality what Newcastle have, did he? I mean, he could get the best out of the players. I mean, you think in bringing players across to have a word with in different matches against Southampton, he brought Maxi across to have a word with. I mean, I think he's just that kind of person who would put an arm around the player, tell him the important, tell him the worth playing for the shirt. He just needs a bit of guidance and coaching. I would reckon he'd give it to Jones at the end of the season, and maybe bring an Eddie Howe manager in. I mean, you know what you'd get with Eddie Howe. I mean, if you've seen a video on Twitter of his approach against Chelsea a few years ago, the way he set up to beat them 3-0, which is a fascinating view. I mean, with all the ex-Bournemouth players there, Fraser, Ritchie, Wilson, you get the very best out of them and play them in that way. And that's who I would go for, Eddie Howe.
Yeah. Just one there. Diddly dong. He's still out of work as far as I know.
Oh, Ranieri, yeah. Ranieri.
And also Frank Lampard. I suppose it's supposed to say Lampard. Would he take the job, do you think?
Yeah, but I mean, he's an up-and-coming manager himself. He's cut his teeth at Derby, got the biggest job in his career. Taking the Chelsea job didn't quite work out. I mean, what did Chelsea on Abramovich expect when you spend over 200 million on basically a brand new front line, basically, and for them not to gel? And you know what Abramovich is like. He want to say instant success, and that's unfortunately Lampard bit the bullet on that, and I felt like it was very harsh. I would have given him at least more time at the club. Like Newcastle, I wouldn't mind Frank Lampard. He's what you get passion. I mean, if Joey Barton was still out for a job and Newcastle were looking for a new manager and he had new owners, I'll go Joey Barton 1,000,000% because he just ever since he's just like a Geordie, but he's a Scouser, but he's a Geordie, and he's I just love Joey Barton just for when he's a Fleetwood manager. Just said little old Fleetwood nearly beat Sunderland, and Sunderland's walking around like they won the FA Cup or the World Cup. I mean, I always loved Joey just for what he did, and even just these comments about Sunderland's enough for me. I still love him. Like, I hope he does well at his new job in Bristol Rovers. Like, so I hope he does a good job.
Yeah, good luck to him. Good luck to him. Also, Chris Coleman. That's a strange shout there, but yeah, he did well with Wales. Did a cracking job with Fulham as well. Unfortunately, fortunately, he took Sunderland down. So that's the best thing to come from Chris Coleman, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's one of these managers he's never really hit the heights. Chris Coleman. I mean, he had the Sunderland job, didn't he? I think as well, and he sort of did okay under him, but it wasn't great football. I mean, I didn't really rate him as a manager. I think I think he had sights on being like another Pep Guardiola, but he hasn't cut it for me. I wouldn't like have him at a club like Newcastle or anything like that. I mean, a Championship or a League One club, then yes, I think that's his level, Championship, League One, but not Premier League anymore. I just don't think he could cut it anymore.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other managers really. I mean, good managers that would want to take that job at the moment. It's such a toxic club at the moment. Nobody. So I'll probably agree with you. Get rid of Bruce. Have Jones to the end of the season. To honest with you, he can't do any worse, can he?
No, can't do no worse. Because like you say, when he first came in, and within the first 3 days, he had the tactic sheet in front of him, called the players over, and showed them exactly what they had to do. Sometimes players just like to say that, a bit of visual, say what you're going to do, who's the man, what the kind of position you're going to have to play, and what tactics there is, what formation, that kind of stuff. I mean, you're saying against that performance against Everton, we were absolutely brilliant. I mean, the pressing game, I've never seen us press so much in that game. Obviously, winning it 2-0, we could have won it by more if Callum Wilson had his shooting boots on. And the formation we played, it was just what we should have been playing all season, in a sense. Not this defensive formation hoping to nick something on the break or take a point or something like that. It just prehistoric tactics from a prehistoric manager who's totally out of touch with the game. I mean, he should have even gone into management. I mean, Sheffield Wednesday took a punt on him, allowed him time to get his head straight or whatever. He was having personal problems, then take over, and he does that to them. So as Newcastle come calling, he's away. Well, what does that say about the man who's a club like Sheffield Wednesday stuck by you? We ain't going to take over, say, for another month. You come in, you do a sort of a good job, and then you drop them at the drop of a hat to go to Newcastle. I mean, I know he says it's his dream job, and he's a fan, but that doesn't wash for me. He's always been a Man United fan. He played at Man United. As he can say as much as he likes, he won't convince me he's a fan at all.
No, I mean, he's also been seen in another article years ago. He says, "Oh no, Newcastle isn't his dream job. He's never wanted the Newcastle job." And all of a sudden, he's a massive fan, and he wanted the job always. And the guy's he's a pretender as a manager. He's such a pretender in being someone who is more important than or than what he thinks he is, really.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously thinks he's better than what he is. I mean, when he first joined Newcastle, he got lucky with a lot of games. We got points out of games we shouldn't really got points. Got wins where we shouldn't have got wins. He was very, very lucky. He was all his talk. He was riding his luck, which he was. And now I think it's run out. His performances have shown in this winless run where he went on. Just not doing enough, playing poxy 5 at the back, which doesn't work. When you're a club like Newcastle, you have all the attacking players like we do. You want to utilise like a Miggy, a Maxi, a Fraser, a Wilson, Like at times in that run, Wilson was up top on his own, absolutely isolated, nothing to work off, not even a scrap of a chance. Even against Brentford in the League Cup quarter final, which I think we should have won. He played that sort of formation. So why not go for it with the championship team? We got beat by a championship team. All right, you're doing well, yeah, but why? Why play that sort of formation when we had the best chance of getting to a semi-final with the best chance in years? Just playing that stupid defensive formation. Like he said, he doesn't do tactics. Well, yeah, I think it's true. He doesn't know how to. He doesn't know how to set the team up at all. It took for Graham Jones to come in to learn him that, to get this new formation bedded in, this new attacking style. It worked for a couple of games. It's still being utilised. I know it's going to take time for him to get bed in, because they've been playing so much negative football over the last 19 months. It's but long may this new formation last.
Yeah, I love Jones and how he's barking on the touchline. He's making sure players know what they're doing, where they are. Bruce doesn't do any of that, but I mean, unfortunately, we had that incident where it was all cocked up, and Richie didn't pass on, the message to everyone. So,
sorry, I'm just on the laptop. Sorry. I mean, it's. I'm just setting my laptop up. Sorry, my battery's going to go.
All right, mate. Yeah, as I was saying, I mean, you look back to Rafa Benitez while he was at the club. He was out on the touchline, making sure players knew what they were doing. He was micro management, as he calls it. I think, unfortunately, a lot of them players become used to that type of management and that type of. So they knew exactly what they were doing during every minute of every game. Unfortunately, Bruce says, well, I don't see the point in that, because really players should know what they're doing when they go out there in the first place. So, which plays is best. I do agree that players should know what their role is in the whole game, and they shouldn't need that little pushing and shoving. But unfortunately, they do.
Yeah, really do. You can only do so much on the training pitch to implement the formation and the tactics and the game plan you're going to adopt for the next game, or whoever it may be against. But like you say, with Jones coming in, put the arm around the players, tell them they're good enough, give them tactic sheets so they know where they're playing, who they're going to be up against, how to mark, all that kind of stuff. They even say him on the touchline, he's the only one shouting back and instructions to the players. When you say Bruce many times in games, when the cameras pan to him, stood there with his hands in his pockets, not bellowing anything, not encouraging his players to look behind them, look forward, go forward, pass forward, all this kind of stuff. He just stood there, hands in his pockets, hoping something will happen. And you say Jones bellowing instructions like he did at Everton, bellowing the instructions to the players, and that's how he won that game, just by constant instructions. And sometimes that's what players want. You want to say the manager stood on the touchline with their hands in the pockets, not saying anything. And what sort of interaction are you going to get with a manager when somebody does it like that?
I just want to say sorry about the passing of this fella here.
Yeah.
Great man, pure gentleman of football as well. Very sad loss to the world, and also a shout out about Ian St. John as well. His passing. Thoughts and prayers and to all the family, friends as well. Dubravka come back against Wolves. What do you think? How do you think his game went?
I thought he had a steady game. I mean, probably he should have stopped the Neves head from going in. Well, yeah, he probably should have. A fully fit Dubravka, playing every week in, week out, would have, no doubt about it. I just think he was a bit ring rusty, is what I thought. I know he started off a bit shaky, as he probably would. he's come back into the team with his kick and his distribution, but that all come with time again. I mean, he's been used to sitting on the bench for weeks and weeks on end. With Darlow performing well only recently, he's performed great, but recently he hasn't performed up to the standard he's used to. But with Dubravka back in, we know we've got a safe pair of hands, and that shakiness will only improve when he comes and claims balls and he's distributing from kicks. I mean, I think he's the best goalkeeper that can do that for us. I mean, when he aims a kick, it goes directly to its target. And we've always, you need somebody as a goalkeeper who's going to calm your defence down if you're under pressure, come and claim for balls, crosses, corners, anything like that. But with Martin Dubravka, you know what you get with him. I mean, he's been an absolute steal at £4 million. I mean, that debut against Manchester United, absolutely brilliant. To keep Manchester United out single-handedly was brilliant to see. I mean, instant Geordie, but when somebody plays like so well in the debut like that, you take them to your heart straight away. And he's always kept us in games. He got the unwanted record, probably the most saves for Newcastle last season. That's something he doesn't really want on his record with facing that many shots and saving them. But probably it's testament to how good a goalkeeper he actually is.
Yeah. Looking at a possible relegation with the likes of Dubravka, I think he would be sold, possibly along with Darlow, possibly. We'll see. But we've got a good lad in a keeper of Woodman, who's out on loan at Fulham and doing very, very well. He's kept quite a few clean sheets this year. You know, when does he get his chance? Or do you think he's never going to get his chance? And do you think he'll be sold to Fulham? No, Swansea. Sorry. I will apologise.
It's all right. I mean, Freddie Woodman's but one of them sort of players, promises a lot. Then he's itching to. He's itching to get in the first team. He always has been. But I just think there's too many. We've got two good keepers in Darlow and Dubravka. He's like keeping them out of the team. Even Gillespie, he's not. He's like our third choice keeper, but I'd say he's more in line to get first team football than what Woodman is. I know Woodman's probably had this tag of being a youngster, up and coming youngster for years now. I know he's eager to show what he can do in the team, but that's what he's getting out on loan at Swansea. I'm saying he's been performing heroically at Swansea, getting clean sheets week in, week out at most games. I know he's only signed a new contract at Newcastle not so long ago. New 3-year contract, I think it was. So obviously Newcastle thinks something of him to give him that sort of contract. I mean we've had the likes of Adam Armstrong, who promised so much, shipped him out to Blackburn Rovers or wherever he went first. Got money off him. We've had so many promising youngsters come through. Aaron's even, he looked a great prospect for his performance against Man City in the League Cup. Absolutely tore Man City apart. But injuries have curtailed his Newcastle career. Now he's Huddersfield. We've had that many through the door, up and coming into the squad. We've just not been able to utilise them. We've had that many good players, and the managers haven't thought enough of them to bring them into the team and give them some game time.
Yeah, it's all very sad. You know, like you just said there, many great youth, but we've let them go. I mean, you mentioned there Armstrong, and also Tony, who are ripping up the championship at the moment. Sold too soon, I would say. Yeah.
I mean, Tony was brought in from, I think, Northampton. I can't really remember now. I think it was Northampton. And he never got a run of games, coming on for the odd few minutes at the end of games to see games out. Well, how's a player supposed to improve the game when you're not getting regular game time in Premier League games, League Cup games, FA Cup games even. But like you say, we brought youngsters in. Our trouble, we don't give youngsters at Newcastle enough time to bed in. I mean, there's Elliot Anderson, I hope we give him a lot more crack at the whip than we've give other up and coming youngsters, because this lad can go places. I mean, he showed what he's made of in a little like cameo against Arsenal in the FA Cup. I mean, he set up the winner for Andy Carroll. If Andy Carroll had his shooting boots on, would have won that. But he probably made an instant impact. But I hope he can get in the team, not just make up a bench space. It's not going to do his career harm if he's just sitting on the bench for Newcastle and he wants to be out playing for Newcastle. That's his club. He doesn't want to be sat on the bench, probably picking up a wage every week, not playing football. I mean, it probably wouldn't feel right with him.
Yeah, I mean, you look at also Shola Amiobi, who's our loan coordinator. What is he actually doing? Because I can't see any of the youth, well, many of the youth actually playing well with the clubs, or even maybe I think sometimes the wrong clubs as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised when Shola got that job, to be honest. I mean, I don't think he's vastly experienced in that sort of loan manager role. I mean, why is he being given a job like that? And I know they're trying to probably promote within to probably an ex-player to try and cut his teeth in that sort of role, but I've seen nothing of Shola in that role to make me suggest he can become a even better loan coach. I think he's failed at his job role, to be honest. I mean, the players we've had in, players we got out on loan, I just don't think he's done his job properly. I mean, he's one of these people who was on Sky a while ago defending Mike Ashley. I mean, that doesn't go down with Newcastle fans at all. One of the ex-players defending the owner, saying he's doing a good job and all this kind of stuff. He just loses a lot of instant respect for fans. He's lost a lot of respect from the fans for him, as he was a good player for Newcastle, surely, at his time. But to big up the owner, saying he's doing this good job, that good job, he's doing so many good things, he just doesn't wash supporters and you don't really care what he has to say anymore.
Yeah. So what I'll do is, just to wrap this one up, this hour, we'll do your most favourite 11 plus subs, and also your favourite manager.
Right. My favourite 11. Ooh. Newcastle past and present, eh?
Yeah, that's the one.
For goalkeeper, I would say Shea Given. I would right back probably is John Beresford. Centre back Philippe Albert. Another centre back. Oh, that's a hard one. Tough one, that. Jonathan Woodgate, because I think he was a good Newcastle sign and he did a good job. Left back, I would say. So, left back's a tricky one. I'll come back to that one. I kind of think of the left back. Obviously, Laurent Robert. Rob Lee. I would have said Warren Barton, but I think he's a right back as well, isn't he? I would have said Warren Barton, but for the left back,
You could have John Beresford. You could have David Santon. You could have Paul.
Yeah, I didn't mind Santon left back. Yeah, Santon, I'd say left back. For the other midfield, I would say. I can't think of centre mids. Centre mids. Hayden. I wouldn't. You know what you get with Hayden? Would say Isaac Hayden. On the right, Keith Gillespie. Did he play on the right? Keith Gillespie, was he on the left?
On the right.
I would have Keith Gillespie on the right. Obviously, Shearer up front. Obviously, and Dallas Ferdinand.
Good team. Good team.
His subs.
I think that one would win the league. Hopefully.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? And the subs. How many subs? 5.
No, three subs.
3 subs. Would have Ben Arthur. You know what you get with Ben Arthur. Kabai. And I know I hated them. I hate them now, but I loved them back then. Moses Sissoko. I hate him now, but I loved him back then when he first signed for Newcastle. I liked Sissoko for his strength, what he could bring to the team. And the manager's obviously got to be probably Sir Bobby Robson.
Top man. Well, thanks for coming on, my friend, and I'll give you another bell in a bit.
All right, see you later, Dom.
See ya.
See ya. Good luck.
Oh, Stephen, always a good guest on my show. I just want to also say that on my Twitter account is also on the pin tweet about my just giving for the food bank. Please give what you can. I'm not asking, to feed to put thousands of pounds in. We're all struggling, but please give a donation, and we'll get to. I'll put it at about £150, but if we can get more than that, would be great, and it would help so many families. So just to finish that off, also I should play United as one again, because
this isn't just about me.
It's not just about me.
Or me.
This is about you and me.
This is about us.
This is about everyone we connect with.
Everyone who makes our club.
Everyone who makes our community.
This is about celebrating what makes every one of us different.
Because that's what makes us united.
United as one.
United as one.
United as one.
Well, I think it says it all. We are united as one. We can't be breaking up as a fan base. We need to be, up in arms, all together to get what we want from the team, what we want as a club. We can't keep, swiping at people just because they have a different opinion. But, we all have opinions. We all have our own thoughts. Please be respectful to them people also, and that's all I'd like to say on that part. Rolling into next in the next few hours, my Lily will be hosting in an hour to bring you quizzes and also teams. Pick your own teams. I think if any ladies want to join in, should be doing a fantasy team where you ladies can, put down the players that you fantasize about. So we'll be running that later. Also, we are, if you like
for gents to do their dream 11 as in players past and present. I'm not sexist. We are united as well.
Okay, right. That's fair enough. You probably didn't hear that, but that's me, my wife having a go at me. So that was put outside St James's. I think it says it all. I can't say anything less. You've got that Mike there gambling with our club, and with the Joker at the helm. Yeah. If anyone wants to comment on that, what did you think of that? What do you think of other banners that have been put outside by our own fans? Bruce out, Joe Linton out. It's gone on for so long. We need change. We all know this. We all need change in this club. Please, we need this. So come on, Mike, pull your finger out. Let's get this sorted, and let's take this to the Premier League, so we can finish this. I mean, we're all sick of hearing the takeover word, but unfortunately, that's what we need. Mike's no longer interested in working with this club. He's no longer interested in doing anything. He's just happy for it to just die. To be honest with you, that's my thoughts. I just want to give a shout out to my sponsors, Footy Towels, .co.uk, who make this little beauty. I think that's great. Great for when we finally get out on holiday. And it comes in its own microfiber beach towel. If you enter my channel name in the code for 10% off, so that will be them. And also I have NFC Hotspot, makers of pin badges and pictures, posters. Make quite good products, as in this nice pin badge, St Maximin. So for all you collectors out there, grab your Maxi pin badge. Also coming soon, I think very soon, is Pride across the northeast in Newcastle. It's always a good debacle, a good time to be had for everyone. Just to put up some pictures of the people who run Pride as well. With so there you go. Also, join your trust. £1 or £2 a month. Strength in numbers, stronger united. Can't be said anymore. And also, let's be a game changer. Let's talk about mental health. Now, coming on to mental health, as in we're all locked down, we're all struggling with everything. Please reach out to people. Anyone wants to come on and to talk about what they've been going through, how they've coped as well. Please do, because we've got to stick together, and we've got to help each other as well. But if anyone wants to reach out, my Twitter is always open. My Twitter is always open. Sorry, I'm doing a million things at once. My Twitter is always open for anyone who wants to talk, anyone wants to vent, anyone wants to just to chat, to hopefully if they have any troubles to forget them and to get themselves away for a while. Like I said, it's not good. It's a terrible time we're in, which doesn't make it any better. We've lost so many people during this pandemic, and also due to mental health as well. And it's something that we all don't want to see. You know, we had Martin pass away in the past few months, who put out a tweet before he went out. Is once a Geordie, always a Geordie, and it's a lovely thing to say, but unfortunately, he didn't reach out. Maybe he did. Well, please reach out. Coming on at 6 o'clock later on my channel, as you can see, scrolling across the bottom, I will be having Warren Barton on as a guest. So if anyone wants to give your questions and any quirks you want to ask Warren, please do. Please like and subscribe my channel. Callum Wilson, what a miss he'll be for a while. Our top goal scorer. He's been involved in 15, 16 of our goals so far. He's going to be a massive miss. I mean, it's either him or Joe Linton, who we know there's a player in there. We do, but is he not being coached right? Is he not getting the right orders towards him and putting an arm around his shoulder properly and saying, you need to do this, or getting him more hours on the training pitch, maybe shooting practice, or let's play in, get him playing in 5-a-side, 6-a-sides like what Kevin Keegan used to do. That always seemed to get us moving. And also you'd use the I've had a killer t-shirt, which you always used to dish out if you'd had a really bad game. But things like that brings camaraderie, and also some fight in the team. So that's something we want. St. Max out 4 to 6 weeks also. He's going to be a miss. But we do have players there. As Stephen said earlier, we've got Ryan Fraser coming back. He looked okay against Wolves. So, maybe he can, put in a good shift. Play him, with Joe Linton maybe on the left, with oh God, I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, it needs to be juggled now. We've had quite a few injuries. Hopefully, Mankey will be back to play on that right hand side. So I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I think we will stay up this season, but it is going to be hard. It's going to be very tight. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be very tight, but I think we've got enough in the locker to get through this. I mean, even if Steve Bruce there, he's had Jones brought in as a help, but Jones is supposed to be helping him. Why does James seem to be doing all the work here? What is Bruce actually doing? If anyone wants to comment, please do. What is Steve Bruce doing? What is he just stood there and hoping Jones will get us out of this, or is he actually doing anything on the training field, or is he doing anything on the sidelines? From what I can see from the sidelines, no, he just puts his hands in his pockets, plays with his tongue. Is what we always see. Unfortunately, it's always going to be difficult on the Bruce. The guy's out of his depth now. I think he's done his best. We've got to give him that. He's done his best. He's had a lot of work, a lot of luck, should I say, in eating bacon sandwiches. How's the bacon? Did you say? So, yeah, it's. What is he doing? How is he doing it? What is he doing wrong? does he need more help? This is becoming ridiculous just for one manager. But how many other teams have the full quota of coaches? Look at Chelsea. They've got a manager, first team coach, head coach. They've also got goalkeeping coaches. They've got Rafa Benitez had a full bench full, didn't he? As far as I remember, he had people for this and people for that, which really you can't always do everything yourself. This is modern football now. Even the name head coach gets bandied around more now because that's what you are. You're the head coach, and there's people that are the the buying and selling side of players, and it takes pressure off the managers to do it that way. But we all know that Rafa Benitez wanted that honour to be looking for his own players, to be looking out as with the scouts with him to find his ideal players. But sometimes you can't always do it, so you have to send out that scout to get it to work. But I think he would have done better. I don't think all the players that Rafa bought were all his choice. Unfortunately, he's working with the likes of Mike Ashley and Lee Charnley. He was never going to get exactly what he wanted, unfortunately. But players he brought in is most of the players that we have now. Isaac Hayden in there. He's done a fantastic job. I think he's come on leaps and bounds. The more games he gets, he looks assured. He looks solid when either in defence or in midfield. I think he does a top job. But he's not everyone's cup of tea, and he's certainly mine. But place him alongside Shelvey. You've got Hayden breaking up play, then you've got Shelvey spraying the ball about. But the only problem with Shelvey is he's too lazy. He just doesn't move up. I think the Titanic moved away from the iceberg quicker than what Shelvey moves around with the ball. So we need more support in that midfield. We need someone with a bit of class. Obviously, we need someone with a bit of attacking thoughts, and also someone with a bit of pace in that centre midfield. I think we're okay for the rest of the team. I mean, Jamal Lewis has had his good games, has his bad. He's still young. Okay, he's 24, but is he still learning? Is he still learning at a Premier League level? Possibly. It is a grueling and hard league as well. Very physical. So maybe he needs to bulk up a bit. Maybe does he need a bit more coaching as well? Do we need to get the defensive coaches on his back and saying, look, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do it this way? Can you do it that? We can summarize for a long time. We can go through every single player. I mean, Dubravka against Wolves, I think he should have saved the ball. But he's been at the team for so long, of course he's going to have a bit of rust, a bit of cobwebs to shake off. But a couple of times I felt he looked a bit shaky, he looked a bit nervous. But yeah, he's still our number one keeper. He's still our go-to guy for that position. I don't think Darlow's done badly at all. I think he should be given a lot of credit for how he has played while Dubravka's been out. He's not put many foot wrong. Then you can go across Lewis, who I've just said. Lewis is still developing. As far as I can see, he is getting better by the game. You got Fernandez in there, hopefully coming back soon. He's assured, he's solid, he's very good with the ball. So we need players like that in the team regularly. You've got Lascelles, who he's our captain, and when he got given the captain's armband, not many people said he shouldn't be given it because he was so much of a voice. I mean, going back to that Southampton game when Rafa came in, he says, "Look, players aren't doing their job at all. We need to be taking a look at ourselves and doing much better." So I'm glad that he did do that. I'm happy for it to be captain, but recently he's not been as vocal. In the last game against Wolves, he seemed to be a bit more pushy, a bit more move your backsides. So he's not everyone's cup of tea. I know he's not Steve Wraith's, but everyone has their own favourites and their own views on players. So that should be commended. You've got your own opinion, and why should anyone argue with it? You can give two people can give their opinions, and both could be different, but then you still got to respect each other's opinion. Going on to we've got Clark in there. He's an assured guy. My only gripe with him is as soon as he gets the ball, it's booted into Ross' head of the stand, and I think sometimes he can pass it out, maybe do a bit more in working the play, working the ball a bit more. But he is one of our best defenders. I'm not going to lie. We've got Manquillo in there. Look, we've also got Kraft. If you stick the two together, two different players. Kraft at the moment, I can't say he's really bad, but I also can't say he's good. He looks nervous every time he's on the ball. He doesn't look. I don't think he even picks his head up sometimes in a game. But Manquillo, when he first came, he looked slightly the same as Kraft. He didn't look assured on the ball, but given his game time that he's had and running up to since he signed, he looks a lot better, and he would be my right back or right wing back and all day. Thomas, I didn't like him on the left. He didn't look half the play that he is on the right. Also, you can say you've got Paul Dummett. I like Paul Dummett. I think when he's in the squad, he's assured. He's someone that you can trust. And I think Rafa Benitez said it himself. He's someone that I didn't have to coach very much because he always understood what was asked of him. He always understood where he needed to be. And that's a good thing in my book. And I don't think he gets, as much credit as what he should do in my eyes. I don't think there's many other more defenders that are in there that I would have in my squad. You can say into midfield. You've got St. Max, breath of fresh air, gets people off the seats. When we finally get back to matches, he gets people off the seats. He's exciting. He's tenacious. He's tricky. He's a player that we fans love. We love to see it, and he's a player. He's a champagne player. But unfortunately for me, sometimes I think he's a little too direct and a little too. He doesn't pick his head up sometimes and make a good pass or the right pass. He's very much a maverick is a strong word. He's not a maverick, But someone like Ben Arthur, he was a total maverick. He was only out for himself. If he got the ball, he tried to do too much and always got dispossessed. A bit like Maxi. Maxi does the same thing, and also you can come on to Almiron, who I think is the same. He's tenacious. He's a young lad. He's quick, and sometimes he just does not. He doesn't make that pass. Sometimes you can sit there and look at him and go, why didn't you pass that? Why didn't you do more with the ball? And unfortunately, he just runs and runs and runs, and we just don't have the players to keep up with him sometimes, and he just ends up there on his own. And especially if Wilson's going to be out for a while as well, so he's going to be here, there, and everywhere. So, I mean, with Almiron being out, you've got Ryan Fraser in there, so hopefully he gets a bit more game time. Hopefully he can show what he can do, like he did at Bournemouth. I mean, not with the attitude that he had, because a lot of people were upset when he left Bournemouth because he didn't play. He refused to play, and I think it's a problem when I must apologise. I totally forgot I had that picture on. I do apologise. Although it's probably much better than looking at my ugly mug, but yeah, with Fraser. The attitude stunk. I mean, he, like I said, he decided he wasn't going to play after the project restart. So maybe his attitude needs to change. I don't, that can't be coached, unfortunately. I mean, okay, you can bring them in and fine them because their attitude's bad, or they're just not working hard enough. It can't be coached out of them, but it can be given. You can give them a slap. Well, we wish we could anyway. But yeah, we've also then got on the with Hayden and Shelby. What's happened to the Longstaffs? It's $1 million question. I mean, like Stephen said during his hour. You look at Matt, he's been given a number 4 shirt, given a I think it was a 3-year contract, and he's not been played. Why not? Why is Bruce playing him? And Sean as well. Sean was looking a very good player when Benitez was there. He looked like the player that Man U wanted. But since Bruce has come in, he's lost that bite. He's lost that drive. And I don't know whether it's because he's had his head turned since the bid from Man U. Did he down tools for a bit, thinking, I'm going to get a bumper contract. I'm going to be playing for one of the best teams in the league. So possibly, I must disappear for 2 seconds. I'll be back. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Unfortunately, nature plays its part. Just a question there from Sean. Just to say again, the link from my Just Giving page is in the comments section, or it's in the channel comments, the bio that's below. So if you click on that, it'll lead you to the page. Also, it's on my Twitter, on my pinned tweet. You can give to the food bank on there also. So thank you for the comment, Sean. Oh yeah, yes. Sorry. Going to be doing a raffle also. A Mother's Day.
Yes. It's Mother's Day coming up, so I thought we could kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Mrs. Moore is an Avon rep. Don't worry, I will box it nicer. I've put together a pamper package for you guys. So we've got a bubble bath, shower gel, bronzing pills, body lotion, hand soap, and a room spritz. Like I said, later on today I'll package it better. But it's just to raise a little bit more money for the food bank, and I just thought it'd be a good way for getting a gift for Mother's Day coming up on the 14th. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Please just put in your donation. If you tweet me the photo of your donation, we'll pick someone out at random, and you can win the pamper pack for Mother's Day. Just to excuse me. Also, what I would like to say is, if anyone wants to give a £5 to the food bank, yet again, give your screenshot of your, and also I will be giving away a shirt of your choice, a football shirt of your choice. So if you want to do that, please do. And I will rush that to you once the raffle has been drawn. I will announce it in due course on my Twitter. So anyone who wants to go on there, my Twitter handle is Iceman_9talk, and find details on there. So yep, thank you for that. Just might bring in Mrs. Number 9 for the next hour. So just going to play introduction once she gets here. So I'll see you guys in another hour. We'll be getting more guests on the show. So see you guys in a bit. Thank you.
Woo! Hi. Awful crossover, I know. More, you forgot your coffee. So, I was meant to be getting organised for my section, only I've been looking around doing my face because I didn't want to let the old man down. I'm a little not quite organised. What we've just discussed is, for those of you who are going to donate, every time you send your screenshot on your tweet to say that you've donated, what we'll do is I've actually got a raffle book. So we will allocate a raffle ticket to that person and we will draw the raffle live. But then again, if you just want to donate just for a raffle ticket, what shall we say? £5 a strip. And again, you can donate that through the Just Giving page. Screenshot it, send it us. I'll rip off a strip, write your name, and that's your strip. And we'll do it that way. As Mr. Moore pointed out last night on Stephen's show, I haven't actually done my extra time slots yet because, for those of you who don't know, I lost my job in November at a place I've been working at for over a year and a half. However, I didn't really lose my job. They kept in touch with me. I've been helping out here or there. And those of you who have watched me on Steve's show on a Monday night will know that unfortunately I've missed the last 2 games because I've actually been working there again. So I'm a bit behind with what I wanted to do on my extra time. So tonight or today or whatever time of the day we're on, I'm just going to give you a brief look into what I want to do. As Dominic mentioned, I have been putting together my fantasy football team. It's not brilliant. In fact, my eldest daughter's complained that I've missed a player off. So, I couldn't pick a goalkeeper. Right, for those of you who complain that other people aren't in the right positions, I'm terrible when it comes to positions. So, I've got Seaman and Harper, my goalkeepers, just because I absolutely love them. Shaw is actually John Shaw, who is a family friend who used to play for Gateshead. He's currently at South Shields. Dummett, Sharp, yes, I know I've missed the E, but that is Lee Sharp. Please do not drudge. He was my first ever football crush, and I'm going to go into that in a bit as well. And then we have Gerard, PK, Beckham, Lampard, Rob Lee, Richie, Shearer. I've got Robert Koslick in there as well. Again, I'll go into that in a bit later. And the late, great Gary Speed, just because I thought he was an amazing... when he smiled, he was just lovely. So this is a bit of fun. This is for you ladies who... I keep saying to Dominic, my football knowledge is pants. He will say it isn't. I actually know more than what I claim to. But let's face it, sometimes just watching the football for the people that are playing, I'm not going to deny that. That is sometimes why I watch. So this is just a brief, quickly put together fantasy team. My eldest daughter is gutted that I've not got Stephen Taylor on there. The reason for that is recently I did a thing and asked Fan Fuse to very kindly put me a thing together for Stephen Taylor, and he pointed out the fact that Mr. Taylor was shit. So unfortunately I didn't put him on there, but no, I do love Stephen Taylor. So that's just a bit of something I might do on my show. What I'll do is as people hi, Geordie Talk, how are you? As people tweet them in or whatever, I'm going to share. And between us, maybe we can make our own fantasy football. But what I was also going to do on my part of the show, which Mr. Moore stole, and I'm not happy about, he asked Mr. Stephen what his all-time favourite. So we're doing the fantasy for the ladies and your dream team for the men. Guys, if you want it to be all Newcastle, that's fine. Oh no, I'm being reprimanded and I normally tell the boys. I was quoting a message that I had. So earlier on today, I asked Mr. Moore what his dream 11 would be, and it's Newcastle players past and present. So in goal, we've got Shaka Hislop. Defence, Warren Barton, Philippe Albert, Jonathan Woodgate brackets when fit, and John Beresford. In midfield, we went for Rob Lee, Gaza, and Beardsley. And forwards, Ferdinand Cole Shearer. Playing a 4-3-2-1 was his formation there. So I thought that was quite interesting. So this is just going to be a few bits of fun that we do for all you guys. But what I wanted to talk about before I go into the quiz and things is you lot have been watching Dom for quite a while now. I'm not funny. You're all funny picking on me. Leave me alone. Dominic's been a Newcastle fan for 30 plus years. I'm earning now. I'm no better than you. And I just wanted to let you guys have a brief get to know Mrs. Nine Talks, or those of you who watch other shows will know I like to be called Lee because my name's Leanne. While I was doing my research earlier for this part of the show, I was looking at songs on YouTube that players had done that weren't football related, but unfortunately it kept bringing me up football related ones. And the shocking realization that the Status Quo / Man United Come On Your Reds track featured a Mr. Steve Bruce. And that knocked me for six. I knew he played for Man United. I didn't realise what time frame he played for Man United. And I had it on the TV, and I was not going to lie, I was looking at Mr. Lee Sharp, to which our youngest daughter, Renette, or Tiny Satan, and she is lovingly referred to by her eldest sister, was like, Mom, that's Manchester United. That's the wrong United. What are you doing? And so what I've decided is I'm going to talk about how and where my love for football came from. So it is controversial. Please don't hate. Please don't take to Twitter and be mean and nasty. Growing up, my male influence in and around my household were my uncles, because my parents are divorced. And my Uncle Carl still is, as far as I know, a huge Manchester United fan. And we used to watch it back on ITV when it used to be played on a Wednesday, once a week, once a month. And I used to look forward to those nights because it used to mean I could have a late night, and we'd sit and we'd have popcorn and we'd have chocolate and we'd have sweets and we'd just watch the match. And like I said earlier, my first football crush was Lee Sharp, number 11, fastest guy on the pitch. I probably should look into his statistics. I might do for another show. But that's where my first football experience came from. Skip forward a few years. Obviously, I live in Derby. I dated a gentleman who was a Derby fan, and he would occasionally take me to matches. So that's where my love of Robert Coslick come from. I could just sit and watch him play, sit and watch him warm up. I'll say sit and watch him warm up. My partner at the time used to cover my eyes up, so I couldn't really watch. I know Robert Coslick. Dominic knows Robert Coslick. I once accidentally ran him over in Morrison's with a shopping trolley, and I was gutted, absolutely gutted that I'd run over this amazing person. However, we're now 20 odd years down the line, and the man in question still remembers me, which is slightly worrying. But again, it just goes to show players are people too. We have a laugh and a joke about it if and when we see each other out and about. And then I got a job working for McDonald's, which is where I met Mr. Moore. We got married in May 1999, and I knew he was a huge Newcastle fan. Always talked about buying the newspaper, reading from the back page. Is there anything in about Newcastle today? I think that's a man thing. I don't know. A lot of people that I know do that. And I'd be like, oh, well, what's Newcastle done today? Who's Newcastle? How's Newcastle? And as we went further and further into our courtship and our relationship, it was actually Dominic that noticed that I wasn't saying who have they bought. I was saying who have we bought? Who have we signed? I'd go out my way to watch matches with him. And then the year of our 10th anniversary, we'd gone up north for a family event. I think it was his sister's birthday. I can't quite remember. Went to Newcastle for the day, went to the stadium, went and had a drink in what was Shearer's Bar. It's now the 9 Bar. And I bought my first shirt for me, not for him. It was mine. Because it was our 10th anniversary, I had more put on the back and the number 10. Wore it all the way home on the train, went into our local pub that night, and somebody threatened to wanted me to get out. This is a Derby pub. Get out. Right. We were both working at McDonald's, so yeah, not the most romantic of places to meet, but yeah, that's why we met at McDonald's. He was already working there, and I did work experience and continued to work there for about a year after. But yeah, so I'm sat in this pub, and this Derby guy's kicking off at me and demanding that I get out. This is a Derby pub, this is Derby people. Now, the landlord knew me, lovely guy. In fact, we just had our wedding renewal there. So this guy picks the guy up by the scruff of his neck. I know, Leanne, I don't know you. Get out of my pub. Proper Barbara Windsor. Chucks him out. Then he turned around to me and went, everybody's been saying you're wearing your old man's shirt. I was like, yeah. It's not your old man's shirt, is it though, Lee? I was like, yeah. I went, no, because any Newcastle fan worth his weight in gold will have 9 put on the back. You've got 10. That's your shirt. And that was when it suddenly hit me that that's it now. I am bona fide up there. I am a fan. I'm not ashamed to admit that I am a fan. I've recently had a new shirt to mark my 11 years in black and white. It says Lily with 11 on the back. First time Dominic ever did a podcast, I did actually put in that I have been a Newcastle widow for 20 plus years. I've been a Newcastle fan for 11 years now. I have been to all kinds of matches. Like I said, I used to go to derby games, so obviously this is Championship. I used to work with a gentleman at Burger King who was a Cambridge fan. I've been to a few games with him. When we go up north, we take in a Gateshead game. We used to go and watch John play. And then, so I've seen it from all kinds. My first Newcastle experience was Newcastle Spurs at home. And for my birthday the following year, Dominic framed me my tickets and pictures that were taken at the game. But I stand by what I said that day on that show. Like I said, I've seen games, low league, upper league, middle league. I've travelled. I've never known a group of fans with so much love and passion. And this is why it hurts me and upsets me to see that we're turning on ourselves on Twitter. Look, Dom said earlier, we've all got opinions. I don't always agree with what Dominic has to say. Shocking, I know we're married. But, you know, it is what it is. You don't have to agree, is what I'm trying to say. Because if we all agreed all the time, the world would be really boring. And the world isn't boring. I just think that we, as a fan base, are so passionate that it hurts to see what the club is being put through, how the club is being treated. Do I think Steve Bruce have had death threats? Possibly. Would you call them true fans? No. But at the same time, you have to realise, those of you out there, pundits, managers, players, in this new day and age of social media, you're out there. You all tweet, you all do Insta or Snapchat or whatever you do. People have got platforms now where they can express, and then they can express straight to you, not through a letter or through whatever. And these are the days we now live in, and you've got to start realizing that, you know, it's people's opinions and they're going to let you know. And now that they can let you know, yeah, Geordie talk, we are united, and we shouldn't be turning on each other. And it's sad and disgusting that we are. It really is. That United as One promo that Dominic put on earlier, which I may put on towards the end of my feed, I feel very strongly about, because it isn't just about a fan base. It's about whether you're white, black, gay, bi, trans, disabled, abled. We're a fan base that love the same club, and we should be united. And it's upsetting to see that we are not. It's upsetting to see that on platforms people are trolling and sending vile tweets, and you can't stop people's opinions, unfortunately. And like I said, the platform's there. People are going to be putting it out there on the platform. But I do feel that at the same time, it needs to stop. I've been on the receiving end of trolling. That's one of the reasons why I was suspended from my job. It isn't nice. But I'm going to take this time also to say, you know, Dominic's right. By being united, if you do need to talk, if you need to vent, if you need to rant, DM me. Because I find, as silly as it sounds, that even though I'm having problems and I'm struggling mentally, I'm always there to lend a hand, to lend an ear, to lend a shoulder, to listen to your problem, even if you just want to scream and shout. You know, we need to start reaching out to each other. It's important. It helps with the mental health, and it helps with just everything, really. So that went a bit deep there. Sorry about that. Right. Ah, Dom, could you bring me a thing up to wipe my whiteboard? That's the one thing I didn't bring. I'm so organised. And then Dominic helped me. Love you, baby. Also, while we're discussing the passion of fans, can I just take a moment to say, I don't know if she's going to be watching, so I can get away with saying it. Dom's mother-in-law never liked football. She'd leave me at my grandma's to watch Manchester United with my uncle. She couldn't stand football. Oh my gosh. I don't know what Dominic's done to my mum, but she is now a huge Newcastle fan too. She gets football Tourette's watching the match. It's really quite funny. And again, she is now at the stage where I was some 20 years ago. She's always asking Dom, how are we doing? What are we doing? Who have we signed? What have we? And this is the contagion that is Newcastle. You know, it gets in your, it just gets in your skin, and it amazes me about what year? In 2015, for those of you, Kendall had put that on Twitter. I did see that. If you could find out any more information for me, Dom, we will keep the fan base up to date with that. So I've just put it up there. PIF have registered interest in Inter Milan. Well, is it true? Is it not true? Has it been official? You know, find me the facts more, and we'll bring it straight to the people. Oh. See, look, I'm all about pride. I'm a very proud mama of my girls. Right. So, I'm going to go. There's only a few people watching it, so this should be easy. I'm not going to bother asking more because he is useless. Really useless. Pardon? My kids scream the strangest things at me. So, I'm going to do a few anagrams just for jokes. I'm going to do this one first, just because it's pretty straightforward. Feel free to comment. You don't have to. It's just a bit of fun. It really is. Because what I'm thinking of doing when I do my extra time, it's called extra time, but on some days I'm thinking of doing it as afternoon tea with Lily. I'm going to sit around downstairs around my dining table. I'm going to sit with my kids. I'm going to sit with my husband. For jokes, I might even get my mum up. And I'm just going to have a conversation. Because what I enjoy doing on an evening is chewing the fat with the old man. We will take a conversation. That thing that I just said to you guys about how I started watching football. That's sometimes how our conversations do go. Thank you for that. I don't know who that is, but do you know what? I think I might have my contact lenses in the wrong eyes because I'm really struggling to read. Right, so your first anagram, I'm trying to do it so you can read it, but also to the microphone. Left a little, right a little. So, wet, dense, lunatic. What? Into no longer for sale, or we're effectively no longer for sale? Oh, fine. So, pretty straightforward. Those of you who don't know what an anagram is, you take the letters from a word, jiggle them around. Wet, dense, lunatic is actually Newcastle United. So yeah, so when we do, I know before Angie says anything, I'm sewing a lot, and I know I am. It's my nerves. I don't even know why I agreed to do this. I'm useless at this. Thought I'd start with an easy one. Although I think this one's quite easy. This one made me giggle when I wrote it down early. Please don't critique my spelling, my writing. It's shocking. I would never be a teacher. Yeah. Yo, tricky. Make this way down. I thought Newcastle United was easy. This is fantabulous. Yo, tricky. Have a comment if you want. If not, I'll leave it for a couple of minutes for you guys to think about it. And we'll come back to you. Now, I wrote other bits and bobs down. And now I can't find it. I was given this anagram. I'm going to write this down because she specifically phoned and asked me to do this. I don't know if she's watching. If I find out she's not watching, I'm very upset. So I'll leave Yo Tricky there for you people to come up with. Let me write this one down. Now, if FanFeuds is watching, when I do my anagrams right, some of the words are naughty. Not my fault. I found them on a page. So here we go. This is a player. Yeah, player. Oh, I need to practice doing this. This is a grand knobs. Quite worrying, really, what anagrams you can make from people's names. Oh, my God, I'll leave that for a bit. Wow, that's disappointing. We're having such a wonderful morning, and then you send me the message that we're effectively no longer for sale. But if we stay up, may we still be for sale? Who knows? You know? Hard to say. I left my phone downstairs, which is useless because I've asked people to. Dean Windless. And that's somebody from Coronation Street. Oh, there's a kitty cat. Yeah, Baba. You okay? No. Come sit with me. Come and say hello to the lovely people. So maybe in a bit, we'll get you on when you're a bit more awake and a bit more. She has been itching, right? Itching to do something on here. So maybe in a bit, when the lovely lady is a little bit more awake, we'll get her on here and she can do something. Was that on the football shows, guys? Yeah. See, I did see that on the that did come up on the radio the other day. See, that says Euros. Well, they were on about on the radio earlier. In Britain trying to host the World Cup at some point. I can't remember when it was. Well, there we go. Let me just. Oh. This chair really is not comfy at all. Oh, it is big. Right. Do you know what? Is that our door? Oh, blimey. Knock a little louder. The fans might hear it on here. So if I've done this right, yeah, look at that. In the comments. Oh, yeah. I don't have to keep attempting to hold the whiteboard up anymore. Check me out. And I don't even need to be downstairs to know that Dominic's rolling his eyes at me right now. How bad's that? See, when you've been married as long as we are, which means oh no. Wicked. I'm putting it out twice because I'm going on both of them. Right, there we go. So yeah, we've got this one for you guys to guess at the minute. Yo Tricky. That is a club. And a Grand Knox is a player. Right. I'm also hoping to, when we do my extra time, like I said before on my launch show, I used to watch Question of Sport, League of Their Own. They think it's all over. I like their concepts. So I'm hoping when I do my shows, as well as the anagrams, because anagrams are tricky, I guess, I'm going to do a quiz with a variation of questions. Easy, hard. Not necessarily all on Newcastle either. I appreciate that you guys are all a Newcastle stream. You guys are all watching and Newcastle fans, and that's brilliant. That's what's brought us all together. But I want to, and because I have to include sport on my extra time, because apparently that's in the small print, with me agreeing to do extra time. I wasn't even asked to do extra time, but anyway, that's a whole different conversation. I'm just going to make it like a sportsy quiz. So it's kind of a question of League of Their all over. With a bit of pointless thrown in. So I'll make sure I research a lot better. I was hoping to do a bit more research ready for this. When I come back later on today, I mean, you guys might not even want me to come back later on today. Put in the comments. I won't be offended. Feel free to put, Iceman, get the wife off. That's perfectly fine. I don't have to come back on. But if you would like to see me again later, that would be brilliant. You know, the shortest YouTube career ever. Hey, right. So not only do I have my old man rolling his eyes at me downstairs, I have the daughter rolling her eyes at me. It's just shocking. Hello, baby. So that's Liz. That's the eldest daughter what lives with us. We actually have. That's a very grown-up child. We do actually have 4 daughters. My eldest is currently living with my mum. She's 21 this year. So yeah, here's one for you out there. How many of you have had to celebrate? Well, obviously we've been going through. We've obviously been in lockdown for over a year. So obviously at some point we've all had lockdown birthdays. But how many of you guys out there have had milestone lockdown birthdays? Mr. Moore was 40 last year. Obviously couldn't do anything. Liz was sweet 16. So obviously, again, couldn't. Catherine Ann turned 13, so becoming a teenager, it's meant to be a big thing, rite of passage. And she won't mind me saying this, my mum was 60 last year. I think what made it worse was the 60th, the 16th, and the 40th birthdays were all within 15 days of each other, because my mum's birthday is April 28th, Elizabeth's is May the 1st, and Mr. Moore's is the 13th of May. So that was 3 very important birthdays in my eyes, all within such a short period of time. Lockdown obviously put pay to being able to do anything. But obviously at the same time, it saved us a little bit of money because it also meant that we didn't have to do anything. But as soon as we get the go ahead to go out and do something, we are going to do it. I mean, bless Liz. As you can imagine, 16, was doing a GCSEs last year, couldn't do a GCSEs last year, ended up getting the grades that she was predicted, which I think is pants. Those that missed out on their GCSEs last year, I feel they... Yes, Geordie Talk, I finally had an answer. Well done. Smarty pants. Come on, play your next, and I'll chuck a few more on the comments. Liz was supposed to have prom last year. Obviously, schools were locked down. So what we did was we've created a bubble with my next door neighbour. Love her to pieces, my wifey. Between the 2 gardens, we put a gazebo up, and we did prom that way. What I might do later, if I can figure out how to do it. See, yeah, this is what's causing issues. It's the isolation problem over and over and over and over and over and over and over. It beggars belief. Anyway, back to what I was saying before Mr. Moore interrupted. So we did prom for Liz, and it was nice. We all got dressed up. I will find the pictures later and share them. Don't worry, I won't put your picture on your phone. So come on then, guys. All you got out there, what milestone birthdays did you miss? What important things did you miss? What plans did you have to change? Because let's face it, not only has COVID and lockdown affected football, but it's affected everything, and again, it's like I said, it's important for people to talk about these things and express how they're feeling and what have you. I've said on numerous occasions that I am happy that the football's back. Don't get me wrong, it's you missed your 40th. You just gutted because you didn't have your gangster themed birthday party. That's why you're upset. I've got a child crashing the shop now. Could COVID have been, what do you reckon? My doppelganger, apparently. We've even got similar hair colour now. It's quite scary. This is my bells. It's very scary. My bells. Other sports haven't continued. Should football have been able to have continued? I know we all want fans back in the stadium, don't get me wrong. I feel that they need the lift. Teams need the 12th man, as it were, to lift them, to get everybody up and happy. But does anybody else out there feel that sports return too quick? I know some of the lower leagues. I mean, if Don wants to message just to make sure I'm getting my facts right, because again, I'm not brilliant when it comes to facts, but I'm sure that the lower leagues have already called time on their seasons due to issues with the COVID situation. But it isn't just football that's been affected. Rugby, cricket. It's been announced today on Sky Sports that they are possibly not bothering with the Olympics this year. Again, it was postponed from last year. It's meant to be taking part in this summer. All different countries are coming out of their lockdown through different stages. They're at different parts of the process. So China's adamant that they don't want the Olympics to go ahead. What do you guys think? Is it right that, again, it should be postponed for a bit longer? Because the problem is obviously with everything, whether it's sports, life, you've got like that ripple domino effect, The more you leave it, the more you've got to catch up. And I just think it's really hard, whether it's education, whether it's work, whether it's a sporting event, we're just constantly playing catch up with everything. Like I said, Liz took her GCSEs. They only gave her the grades that she was predicted. Bearing in mind, she'd only done 2 lots of mock exams. She's still got 2 more lots of mock exams to do before she got her exams. I believe she would have improved. I might be biased because I'm her mum. But I know that with each mock she improved. We've now got Catherine. She's 14 this month. Yeah, we're in March now, aren't we? Yeah. She's 14 this month. She's now in year 9. She's picked her options. They're preparing them now for GCSEs. But again, she's been at school. She's been homeschooled. She's missing out on a lot of stuff. So you've constantly got this knock-on effect. And it's the same with the football. Like Dom's just put there, Miggy could still go to Paraguay for their qualifiers. Fair enough. But then he's got to have a 2-week quarantine. Should the internationals be a priority at the moment? Because let's face it, all clubs are having issues with illnesses, with injuries, because the season's just been concertina together. We're playing again. It's the catch-up thing. Games have been postponed. In the football, they were just postponed. For those of you who are into other sports, I mean, I do watch Sky Sports News in the morning. Was it the back end of last year or the start of this year? There was a rugby match that should have taken place. So many players in one rugby team had got COVID. It was around the time that we were playing Villa, so I can't remember when that was. If somebody would like to drop me a date for that, but it was around that same time, because I even said to Dominic, oh my gosh, are they going to do the same to Newcastle as what they've done in the rugby? And what they did was the team forfeited. They didn't postpone them. They forfeit matches. And they did a ballot where, dependent on how many players in that squad had COVID, that was the difference between the scoreline. So it couldn't be like a 0 to whatever. So the team that didn't have the COVID won by 16, 17 points over the team that had the COVID. So I suppose we're lucky, really, that we didn't do that, because what was it? We had 12 players, or 12 people, not just players, team, backroom staff and stuff. So Villa would have won 12-0 in that respect. We all know the cricket got affected as well. England should have gone out for an international and couldn't, because the hotel they were staying in, the staff had COVID. How is this even still possible when we're all supposed to be bubbling? It beggars belief. And I bet Dom sat downstairs, pop rolling his eyes, going, Christ, man, this isn't the way I wanted my show to go. What the hell is my wife doing? But, it's still sport. It's still relevant. This is Leanne's extra time. This is the way it's going to go. And if he doesn't like it, he'll just have to find another host for extra time. It's as simple as that. Now, for those of you who know the issues that Newcastle have with regards to ex-players and pundits, I came across this anagram while I was looking for anagrams, and it made me giggle. So let me just chuck this in the chat. Again, this is a player. I don't mean any offence to anybody who is reading that. This genuinely was a player's or ex-player's anagrammed name. Made me giggle. I'm going to leave that on the screen, maybe not for too long, because it probably is offending some people that are out there. So I will put another anagram on, so there's not too... Gee, that was really quick. Are you cheating, Geordie Talk? Oh, the other player anagram. What? What's... This is shocking. I'm so disorganized. I'm normally more organised than this. I really am. And yeah, it was Andy Gray. Oh, a Grand Knobs player is Gordon Banks. My mum was adamant. She rang up this morning. If you're doing your anagrams, if you're doing an anagram, you need to do one for Gordon Banks. It's actually a player I can name. She was so proud because she could name a player. She's so sweet. I think we should get her on the show one day. She's so fun, really. But well done, Stephen. Yeah, Andy, I had to give her a random game. I wonder if there's one out there for Richard Keys, just for jokes. When I come off, when I get taken off for Dom's next stint, I have actually got an app that's an anagram maker. And I'll see if I put in Richard Keys, I'll see what it gives me for that anagram. Because while I was playing around with anagrams earlier, let me get to my page. We came up with this anagram. And it made me giggle. So bear with me. So this isn't a player. This was just, like I said, I was putting names into an anagram predictor, and it came up with this. So this is a person, but it sounds like, if you're saying it quick, it sounds like it could be something to do with Harry Potter. You nicked my one. Nick my. That's what I broke Dom's computer table. Oh gosh. So yeah, I'm gonna leave that up for a little bit. But when I come back later, I will have a few more wrote on the board for you guys to all look at. I've sussed roughly now how to do the bits on the comments, so I can do that too. So yeah, but I was also looking at, let me know if you want me to do this. I mean, I won't be offended. It's as much your show as it is mine. I'm going to be interacting more. I was looking at quizzes and questions and stuff, and I came across a true or false quiz. And I wrote this down because it made me giggle. So, true or false, Frank Lampard has scored more Premier League goals than Thierry Henry, Robbie Fowler, and Michael Owen. True or false, guys? Let me know in the comments what you think. Also, true or false, to help him, David Beckham took ballet lessons when he was a footballer. True or false? Again, let me know. Speaking of that, you probably know who's going to believe this when I tell you. I used to dance back in the day. We used to have it. I was in a formation team. There was 11 girls and one gentleman, and he played football for his school. And his coach couldn't understand why he'd suddenly got so good at his football, and it was because of us. And nobody at his school knew that he was a dancer. And then one year we were asked to perform in Derby Town Centre, and the young gentleman didn't want to go out on stage, and we were like, "You've got to, you've got to, you've got to." And he came around and went, "I can't because my football coach is out there and they don't know what I've done." And he was so embarrassed, and we managed to get him to go out there, and his manager come looking for him at the end of the performance and stuff when we'd all got changed. And he'd said to him, "I knew there was a reason why you were getting better at football. Keep it up, lad." So, yeah, it just made me giggle. You see it all the time, you know. Ice skaters do. Oh my God, Stephen, you is on fire today. Yes, that is true. Frank Lampard scored more Premier League goals than those three players. I think that is fantastic. And yeah, the Beckham one is false. But I would have liked to imagine Beckham doing ballet. I don't know if it's going to put on so I'm going to have I think I've still got it up here. See, I was organised until I did. So, true or falses, I might do a few more anagrams, questions. See, I was thinking about this. A lot of guys out there are complaining that we're all doing the same thing on these. And we probably are. I'm not going to lie. But I'm not seeing this format from any of you guys' shows. At the end of the day, Dom's asked me yeah. Anyway, this is how I enjoy getting to know people. This is how I enjoy sports. Like I said, I'm not very knowledgeable. I'm not like some of the other ladies that you get on the other talk shows that can give you stats. They could probably tell you what Cristiano Ronaldo has for breakfast every day. I'm not that clued up. But Dominic will be the first to tell you that I do know some really stupid information and I absorb it like a sponge. And whether or not that's from me watching quizzes as a younger person, I honestly don't know. But I also think it's a fun way to pass time. There's other things we could do, as well as your Dream 11 for you boys and your fantasy for any ladies that are watching. There's also goals. I know another one of our family on the YouTube asked people to name their favourite goals. One of my favourite goals was from August 2011, and it was Ryan Taylor, free kick. It's my favourite for many reasons. One, it were against Sunderland. It's the only time in my 20 plus years of being with Dominic that we were in the Northeast for Derby Day. We were stopping with his mum, who lives in Sunderland. We were in a Sunderland pub. And Ryan Taylor has the balls to go and score an amazing goal. And Dominic bit me on the shoulder because he was cuddling behind me in the pub. We could see it was happening. I was quite heavily pregnant with our youngest daughter at the time. He bit me, she kicked me. All the Sunderland fans were effing and jeffing. A lady sat next to me actually hit the guy in front and said, "Here, there's little ears present," because we've got the other 3 girls as well. He apologised to my baby bump for the language. And again, it just got me because we were sat in a pub and the passion from the fans just it gets me. You know, I mean, I live in Derby. You walk around town, you see every Walker shirt, every shirt. I'm not going to lie, match day, you know, there is a Derby army walks up the high street. I'm not denying that. There are pubs close to the stadium that are all Derby. You can't go in if you've got any other shirt on. But non-match days, you get United, you get Leeds, you get Arsenal, you get your Villas. I've actually seen a few Forest shirts walking through Derby Town Centre as well. Actually, I'm not going to lie. God knows why or how, or why anybody would even willingly walk through Derby Town Centre in a Forest shirt. But that's a whole different conversation from the game. And it just struck me that the year me and Dom first got married, we went up in the September, I think it was, yeah, because his brother got married in September, and we were travelling home on match day. And again, you know, I'm going to throw Dom's secrets all out there. Dom's nana that we were stopping with also lived in Sunderland, and she lived in Southwick. Yeah, Southwick. So we were walking from Nana Moore's house down to the station, and I had to stop and catch my breath. Now, this is controversial. This is a Newcastle show. Please do not give Dominic the hate. This is my opinion. But the sea of shirts, it wasn't that got me. It was watching a gentleman holding his son's hand. And his son must have been about 5 or 6. And this kid had a shirt on. And I'm telling you now, it was his dad's shirt because his shirt come down to his feet. His sleeves were dangling down to his hands. And it's just like, you don't see that anywhere else. Whether you're in Newcastle on match day, the sea of black and white on match day chokes you. And this is what gets me. This is why it annoys me when people say Newcastle fans are delusional. I will say, and I'm going to go out here and Dominic can slap me later and you guys can give me all the hate on here that you want. It isn't just Newcastle fans that have love and passion. It's the North East as a whole. So whether you are in black and white or red and white or whatever, to see that coming from Derby, it just, choked me. And I will remember that image of that little kid for as long as I live, because you don't get that anywhere else. You really don't. I mean, like I said, when me and Dom first got together, I'd got a Derby shirt. I think somewhere we've got a photograph of me stood outside of the stadium in my shirt. You got Dom in his Newcastle shirt stood outside the stadium and like, how he didn't get his head kicked in, to this day, I will never know. I really will never know. And I remember walking past the fan and the fan going, "Yeah, that's a Derby shirt. You didn't get many of them up here." And that's when it hit me. Your love, your passion. Newcastle, it's Newcastle shirts. Sunderland, it's Sunderland shirts. I will admit, Gateshead shirts are worn in between the two cities because Gateshead is Switzerland. They are neutral. And I love that if you are a season ticket holder for either of them two clubs back when Sunderland were up, you could go in at half price at the International Stadium because you still want to watch football. England are playing, you know, there's no football. Gateshead are still playing, and you go and you watch. And it amazes me. It really does. The love and the passion for your club. And why shouldn't you have love and passion? Clubs need that. I mean, I've never, like I said, that was my first experience of a North East Derby day, sat in the pub. And then the next day was Harbour Day. And they've got people in the stocks wearing Newcastle shirts they could throw sponges. That was hilarious. Liz clocked the lifeguard smack banging between the eyes. Just crazy. Crazy, you know, memories. This is what all this is about. COVID is preventing memories from being made. It's preventing families from going and watching games. It's preventing kids get caught up in the love for the club, you know. I know when we went to our game, like I said, that was my first Newcastle game. Newcastle Spurs, first home game of that season. I think it was 2018. We went into town, had a few drinks, went and had a drink at the Strawberry. That in itself was just an amazing experience. Oh, just wow. And I remember getting into the stadium, and we were lucky because his mum had got us tickets in the Gallagher. So there you go for baptism of fire. First St James's Park experience, sat in the Gallagher. And I went through an array of emotions, I'm not going to lie. One, just how high up it was. My God, I wasn't prepared for that. 5 minutes before kickoff, I had to go to the toilet. And while I was in the toilet, I rang my mum. Well, obviously not in the toilet. And my mum asked me if I was okay. And I said, why? She went, you sound drunk. And I said to my mum, bear in mind, I only had about four drinks. And I said to my mum, I think I am. And it was the natural euphoria of being at my first ever game, the stadium that I was in, but the buzz of everything, the fans going in, the crowd. And I'll admit, yeah, I was a bit, maybe call it punch drunk, maybe. I don't know. And then Local Hero started to play. And I'm not ashamed to say I cried. Not like, but I welled up. And again, it was that natural experience of, I mean, I've been to several, like I said, I've been to several games. I've been to quite a few derby games. I've been to home games, away games. But this hit me, like really hit me. And I remember sitting there and looking at Dom and saying to him that Bobby Robson quote about it's the noise, it's the kid holding the dad's hand walking up the steps. And for those of you who probably don't know, because it's not something we talk about, me and Dominic lost our boy in 2015. And I'd said to Dominic that, you know, I would have loved for him to come and have this experience. And at the time, you know, we were under the Mike Ashley regime, and I am going to swear, I know Sean's not watching, so I'm going to say it. It's a shit regime. It really is. And Dom looked at me hand on heart and said that he wouldn't put our boy through that. I mean, the poor girls are living it. They're having to live it every match day, screaming and chat. Apparently, I have football Tourette's because I get really into the game. And I can understand why. You know, my little boy is never going to do that 6-year-old Sunderland fan in his dad's shirt. Because at the minute, it isn't something you'd want to put your child through. But then we talked about it again the other day, and Dom's adamant that he would have been a number 9. I think he'd have been a goalkeeper, personally. He'd be about as big as his boy, so I think he'd have been a goalkeeper. But anyway, so there you go. I've just shown you, as a fan, look at all... I'm going to share that, just because it's really sweet. I love you too. Oh, and for those of you that Mick My Wand is actually Dominic Moore. There's an anagram from Dominic Moore. I just thought it was hilarious and funny, so I thought I'd share it with you guys. But also, trying to change the mood slightly. What I wanted to do is, I'm just going to move for 2 seconds because I want to show you guys something. So don't go anywhere. I shall be right back. bit like showing the chick. Oh. Another way to help with mental health that I have discovered in the last few years is I never thought I was very good at arts and crafts. In fact, I know that I'm not very good at arts and crafts, but I've recently found a passion for doing it. In the last year, I have made my mum, well, not made, I brought the vases and I've altered them for her. I've done one for every season. I've made every single one of my girls' dream catchers that's to do with them, who they are. So Elizabeth is a huge Lilo and Stitch fan. So hers is Lilo and Stitch colours, which is good because Elizabeth is, she won't mind me saying this, I hope she doesn't mind me saying this, Elizabeth is bi. So that was cool that, you know, Lilo and Stitch colours coincide with that as well. Catherine Ann's nickname is Kitty Cat, so hers was black and green and it had a cat on it. Renette's had a rainbow, I think it was, I can't quite remember. And then I've made this one, which is, people out there are going to think I'm silly because obviously, like I've just said, he isn't with us. But I want to share this with you guys. So again, I've not made the heart. Oh no, I've not made the heart. I brought the heart from Hobbycraft. You know, Mr. Moore's threatening to actually snap the Hobbycraft card. But my mum bought this. I don't know if any of you ever saw them over Christmas. You can get there's shops out there that do personalised decorations. So we've all got one. But my mum bought me this. So it's our little boy playing football. And I was meant to do it as black and white, but I tried for 2.5 hours to get it go black and white and I couldn't. So for those of you that want coping strategies during this time, because I'm going to put it out there, my way of coping was self-harming. This is why I'm saying to you, if you need to talk to me. So I found these help. I also do cross stitch. Those of you who follow me on Twitter will know that I have nearly completed. I've signed up for the Disney cross stitch. I've only done one so far, but I love doing it. I think it's Tigger that I've just completed. So I find that helps. Sometimes that actually makes me more stressed and I get annoyed, but then it's taking my mind off what I'm wanting to do. I brought Mr. Moore a PlayStation 4, but all the games that are on it are actually mine. I love playing the Lego games because, again, for those of you who have depression and have tendencies where you want to do stuff like this, and my therapist did actually say that it was not bad. Lego games are a brilliant way for those of you that have self-harming tendencies because you can go in a room, smash everything up, come back out of the room, go back in the room, it's rebuilt itself. Brilliant. Fantastic. I think we've got the Harry Potter one, which the kids like playing, but I think they just like going around with Voldemort and zapping people. I think that says more about the kids than anything else. There you go. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Like I said, it's not brilliant, but you know, it sits in mine and Dom's room. So yeah, so that's Nickel Man's. I did one for Dominic last Valentine's Day that had all our initials in little hearts. I made a wreath for Christmas. You know the ones that you put on doors. I made one for my next door neighbour, my mum. I made quite a few actually last Christmas. I bake as well, and it's a shame that, you know, there's a lady who's struggling at the moment on Twitter, and I want to reach out to her. In fact, I might do it after I finish on the show. She keeps moaning that people never talk about baking and stuff. I bake cakes as well. I did Iron Man's face for my friend's little boy a few years ago, and we actually drew around his hand. So you had Iron Man's head, but you had the hand with like the thing, and that was actually his hand, which I thought was quite cute. He is actually the age that my son would have been. It's my neighbour's little boy, and I won't lie, I do spoil him a little bit, maybe more than what I should do. But having him near helps with my grieving process. So, yeah. But I've also, I don't know if Dominic shared it last year for his 40th. I did him his birthday cake and it was, you can't really see it very well, but it was the badge with the magpie actually in front of the castle. I painstakingly drew with an icing pen on his icing that. What other cakes have I done? Oh, I made a golden snitch for my friend who was a huge Harry Potter freak. So I made the snitch, and I actually the wings coming out as well. Our eldest daughter is also a Harry Potter freak, but I did her a happy birthday Vicky, you know, like how Hagrid does Harry's first ever birthday cake. She's also an October baby and very into Halloween, so I also made her a cake. This is going to sound really morbid, but it was a cake like a graveyard. It was like, and I painstakingly art and crafted a tombstone, and I put marble effect on it and everything. And then I also did a Jack Skeleton where when you cut into it, the jam came out. She didn't like that one. I thought that was pretty cool. So, you know, they're just ways that I cope with different things. That, or I sort out the kitchen, which Dominic will tell you is really annoying him at the moment because I have literally just moved the whole kitchen around and he's not helping. So, yeah. I have realised that I've been on here an hour now. I don't know if I'm supposed to be staying on for another hour or what, because the man who is managing has just gone for a wander. So let's see what he says. So yeah, if he will let me come back on in a bit, if you guys want me to come back on in a bit, I'll do a few more anagrams, I will do a few more quizzes and the like. So yeah, Mr. Moore, I can hear you. For those of you actually just totally going off piece now, 2000. I don't know. Does anybody remember in 2015 Newcastle actually do an open training session? So I say that my first actual home game was in 18 watching Spurs Newcastle. My first actual into the stadium experience was this open training session. And we'd actually got my eldest and my youngest daughter with us because my middle two had been picked to go for camp. And Renette would have been 3 and a bit. And I remember us being at the stadium, and I'll see if we can find the video. Maybe Mr. Moore will be able to put it on in a bit. I don't know. But you've actually got a video of her, and you go to her. Who plays here? A ball. But who plays here? A football. Well, where are you? James's Park. And it's just so cute. But for any of you who have ever watched any of that, I think maybe once fans are allowed to go back in and interact and whatever, I think that might be a way forward because they opened up so much of the stadium. You didn't have to pay to go in. You had... Was Timmy Krull still the goalkeeper? Was he? Yeah. You had people practicing penalties and stuff, and then you had kids step up and practice penalties against Tim Krull. And yeah, I think this, for me, this is me going back to the family days, because football is about family. And Newcastle United, and Stephen said it last night on his show, those of us that have connected through Twitter, I'm finding loads of stuff out about Newcastle that I never knew before. Dom's found out stuff that he never knew. And people have called us a cult. People have called us a community. I think of us as a family. So, I don't know. Well, he's put his glasses on, which obviously means that he means business, or he's telling me to do one because he's got something coming on. I don't actually quite know what's happening. I just know that when he's got his guest on later, just for jokes, I'm going to sit next to him because I met Warren Barton a few years ago. He played for Derby County. I got it all. His and Rob Lee's. I told Dominic they were for him. Warren Barton's might have been for him, but Rob Lee's wasn't. So I'm going to pass you back to the old man. Maybe he'll let me come back on a bit later. Who knows? I don't know. But thanks for putting up with me for the past hour and a bit, peeps. We've had quite a roller coaster. I'm sorry if I've embarrassed any of you. I'm going to go and sort my face out now. And I'll see you on the other side. Catch you later. Bye. Oh, start with the old man.
Hello again, guys. Yeah, I've got my glasses on. Yeah, sort of like to see what's going on the screen.
Can you actually see that?
Yes. Only do But yeah, I wanted to come on to the subject of the almost title and the players that were there. That should have been a season we should have won. We should have won it by a considerable amount, really. At one point, I think, 12 points ahead. It was just ridiculous. I mean, well done to Man U putting in a shift, picking up some really good points on the run up. I think in the second half of the season, we just didn't have enough nous to actually get it over the line, which is really bad because look at the players we had. Ginola, we had Rob Lee, you had Lee Clark in there. He's sometimes underrated in the run up. Excuse me, I've just had something to eat. I'm a bit croaky. Then we also had, Keith Gillespie, Steve Howie in defence. We had Philippe Albert scoring that wonderful chip against Man U. I mean, all these memories that team gave us was just fabulous. And when Steve Bruce comes out, is it histrionics? The reason why we think that we're entitled to these things and whatever else, no, because we are a big club. We've got a massive stadium there. We fill it every week, and we'll fill it even more once Mike Ashley's gone. I mean, he gave away 10,000 tickets. That says enough for me, because he's just not ever give a crap about this club. He may have at the start. Who knows? He'd stand in the stands, have pints with people in the stands. There's a nice photograph of Steve Wraith with him, and looking okay, but it all turned sour. He made some bad mistakes during this time. But going back on what I was saying, that should have been a title wrapped up, and I believe if we had won it, it might have changed the plight and changed the direction of the Premier League. I think if we'd won it that year, we might have gone on and won it another couple of years. All that team needed was a bit more putting into it, a bit more quality here and there, and we would have been over the line the next season. But we brought in Alan Shearer, 96, after his exploits in the World Cup. 15 million, which I think he admitted himself. I think he said it may have been closer to 17 million because they paid, I think it was 8 million up front, with the rest be paid over time. But Jack Walker wanted, with him being a good businessman as well, wanted any of the interest that would build up on that amount. So it probably cost us a bit more. Fabulous player, scored 260 goals in the Premier League, 206 for us. Wow. And you're talking about a player who quite regularly got injured. He was out for 6 months here or a season there, but he still scored that many goals, and that for me is just, that's world class. You look at the likes of Ronaldo, you look at the likes of Messi, who are absolutely fantastic players and probably a cut above everyone else around any league. But Alan Shearer, if he hadn't have been injured for all them seasons or all them months that he missed, how much further could, how many more goals could he have scored? He could have been well into the 300 goals in the Premier League, and that would have been absolutely fantastic. And, Geordie lad always wanted to play for Newcastle, had his chance to go to Man U. I think he's admitted that if Newcastle hadn't come knocking, he would have gone to Man U. He could have gone there for the glory, for the trophies, for the accolades. But no, Newcastle come knocking, and that was it. He walked into a meeting, says, "I just want the number 9 shirt," and walked out. That's what it says everything, doesn't it? We just don't have them players anymore around. Someone who's just going to walk in and go, I want to play for this club. I will do anything for this club. And could you say that loyalties are lost as well within players that sign for clubs? Did they have an affinity to the club that they sign for? I don't think so. I think it's all for the money now. It's a rich league. It'll be even richer once we start getting back to normality and back to getting fans in. The TV deals are going to go through the roof. I think the Saudis themselves were looking into having their own media channel to play football on, to play other sports on as well. But what we're hoping for, really, at the moment, is for this beIN Sports debate to be sorted. You've got, the beIN Sports saying, well, we've lost so many years worth of in people buying subscriptions and whatever else from Saudi because they've been streaming it for free. But if that gets dropped and the Saudis drop their bit against the WTO, I think we may see some light into this takeover. But until then, I think what we'll have to do is just hold tight. It's going to come out either way. We can't do anything about it. We can talk about it. We can say whatever we like. I mean, I can come on this podcast. Steve can do his. Stephen on Geordie Talk just then earlier on. He can go on his. There's the Toon review out there as well with Paul and the Four Horsemen with John as well, who has his own channel. It's John Sinclair on YouTube. So if you want to give him a watch, he's a great guy. He's a lovely lad. And you can talk to him forever, honestly. I mean, I jumped on one of his shows. We ended up doing a 3-hour show because, we were just talking. With also we had PD Proudlock also on, excuse me. No, I've not got COVID before anyone else. I smoke too much at the moment, unfortunately, so it's just boredom. As I was saying, I mean, PD Proudlock there as well. He's got his 1,000 subscriptions. So well done there, lad. And also, there's loads of them out there, but there is many of us out there. We all do the same thing. Some of us do different, and I like to keep things balanced. We can talk about Newcastle, we can talk about politics. We can do anything, at the moment. I'm not predominantly a Newcastle show, but at the same time, I'm open to any discussion that anyone would like to do. You want to come on and say boohoo sucks to you, Boris, then that's down to you. That's down to how the channel goes. It's been a problem with this takeover, but getting back to, like I just said, that's almost title. It should have been over the line. It should have been done. Some people blame when Asprilla come in. He upset the balance, and then some people said it was David Batley when he come in, and Lee Clark went out. Because Lee Clark was a part of that team. Lee Clark was there to fight for every ball. He was there because he's a Geordie lad, and he loved his club and he wanted the best for his club. But he come in, an excellent player. Was an absolute battle of a man. Oh yeah, he looked amazing in Stockton's. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, when. Ruud Hulda come in on about his sexy football, but we never saw much of that, did we? It wasn't much sexy when you had your first team put out without a Shearer and a Ferguson against your major rivals. So that didn't go quite well. We had some fantastic players, and that's the bottom end of it. And why didn't we win that league? if anyone can tell me, if I'm not even sure any players could tell you, honestly, it was just a heartbreaking moment. And that's defeat to Man U, the 1-0 with Cantona. We should have won that, but unfortunately, we had they had a player in the call of Peter Schmeichel. What a colossus he was in goal, and you couldn't take away of his prowess as a goalkeeper, because you don't win trophies and wherever else by having a bad keeper or a bad defense. That's the bottom end of it. But we had shot after shot after shot after shot after shot, and we just hammered them. And then up pops Cantona with the winner. And then you can also point to the fact, the 4-3, the 2 4-3s against Liverpool. I remember being on Sky Sports. It was shown up as, can lightning strike twice? And it did. And it was heartbreaking to see, Stan Collymore pop up and bang in the fourth. And then Keegan and McDermott slump over the boards. It was such a heartbreaking moment, yeah, and that's when we knew that our league was gone, unfortunately. And you can't say anything more. We were in one of them 4-3s against Liverpool. We were 3-1 up, and I remember a show on Sky. It was a chat in, I think it was John Beresford, David Ginola, and Steve Howie. And I think it was Steve Howie. He says, we were 3-1 up. You would have thought that, Kevin would have said, look, lads, we're 3-1 up. We're at Anfield. We're 3-1 up. And we should be shooting shot. We should be making sure we're winning this game. But that wasn't Kevin's style. That was not Kevin's style. And his style was, if you can score 1, you can score 2. If you can score 2, you can score 4. If you can score 4, so on and so forth. He wanted full-on attacking football. We had some good defenders in that time. Steve Howie, he got England call-up. You don't get an England call-up for being useless, You also have Philippe Albert. Had a fantastic time off the back of when he was playing for Belgium. He was a really good defender, and also someone who could carry the ball out. I mean, you look at Fabrizio Colaccini. I would put Colaccini in the same bracket as Philippe Albert, because they were both strong defenders, but at the same time they were able to carry the ball out very well and be able to use both feet. I can't remember with Philippe Albert, but I remember Colaccini using both feet. You also had John Bez in there. My favourite player during that era, was John Bez. He was he was good in defence. He was good on a cross. He'd bring it forward. He was just a player that I don't think got the appreciation he should have. Then you also had my guest on later, Warren Barton, on that right. And what an excellent defender he was also able to bring out the ball and put in a cross or pass it off, brilliantly to, people like Keith Gillespie. Keith Gillespie running up that wing was like a steam train. I remember that Barcelona game that we played and beat Barcelona 3-2. I mean, it's in a different era, but Keith Gillespie running down that wing, no one would have stopped him. He could have caught pigeons that day, honestly. If you want to put it into an action, he could have caught pigeons that day. He was so strong, fast, put in, on a sixpence. You put them crosses right onto the head of a sprayer. But we were blessed with players like that. We were blessed with, Sprayer, such a person that I don't even think he knew what he was going to do. He was going to and that was probably a good thing, because not even the defence knew what it was going to do. So to have players like that, and I don't think we paid a lot of money for him. I think we only paid something like 6 million, 5 or 6 million. And for players of that quality to come to Newcastle, and at that time, Kevin Keegan was, a massive pull. He could probably sell ice to Eskimos. Kevin, he was such a top-notch manager. He was a man manager as well, a brilliant man manager. I've heard from a lot of the players who goes onto NUSC Matters, and did the best he could for the club. He loved the club. He still does. Would he come back? If we keep coming back to this takeover, would he come back? Would you have him as manager again, or do you think he could play a director of football role, or do you think he'd be suited to a ambassador? Could it be someone who is still part of the club, but still a pull to players that know that Kevin is there, and they can go to Kevin at any point and say, I want to sign for Newcastle, I want to sign for you. That's what I've heard. They want to sign for Kevin Keegan, and some of the managers we've had over the years, they just don't have that. They don't have that pull. They're not making the club's case, really. David Ginola, he was a fantastic player who spent a lot of his time and didn't really understand at first what Newcastle was about. And I remember him talking on a TV show that the lads would take him out, and he hadn't an idea. They'd take him to the pub and they'd be drinking and wherever else, and he'd say, right, I'm off back to the hotel or back home to bed, and they'd be going, yeah, no, you've got to stay, David, you've got to stay. And he talked about people in the clubs and pubs coming up to him, kissing his feet and his hands, because we adore players. We adore any player who comes in and shows heart and shows any ounce of being having the club to heart, and putting in not just 100% but 200%, and being there on the training ground early till night, being there because they want to make it a better club. So yeah, if anyone wants to comment, bring it up. We are on till tonight, till 12. There may be a short cutout, because I can only stream on YouTube for 8 hours a stint. So what I'll do is, when I come to my first 8 hours, I might take half an hour out to get something to eat, something to drink, something to, just so I'm not starving myself to death on this. But like I said, I'm doing this for the food bank. Like I said earlier, I'll say it again. In my pinned tweets, there is my link on on Iceman _ in 9 Talk. In the pinned tweet, there's my link to my Just Giving page. It's for the food bank. I'm looking to raise £150 from this venture. But whatever we get at the end, we'll give. We'll give whatever we get, and it's only going to help families out there. I think it was Steve Hasty said the £5 can feed a family for a week. Now that's wow. The logistics of it all, I don't. This £5 doesn't seem a lot, does it? Not in this day and age, anyway. But the £5 is not a lot. So I think what it is, they go to places like supermarkets and wholesales, and they get discount because they are, from a food bank. They do go into the community and whatever else, and they buy up bits and pieces from these donations. And for £5, if it can feed a family for a week, wow, you know. I mean, at the moment, that's I'm at £40. Not long checked. £40 in donations already. So thank you very much to everyone who's donated and given their money, hard-earned money as well, to the cause. And I thank you very much for that. So £40. So you know that £5 each out of 40. That's going to pay for eight families to have a week's worth of food. That's amazing for me, and this, like I said, this is why I'm doing this. So again, it's in my pinned tweet. It's Iceman_9talk, and it's also in the bio in the stream. So click on the link. Give whatever you can. If you can only give £2, that's great, because we're on our way to it being. I'm looking to raise £150 for the food bank. If we get more than that, then that's brilliant, and I will thank every single one. You know, I'm sure the food bank will too. Also, I want to shout out about the food bank is the match day bucket, the virtual match day bucket, which you can find on Twitter, where you can give all your spare change, 20 pence, 50 pence, £1. I think it goes up to about £5, I think, just for loose change. We all have loose change in our pockets. I mean, I stick mine on my nightstand. It gets used, but I normally use notes on my card. Well, I tend to use my card right now because obviously we're in a pandemic. So, you know, some shops aren't happy about taking money from people, but I'll just use my card. So yeah, please donate. It's, as I said, good cause to help families out there who are struggling at the moment. So coming on to during that time, what could have been tweaked? What could have been done? You know, what who could we have brought in that time? How could we have changed things to win that league? I don't see anything really, other than, you know, a couple of games we could have shut shop. We could have said, right, like against Liverpool, I mentioned there, we could have shut up shop and won the game 3-1, or possibly won a 3-2. Let's not forget, you know, Liverpool at the time was still a fantastic team, and you know, we were still winning trophies, you know, in the cups. So, and then going on to also after Leeds, I think it was Leeds. Was it Leeds? I can't remember who we played actually. It was after the Keegan rant. The game where Keegan did his rant against, I think he was on about Leeds. Yeah, it was Leeds, wasn't it? It was 1-0. And Ferguson come out and he says, you know, well, people, you know, teams play better against Man U, and you'll go to Leeds and win because the one, you know, tries hard against you. And that's wrong. It is wrong to say things like that about another team. And I think it's like Kevin said, it was disrespectful. It was disrespectful to Newcastle. It was disrespectful to Leeds. It was disrespectful to a lot of players who were part of them games. And you know, it's not on, but it was always part of Ferguson's mind games, wasn't it? That's all we can put it down. It was always part of Ferguson's mind games. Was that the moment we lost the league? A lot of people said, you know, Keegan lost the plot. He shouldn't have done that. I mean, Keegan told the players not to say anything on the game, and they went off to the bus. And the next time they knew that Kevin had said that was probably by the time they went home. So, did we lose the league on that moment? No, some people would say yes. I'd say that Kevin was a passionate manager. He was passionate as a player, he was passionate as a manager, and he only cared about his players. And he maybe have done it to alleviate the. Okay, Stephen, no problem. Yeah, well, where was I? Sorry. Yeah, it was mind games. Keegan was just a passionate guy, passionate about his team. He wasn't going to let anyone put his players down. He wasn't going to let anyone, put down the team that we're playing, because that just takes the shine off, what you're achieving. It takes the shine off the game that you've just won. So, anyone wants to comment? Anyone else who wants to say, did we lose that league that year? What did we lose it due to? How did we lose it? It was a strange. Well, it wasn't a strange one. It was an exciting one. It was full of attacking football. It was a joy to watch. And sorry to bring him up on this show. I don't think anyone would love to have this name mentioned on anyone's show. But Richard Keys, I remember him saying once that Newcastle was as a team he always he loved to watch, because it was just so exciting. It was great to be a pundit after the game and to talk about it, because it was just a joy. And it used to be bandied about that Newcastle was everyone's second favourite team. I think at the moment, I think it'd be a team like Leicester. I think people have got a soft spot for Leicester these days, because are they exciting? They can be. Are they a good team? Of course they are. They're not where they are, just out of luck. They are a good team. They've got a good manager. But during that time, we were everyone's second favourite team. Like I said, we were exciting. We were a joy to watch. I don't think we're going to see that again at any point. Unless we get this takeover, we might see it again. We might get a better manager, a bit more of a manager with a forward thinking, some better players, some Euro 11. Am I right in thinking it can be any team or just any? No, any team. Just just to put that out. I put a tweet out. I don't know whether anyone saw it. I meant to mention it when I come on. What I want is people's favourite players, but what I want to start with is a goalkeeper, and I want it from the Premier League era, just the Premier League era. It doesn't have to be, going back to the 1950s or 40s. Just the Premier League era, and I want everyone's favourite goalkeeper of that time. So what we can do is we can get our own little 11. I'm sorry, total football. I've not licked your idea. I've just thought I might use it. So pick your goalkeepers, list them on the comments or on my Twitter page. And what we'll do is tomorrow, once we've gotten, goalkeepers, defenders, and midfielders and the like, the forwards, we'll bring it up on screen, so you can see whether you can agree with everyone that's there, and whether that team would have, won a league. I mean, you could say we were interested in buying Schmeichel some time back, and I think at one point it was looking positive that he was going to sign, but I think Alex Ferguson come in and he says, "No, I'm not going to sell you. You're our starting goalkeeper. You're our number one." So I think he was given a big contract, so he ended up staying. So maybe a keeper like Peter Schmeichel would have made a hell of a difference. I think. Nothing against Steve Harper and Shaka Hislop. I think Pav was still there at the time. And like I said, we're still blessed with good keepers, but having someone that can come out, shout, make sure his defence is in the right place, doing the right thing. He was just an all round player, really. I think. But you can say, could you've brought in Beckham, or could you have brought in Giggsy, or the players were there, and players were there to pick. But we got the pick of the bunch. I think we had a good deal with David Ginola. Keith Gillespie was part of the Andy Cole deal. Andy Cole moving to Man U on I think it was a £6 million deal, and then we got Keith Gillespie for that £1 million. So the whole deal was about £7 million. Would I have blamed him? He fell out with Kevin towards the end of his time. I'm not sure what over, but I think in the end we all knew he was off. He wasn't training right. He wasn't playing right, and moving to Man U was the final thing. And he won trophies, and he scored a lot of goals for Man U, and cut a good partnership with Dwight York. During their time together, they won the European Cup, the Champions League. The proof is in the pudding, unfortunately, and what you buy and what you bring in is only going to be better for your club. But in Kevin's way, which I liked also when he brought in players, it wasn't just their ability as footballers. It was their ability to be a person, their ability to stand down and say, yeah, I want to play for Newcastle. I want to be here. I want to give 100%, 200% every week. And I want to train 100% every week. They're the players that we need. They're the players that should be signed. You don't want someone who comes in and says, I'll sign for Newcastle, no problem. How much are you paying me? Well, we'll pay you 75,000 a week. Okay, yeah, no problem. And then throw them on the training field, and they just sit there and do nothing, or they don't train right. They don't gel right with the rest of the players, and it's only going to be it's only going to hurt the team. And I've always said you need to have heart. That's what we need at the moment. We need heart in this team. We need someone who's going to come out and give, not for the name on the back of the shirt, but the badge on the front. That's what we need. We don't want players like I don't know. It was any players that you can think of at the moment, not training right, not playing right. Probably quite a few, but it's a sad moment when you have players who just want to be there for themselves, and I wouldn't honestly be a part of want them part of my team. You can mention Kabay went on strike, but he loved it at Newcastle. He enjoyed his time there and gave his all every game, and you can't take that away from him. But in the end, he just wanted his big money moved to PSG. But could that have been fueled by he wanted to go back to France, or was it just money driven? We'll never know. Demba Ba, did he want to leave for Chelsea? Possibly. But unfortunately, it wasn't down to the club, because once they paid the release clause, that unfortunately, I think it was Sam Allardyce that leaked that Demba Ba had a release clause in his contract. And then off he went, and I think that was another one that hurt the team, because I think Demba Ba played really well for us and was strong, scored good goals, and also made goals as well. Didn't just score them; he made goals too. Cisse alongside him, I think he had a couple of good seasons, but for me, he became slow. Didn't seem to be as bothered. Was offside a lot of times as well. Didn't track back. So it was a sad time. The list can go on players that we possibly do need and possibly don't need. I think the Longstaffs need to be brought back in at the moment. It's why are they not playing? Come on, Bruce. We need to get these lads playing. We need a team with heart, like I've just said. There, we need a team with heart. We need the Longstaffs in. We need Anderson possibly. These players. They're not quite Premier League class. But what they will do when they come on, they're going to play for the shirt because they're going to be grateful to be wearing that shirt. They're going to be playing for the badge and not for what's on the back. I'm not sure of how many players I would take out who are not pulling their weight. Bless him, Joe Linton. I wouldn't have him in the team, but at the same time, when he does play, he doesn't play too badly. I mean, okay, he was brought to be a striker, a number 9, to score goals, but he's not doing that. He's kind of a lost soul, and I don't think he knows what he's supposed to be and how he's supposed to be. But he can have a good game here and there. He can show his talent that he has, that is in there. It's just about unlocking that talent and knowing where his best position is and where and how you're going to pull that out and how you're going to get the best out of him. And that's what Rafa Benitez was good at. Rafa Benitez was good at getting the best out of the players that he played. You can look at also Sam Allardyce. Sam Allardyce does well, getting the best out of players. There's many others. I mean, you look at Eddie Howe. I'd love Eddie Howe to be Newcastle manager at the moment. As Stephen said earlier on, I don't know whether you've seen it. It might be on YouTube if you want to look it up. It was Eddie Howe talking about how he beat Chelsea. Interesting watch because it was. It was a look into how these managers set out the players, how they give their instructions and how they, how to move the ball, how to, it was interesting and how they cut off attacks from Chelsea as well. So yeah, I would have someone like Eddie Howe come in. He's a young head. Young manager, fresh mind, fresh ideas. Would we have someone like a Sam Allardyce back? Can set up a team very well. Can set up a team to to be hard to break down. And unfortunately, you look at Bruce, and we just seem too easy to break down. Which is one of the things that Benitez was good at as well. He was, we were hard to break down. We played very quickly on the attack. We were doing none of this. Head it out, and then once we got the ball, we'll just run with it and see what happens. Everyone broke out, and at the moment, I think players are too scared to actually move forward. I think they're a team that's low on self-esteem, low on everything. I mean, when you manage Steve Bruce, you can't go any other way. But like I said earlier on, I think we'll survive this year. I think it'll be tight, but yeah. Looking at. I think my wife read it out. Shaka Hislop. How good was Shaka Hislop? A big man of a goalkeeper, and agility as well. His agility was good as well. So Shaka Hislop was possibly underrated by many. I think people have gone for Pav, people have gone for Sheikh Given, people have gone for Tim Krull. They're all good keepers. They are very, very, very good. But unfortunately, my pick would be, well, fortunately for me, whichever you want to say, is Shaka Hislop. He was an assured pair of hands in that goal. And when we started that run towards the title, he was our number one goalkeeper. And look at the games back, we hardly conceded a goal during that run. He had his couple of injuries, so we had Harper come in as well, and Pav. But yeah, my pick would be Shaka Hislop. Also in defence, you had Warren Barton, Philippe Albert, Jonathan Woodgate, and John Beresford. Not a surprise, probably from some, but Jonathan Woodgate, he was a proper model defender. Unfortunately, I think he broke his leg. I think he was playing for Madrid at the time, and did not the same player after, unfortunately. So, yeah, I would definitely have had him, but such a top player. Philippe Albert for me, good in defence, good in the air, brought the ball out very well, scored that fantastic goal against Man U. That sticks in my mind and my heart, that goal. And I still remember what the commentators at the time said, whoa, absolutely glorious. And it was just the best thing. And to beat them 5-0 on the day, which obviously was revenge for the Charity Shield game, we got whipped really in the Charity Shield by Man U 4-0. So that will always stick in my mind. Robert Lee scored a couple of goals against Spurs in the 7-1 against Spurs. What a game that was as well. Scorer of goals. He was a midfield general. He tracked back, came forward. He was a box-to-box midfielder. In my eyes, he was totally box to box, and the goals he scored and the quickness of his feet. I think for me, he's probably been pound for pound one of our best midfield signings ever. Really, well, in the Premier League era, he's best pound for pound player. I don't know yet whether he's realised that Middlesbrough is closer to London or not, but we don't care now, I don't think, because he did sign for Newcastle and did the business for us. He was such an amazing player, and I think he should be given a Hall of Fame in Newcastle. Maybe he has or not. I've not looked, but he should be given some accolade because he was just the best for me. Gaza. What a player! If he'd stayed off the fizzies, and if he'd stayed off the sniffies, then he would have been just the best midfielder in the world by a massive margin. He was such a talent, and unfortunately, he became wrapped up, and he also had his troubles as well as a child, and so I hope, Gaza, if you're out there, please stay safe. We all think about you. We hope that you're still well and staying away from trouble. My next pick was Peter Beardsley. Peter Beardsley was, he played twice for the club after stints away. there'd be no moving away from the fact that he was such a fantastic player. His feet, it was twinkle toes, wasn't he? I can think of a few games where he just danced through defences and stuck it in the corner, or he could shoot from long range as well. He was an all round player and an all round bloke as well. He was part of that team fully. Move on to Ferdinand, towering man. Came to us from QPR after Andy Cole had gone. Such an amazing player, and listen to interviews with him, and he's a great guy as well. Possibly could have scored more for me in his time there. I think he was only there, what was it, 3 seasons, two or three seasons. Played well, scored fantastic goals for us and important goals, but sold him too early as well. I think it was Dalglish that sold him to Spurs, wasn't it? They sold him to. Yeah, that was wrong for me, because at the time we had Shearer get knocked against Chelsea it was either Chelsea or Everton. It was in some sort of a pre-season cup, wasn't it? So when they sold Ferdinand, it was just the wrong time to do it. But unfortunately, he left. We were left with it was Paul Kitson. That was in there. He wasn't too bad. He was a good striker, but was no less Ferdinand. Andy Cole would be my next pick as well. Andy Cole scored the most goals in one season for Newcastle. That's phenomenal. I think it was 42, 43 goals. I mean, okay, at the time, the Premier League, I think, was 22, 24 teams at the time. So you get a few more goals, but even if the league was 42, 24 teams, I don't think you would still score as many goals as he did that season. Had a fantastic link up with Peter Beardsley that year. He did that, and it was, yet again, great to watch. We've always been an entertaining team, and unfortunately, we're not getting that. We're sick of this 5 at the back and boring football. I mean, okay, you look at Arsenal. They played boring football because that's what the chant was: boring Arsenal. But at the same time, they won the league off boring football. So, but Andy Cole for me, yeah, was a really good player, and unfortunately, I think he soured some people's love for him by the way he left the club. My next pick, it's got to be one and only Alan Shearer. 206 goals for the club, becoming our top goal scorer, beating many football good strikers in our team. So that would be my 11. But the manager I'd have to pick to manage that team. I would have loved to have seen Bobby Robson manage the team we had that year. We almost won the league. I think someone with a bit more about him in management than Kevin, because Kevin was a great man, great person to have as a manager, and a good person to have, to put his arm around you and say, look, son, and this and that. And also he brought us some lovely football. And it was all 100 miles an hour with him. But I think we'd have someone like Bobby managing the team we had. I think we might have just snuck that league. I don't think it would have been by a big margin, but I think that team would have snuck that league that year. But it's all ifs and buts, could have, should have, would have. What else can you say? Like I said earlier on in the stream, that league should have been tied up, but we get injuries, we get changes in personnel. Come the January, we made signings in the likes of Faustino Asprilla, so trying to fit him in as well. I think it was a part of it that we had to switch around formation just to be able to put in our best players. And that's what Kevin wanted. He wanted all our best players on that field. If we could field 22 on the field at once, he would have. He would have fielded every single good player out there. But unfortunately, he can only put out 11. And then, of course, you have subs, but you can chop and change and put others on as well. So, anyone who wants to come on for the next hour, give me a shout, and I shall get you sent links, just so we can have extra views, extra bits and bobs to throw in. If anyone wants to come on and talk about, their lockdown and what have they done during lockdown. There's a lot of people out there who've been actually quite successful during this lockdown. If you look at podcasts, Newcastle podcasts as well, there's been a lot of this pop up given, but you look at NUFC Matters. Steve did it as to keep himself sane and do this and to do that and to connect with other people. He lost livelihoods during lockdown because you can't work in the sector he is. So that became a success, and there's other ones out there like I mentioned earlier on. PD Proudlock. People are enjoying watching these podcasts because it's hearing someone else and connecting to someone else as well, and possibly someone you would either never meet or you would you possibly only pass in the street once or twice. But it's connecting a new fan base. It's connecting us all together, which this is why I started my channel. I don't want to become this big podcaster and whatever else. It really doesn't bother me. What I wanted to do is to bring in people onto my show, connect with them, talk to them, get to know them. They get to know me, and we can only connect together. Nathan made a donation, John. Great cause, well done. Thank you very much, Nathan. If you'd like to give a screenshot, I'll put your name in the raffle. I've got a shirt of your choice, be it a Newcastle, Real Madrid, Barcelona, whichever. So if you made a donation, just send me a screenshot of that. I'll put your name in a hat, and we'll draw that. Also, my wife has got an Avon box as well. That's up for raffle. So there'll be numbers drawn for that. So anyone who wants to be part of that raffle, all you have to do is the same thing. Send a screenshot. Then we will put them numbers in the hat, and you can win that for Mother's Day. So, we got some already?
That's Nathan's.
Oh, is that Nathan's? Right, okay. Right, so we'll put that in the hat. Nathan, yeah?
So they're his tickets,
right.
And I've got the ones down here that will be put
we need to put them in a...
Well, they're his numbers for when he...
Right, okay.
Just so you knew that I had done it.
Mm-hmm. You might have to put his initials. Oh. Or you just...
That's going to stay right. That's going to stay like that. They're his numbers.
Yeah.
And then the other ones will go in the hat. So if either number 71, 2, 3, 4, or 5 is pulled, that's Nathan's winning number.
So there you go, Nathan. Like I said, we'll draw that tomorrow. What we'll do is we'll draw that tomorrow, so we can get a few more donations in, a few more people to give for the food bank. Like I said, £150 to donate to the food bank is brilliant for me. I'm doing this because I want to do it. I'm doing this because I want to make a difference to someone. That's what my hope is. I want to make, you know, another family smile and see some children smile because, you know, they're able to get food. There you go, Nathan. Your ticket numbers are 71 to 75. So, like I said, that will be in the hat. I have guest coming on, which I will greet, Mr. John Sinclair. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, mate. How are you?
Yeah, it's been 3 hours, 30 minutes so far. So doing well. What I've said to people at the start of the show, I'm going to have to do them in stints. So I might have to take 10 minutes out here and there to make a new link, make a new. But then what I'll do is in 12-hour stints. So I'll do 12 hours today, 12 hours tomorrow.
You're doing a fantastic job, man. Just keep it going. You know what I mean? Just keep it.
So, John, just to ask you, what do you think of Newcastle's plight at the moment? And are we going to get out of this relegation fight, or do you think, you know, Fulham could catch us and we're going to go down?
I'll be honest with you. I think West Brom will catch up with us as well. If I'm being truthful, do you know what I mean? Because Fulham, West Brom, they're both fighting for the Premiership lives as well. I mean, they got the manager, they got the players to do it, but it's going to be very, very tough for us as well. But I'll look to the last 6 league games we've got. Newcastle's we've got. He's Lee, and basically, right, the last 6 games got left. If I stand right, you got Leicester, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City, Sheffield United, and Fulham away. How many points are we going to get out of those games? I don't think we're going to get not much, but the next 3 games is going to tell us where we're going to go. But I do not believe these players are going to get out of this. I really don't, because I've said it before, they don't want to play for Steve Bruce. What else can I say? I mean, Steve Bruce put the players under the bus, right? Look at what happened on Saturday. Matt Ritchie, right? Bruce had a go at him for not giving the players instructions, which he has. And Lily, if she's there, she'll agree with us as well, man. But listen, Steve Bruce is just, he's just digging a hole in a minute. And for me, he's not. I don't think he looks stressed. He looks a bit rattled, you know. And if you don't want to be at the club, why are you here? Why? They're not playing for these, right? And Steve Bruce, for me, is getting absolutely irritated, if the word is right. In the press conference, the way he's at in the press conference, he doesn't allow the press to answer the question. He cuts right in. He interrupts. He's rude. He's arrogant, you know. Ah, man. I can go on, man. I can go on with him.
We all could, honestly. So, looking at the last game against Wolves, it was a good performance for me, but we just need to put them chances away. To be honest with you, that's the be all and end all of it. And also the return of Dubravka. What was your take on the game?
Yeah, I mean, first half, you're totally right. I mean, first half, we should have been out of sight. Willock missed a good chance. And Amiron put through by Shelby, hit the post. He's tried to score the perfect goal and he hit the post. And Joe Linton should have won it first. I know people's going to think I'm cussing him out. I'm not cussing Joe Linton out. He should have put it on the way. I mean, that chance he had could have a corner. And I was getting people on social media come up to him and say, I'm slagging him off. I'm not. I'm being honest. Look, I want Joe Linton to do well. I want to see the lad do well. But for me, John Gibson, it's right. He ain't a striker. He ain't a player. And I just don't rate him at all. I really don't. I just don't think he's good enough for Newcastle. And look, if he's in the first team, I I'd get behind lad after 90 minutes. Before the 90 minutes, after that, if he doesn't perform, then it has to be said. But for me, people say there's a player in Jordan, but I just don't think he's that good. I really don't. But back to the game itself, the goal conceded was a soft one. Jamal Lewis, again, just cannot. If you look at it again, he gained netto about, 5 yards space for that cross? That is poor defending. And then, no, I haven't said this, by the way, but Clark and Lascelles both going for the same bar. Isaac Hayden didn't pick up Neves, and Neves got the ball first, and he just put it in the back of the net. And then that was that. But thank God for Dubravka. He made that brilliant save in the end, didn't he, from Silva? And if it hadn't been for Dubravka again, we'd have lost the game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the instructions given out, it seemed it's been said that Richie didn't pass on those instructions well, or didn't pass at all. What happens? I mean, what's been said to Richie, and then how is he then gone over there and then just not said anything? Was it just getting ready for the corner, or what's he doing?
I'm sure he passed the instructions out. I mean, a lot of people's been saying that as well, passing instructions out. I think he has passed the instructions out for me. But again, it's just wrong. It's just stops at the wrong time, I guess. I could be wrong on it. But listen, it's done now. And you got to talk to each other. The players got to talk to each other. I'll look at it, right? I mean, the team, there's just no leaders in the team. There's no targets on the team. And that's the problem. You look at the leaders. Richie's a leader. Yeah, he also kept people at the backside. Great. Jamal Lascelles done goes fine. He had a good game on Saturday, and it doesn't seem that he wants to lead from the back anymore. He really doesn't. But Dubravka is a leader. He talks his back four constantly, as you can see, and gets the players up to speed. You know what I mean? But yeah, Richie has passed it on, and yeah. What can you do? I mean, yeah. It's just ridiculous, man. It's just ridiculous. But they need to talk to each other. You know what I mean? But Steve Bruce having a go at the players. Richie, I think he had a go at Lewis as well, quite rightly so, dueling for that chance. He's put the players under the bus. And he can't do that at any time. Not in a relegation dogfight, you cannot. But we've got some games coming up. The next 3 games going to determine where they're going to be.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I said on Twitter, give it 5 games and we'll know where we're going to be. We know which way we're going, whether we're going to get out of this or we're going to suck right into it. The next 5 games, not winnable. Well, a couple of them are winnable, but at the same time, you know, as long as we can pick up the points, we need to pick up points at least to get out of this. I don't really see Fulham picking up many from their running, from their next run of games. I mean, I think they're playing Arsenal and Man City, Chelsea in the next few games, so it's going to be tough for them. So coming on to Bruce there, with him passing on information and passing on instructions, and then you got Jones doing the same thing, because what I saw on the video, it was. Bruce had said something to Richie, and then as Richie went to come on, Jones had said something to him as well. So when Richie come on, there was that little spat between Jones and Bruce. Was there anything in it for you, or do you think it was just, you know, something else was said?
When I first looked at it, I mean, there was something going on between the two, because obviously Bruce didn't want Jones in it to be in the coaching side as well. But, you know, but at the same time, I'm getting a few people now saying it's now in it. If they were like that, talking to each other like that, then we're not knowing anything. But it's just to look at Bruce's face. He does not look happy at all whatsoever, sort of thing. But for me, I'm in the middle of this one. You know, he might have said something, then at the same time, there's nothing in it. And it's a hard one, but I'll go the first one. I think Nosa's just not going on at all, because obviously Bruce done one in there, Graham Jones is passing out instructions of the first game at Everton, and then since then, we haven't heard that from Graham. We haven't. Steve must have said, look, keep your mouth shut. I'll do the attacking. You keep your mouth shut. You know what I mean? But if this carries on, Bruce is going to have to go. Because at the end of the day, we're in a relegation dogfight. The last thing we need, right, is to those two picking each other, fighting with each other. You know what I mean? But it's just so many comedies at the minute. You know what I mean? There's just something going on at Newcastle every single time. It's just one thing leads to another to another. They need to be sorted out, man, because I'm telling you, if this doesn't get sorted out, it's going to end like a car crash. But for me, if he doesn't win the West Brom game, I think he'll go. I think that's him done. It should be done because we can't get someone else in, 11, 10 games ago?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope or wish that Graham Jones had turned around to Bruce and just went, "You're getting sacked next week."
Oh yeah, baby. Hey, yes, baby. That'd be amazing, that line. Do you know what I mean? It's, or better still, carrying you over and chuck over the time bridge. That'd be better. But I know I shouldn't say that, but honestly, he's got to work, man. Thing is,
I mean, we're not threatening violence. We're just, that's the way we're feeling.
Yeah.
It's been tough for Newcastle. I mean, this has been going on for way too long. It's been going on really for about 3 or 4 years now. We've just been on this massive decline, and it's only going to end up in being another relegation. It's going to end up being stuck in the Championship. And that's something that we don't want, don't need, and especially if we're still struggling with the pandemic and whatever else. It's just going to really hurt the club. And Mike Ashley's not going to be bothered, is he? He's just not going to be bothered.
Dom, you just said there about Newcastle declining. We already got back in the Premier League, right? You look at the stats where we've been finishing the last few seasons. Was it 10th, 12th, then 13th, regularly 17th. We haven't improved in the Premier League, haven't we? We haven't improved right at all. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. But you just mentioned Ashley as well. He's in Dubai. He doesn't care. He doesn't care what happens to the club. He'd be quite happy seeing the club sink under the water because he's got no heart for the club, right? He doesn't care where we finish. He's quite happy being in the Championship. Do you know what I mean? But if he really cared about the football club, he would have sacked Bruce. He would have sacked him months ago. He should have sacked him after Liverpool. I've always said that. I said in the summer, get rid of him now, get someone else in, right? Otherwise, he's going to take us down. And at the minute, I'm ahead of the curve. Simple as that. Head of the curve, baby. But for me, I mean, he is the worst manager for Newcastle I've ever had in my generation. I'm telling you. I mean, listen, Pardew, his levels up above Bruce, do you know what I mean? And I don't particularly like Pardew, you know what I mean? But listen, Bruce, he just doesn't seem to care. And like I said in his press conference, he's just so rude, so arrogant to the press. And this is another thing I want to come on to as well about the press. I think they should hit him in hard. I think they're not allowed to ask the hard questions, the tough questions, you know what I mean? He's too comfortable. I'll ask you a question. Do you think Bruce is comfortable in the press conference? Is he having it easy by not asking Bruce the tough questions?
Yeah. I mean, like Nathan's just said there, Bruce's ego is impending Jones' ability to have a positive influence. We've had a watered-down Jaws since the Everton victory. He obviously didn't want James there in the first place. He obviously, doesn't like the guy. I really don't think, because he just looks at him with complete disdain, doesn't he? And that is a sort of situation that's going to hurt anything that we try to do.
Yeah. And the thing is as well, I mean, look, on that comment there, I mean, Graham Jones' son had a massive influence for the game. And every player came up to him and said, thank you very much. Not one of the players went up to Bruce. And when he was shouting, Bruce's face is an absolute picture. It really is, man. And now, listen, at the end of the day, Bruce would not have played 4-3-3. He would not have done that. He would not have played me in a 10 role. Never. There's no way. That is down to Graham Jones. I don't care anyone say it. Graham Jones had a major influence on that.
Yeah. Looking ahead to the next game, West Brom. What can we do? I mean, we've lost ASM, we've lost Miggy. I mean, Emil Kraft, woohoo, might be back, but do we really care about that one? Mankio on the return back as well. So, what we're going to play up front? What are we going to do about this situation with injuries? I mean, you know, he's got the Longstaff sat there as well, doing absolutely nothing.
Well, let's be real about it, Dom. I don't think Bruce will pick the Longstaffs ever again, as long as Bruce is manager. Something got on between him and the two Longstaffs. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but something's gone on. You know, people may have a bit of a bus stop between them. Do you know what I mean? That's why Bruce has been picking them. But on Sunday's game, for me, I think Joe Linton will play. I think Fiesa come in. And I think Gale will come back as well. So it's going to be Fiesa, Gale, and Joe Linton up front in a 3. But for me, I'd like to see a 4-2-3-1 who play Hayden and Shelby in the holding row and play Willock as a number 10. And it's going to be a tough game on Sunday. Very tough game on Sunday. And it's just, it's going to be like dinosaur football between the two teams. But we're playing a better football at late, I must admit. But listen, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends at nils each. I can't say many goals than that, because both teams are going to be absolutely cagey because they don't want to lose. You look at the way we play against Sheffield United. I mean, we got beat, didn't we, by a goal to nil. I think it's going to be something similar to that. But West Brom are playing better at this moment in time. They've got that lad, Mbaye, his name is up front. He looks a canny striker, him. He looks a canny striker. And they got, who's that son? Have they got? Is it not Barkley? Can't remember his name, but the one he scored. Did he score on Saturday? I'm not sure, but look, West Brom's got a good team. Got Nathan Niles as well from Arsenal as well. He looks a canny player, him. But it's going to be very, very difficult, and we have got to win that game on Sunday. But Sam will be licking his chops and thinking, you know what? We know how to beat Newcastle. Do you know what I mean? But listen, it's going to be tough. We've got to go there. We just got to keep playing the way we've been playing and give it a go. Take it to them and just don't let them get out, and that's all. But the set pieces, we've got to be careful because they're pretty good set pieces.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Sam Allardyce's tactics. He's always hard to break down. He always sets up his team, you know, well, not exactly part of the bus, but they are extremely difficult to break down and can hit you on the break as well. Where, you know, we've got Bruce. We'll park the bus as usual. We'll park the bus and hope we can pick up something, you know, on a breakout. But the only thing is, we just don't have the players possibly to make that breakout work. So are we looking at a 5 at the back, or are we going to be playing the same way as we have been the last few games?
Oh, Dom, we don't. 5 at the back is in the past, mate. I do not want to see 5 at the back ever again. We play that game, we're going to get beat because we only won 3 games in the last 22 playing 5-4-1, right? But I'm not very good at stats, by the way, but I'll get there at the end of the day. But listen, it's got to be either 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1 with Willock as a 10 role. And if Bruce changed the tactics to please West Brom, we're going to get beat. We just got to play the way we've been playing. We're playing well enough. We're just not scoring goals enough. That's the thing. And if you look at the stats, since Boxing Day, it's been absolutely horrendous.
Yeah. Who's going to be playing in front? I mean, you know, with Wilson gone as well, are we playing Andy Carroll, or are we playing Dwight Gale? He didn't look in the last game. He didn't look bothered, did he, Dwight Gale?
Nah, and do you know what it is, Dom? I've listened to John Gibson very carefully from the Chronicle, and he's absolutely spot on. His body language, well, is not very good at Newcastle. He just don't want to be here. He knows now his time is up in Newcastle. I mean, shoving him on the right-hand side, and he is just so unhappy, so uncomfortable playing there. He's a centre forward, not a right-sided striker, you know. But yeah, I think he's had enough. The one player I want to come on to as well, I mean, a lot of people haven't been saying this, Ryan Fraser, his body language ain't exactly brilliant at the moment, isn't it? Because his attitude is quite wrong. I mean, for me, if I give him a half-term report on Ryan Fraser, I'll give him a 4 out of 10 because at the minute, he's got the ability. He's the one should be ripping the balls in regularly, right? But sometimes his attitude is wrong. I mean, does he really want to be at Newcastle? Because he wanted to go for a bigger club like Spurs, Arsenal, and Liverpool, and they just didn't follow it up. But he only came to Newcastle because they were the only ones who wanted him, and I want to see big performances between now and end the season for Ryan Fraser, because at the minute he's been very disappointed, very disappointing. Behind the game, he did an assist on Saturday, but he needs to do a hell of a lot more for Newcastle. I want to see some goals. I want to see him take on players, run at them. Couple seasons again, right, at Bournemouth, he was absolutely fantastic. And I've yet to see that performance from Ryan Fraser.
Yeah. Like you said, just said there, you know, he got the assist on over the weekend. I think he can be a better player. I agree. I mean, we saw some of his play when he was at Bournemouth. Unfortunately, he left Bournemouth under a big cloud because of his attitude towards the Project Restart. But that's in the end of the day, that's his decision. If he wants to, if he doesn't want to hurt his impending transfer, then you don't want to play. I mean, it's the same as Owen back in the day. He said he didn't want to play because he didn't want to get injured, you know, because he wants his transfer. And, you know, it's something that is down to player, and it's also down to agents as well, because you have agents in their ear as well. They say, oh, well, you don't want to be playing this game because otherwise if you get injured, you're not going to get your transfer. So agents have got a lot of, you know, thing to say about that. So Fraser for me on the right, with Joe Linton on the left, with possibly Gale or Carroll up front, and then have possibly Hayden and I would say Matty. I would like to bring in Matty, you know, have a bit of, because the lad's got a bit of pace.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see Matty Longstaff in the holding role. No problems at all, because when he comes on, he gives 110%. I mean, is he world class? No. Is he top quality? Not yet. But at the end of the day, Matty Longstaff is Matty Longstaff. He gives us all. I mean, he gives 90 minutes, you know, and he has scored some goals, you know, mainly against Man United. But listen, I mean, what I don't understand is he's not been given a chance, and he could have gone to Udinese. I mean, if I was Matty Longstaff, I would have took the move because I love Italian football. I mean, he would have got the best training at Udinese, sort of thing. I mean, who would you rather play with, John Joe Shelby or Rodrigo De Paul? I tell you what I play with, it ain't Shelby. But at the end of the day, listen, I mean, he would have a lot more than De Paul. But yeah, he's still there, and I hope that he gets some game time because I really do like Matty Longstaff. And if Spruce is there, and God forbid, I hope. But if Ashton got to sack him, then Longstaff's won't be here.
Yep. And the defence for me has been a problem all season, because I don't think we've actually had a settled defence all season, to be honest with you. And it's something that needs addressing. I think we've got Fernandez on his way back. We've also got Clark back as well. What would be the best defence to play? We don't know whether we're going to be having Kraft back, or is Manquillo going to be fit for the next game? Where do we go from there?
Me personally, I drop Kraft because I just don't read him at all. I just think he's the worst right back I've seen. I mean, I'll call it Emily K or Emily Kraft because he is absolutely poor. I mean, he cannot tackle, right? He gives too much space away, right? For like Werner done to him, right? And also Rashford as well. He ain't good enough for Newcastle. I'd rather play Jake Murphy there, a right back. At least he gives it a go. And Manquillo, I don't know when he's going to come back. And you just mentioned the centre half, so it's been a problem. For me, I'll play Clark and Fernandez. I've never got rid of Lejeune. No way. Lejeune, for me, is the best defender at the club, for me. And he can play the ball out from the back. You know, he can play with Fernandez as well. And Lascelles, don't get us wrong. I mean, he's a good player, but he's not a quality player for me. Under Rafa Benitez, he's quality, but under Steve Bruce, he's kind of lost the square. But you just don't know what Lascelles is going to turn up. Where he's going to, can he give him a poor game? But for me personally, I'll play Fernandes and Clark. And at left back, I'll bring Dummett. Jamal Lewis, I do like him. I think he's going to be a canny player. But for me, under Steve Bruce, I just think he's lost his way. He looks a bit scared. And he just doesn't want to do. But I don't want to cuss him out. I'm not going to tap out on Jamal yet. I'm not going to tap out on him yet. But at the end of the day, I mean, if he's there next season, he needs to step up. But we definitely need a new manager, defo.
Yeah. We've also got Lascelles in there as well. Our captain, does he deserve that captain's armband at the moment?
Definitely not for me. I mean, I'll give it to Isaac Hayden, or I'll give it to Matt Ritchie. I mean, okay, Matt Ritchie, for me, is not the player that he was, but he's a leader and he's a talker. That'll do me. But Lascelles is not really a leader anymore. He just doesn't talk. For me, he just ain't asked. He just doesn't seem to care. That interview on Saturday after the match tells us everything I need to know. That's their name right in the camp. So, yeah, it'll be Hayden and Ritchie for me.
Yeah. And, of course, we come to goalkeepers. You've got Dubravka. We've got Darlow. Two good keepers. Darlow's done very well in my eyes. A lot of fans have said that they don't like Darlow, that they feel nervous when he's in there. But the guy's done well, and okay, he's made mistakes. What goalkeeper doesn't? But at the same time, I think he's done very well, and also kept Dubravka on the bench. But Dubravka back now. See him staying in the team now. What's your thoughts on the two?
Right, I've always said this, right? Martin Dubravka is the number one keeper out of the two. So the number one should always come in. Karl Darlow has done fantastic this season. Up until a couple of weeks ago, the mistakes have come back to his game. He's not a leader, and his punching's very poor. He just flaps at it as well. He's a canny shot-stop at him, but the bottom line is, he's no Dubravka. Dubravka is a leader in the goalkeeping, yeah? Darlow doesn't talk to his players, and I think it's important that you talk to your back four. Darlow doesn't do that. Dubravka isn't Slovakian international for a reason, and he's absolutely quality. I think that anyone see it. The guy, is he world class? He's up there, and for me, Dubravka should be number one all day long. And then I get people come out and say, "Yeah, but he should have done better with that save." Okay, I'm not being funny, but he could have done better. He could have done better. I mean, he might have been a bit late. However, with Dubravka, I love him. Top quality keeper. And I wouldn't drop him now, like, no way. I mean, Darlow, I know he's going to be unhappy being dropped. But the one that I don't agree with, someone else telling Darlow he dropped publicly. Steve Bruce should have done that privately. But the way he conducts himself is wrong. It's wrong because he's embarrassing the club now. And oh man, I mean, the club, man, it's just a joke. But like I said, Darlow will be a great number two. But if he wants to go at the end of the season, as long as he keep the Dubravka, then I'll say, okay, cool. Some of Passion's news, just keep Freddie Woodman.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. You know, you got Freddie Woodman out at loan at Swansea. When's he going to get his chance? How is he going to get his chance? Or is he going to be sold to Swansea? Because he's done so well there, and he's kept, I think, something like 12 or 13 clean sheets this year.
Yeah, someone like him on Saturday against Bristol. And he's having a cracking season with Swansea City. I mean, let him develop there. He's doing fantastic, and you know, he's gonna be a talent, that keeper, you know. And there you go. Hi, Dom and Jonathan. There we go. And yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, if he wants to go to Swansea, I wish him every success in the future. But if Darlow goes, we can't lose Woodman. We cannot lose two keepers. No way. But one of them's gonna have to go. Whoever it is.
We've also got Gillespie in there as well.
Say again?
We've also got Gillespie in there as well.
Yeah. I don't know if Gillespie is a comment that much, if you know what I mean. Don't get us wrong. I watched him play against Newport. He looks a canny keeper. He can play out from the back, which I think is great. But I think he'll probably get a loan move somewhere next season.
Yeah, good shout on that one. Take over talk. We've heard that PIF are possibly interested in buying Inter Milan if all this goes south for Newcastle. So, what's your thoughts on that one, John?
Do you know what it is? I don't think it surprises. I mean, you know how much I love Italian football, sort of thing. I think it'd be great for the Italian game, great for Inter, great for the Italian Federation as well. And I don't think all the other clubs have no problems with that at all. But it's just rumours at the minute. They were also after AC Milan about 6 months ago, and that never took off, and they didn't want to sell the club. But my understanding is, I think Inter are going to sell, right? If the money is right, and if it's the PIF, I'd just say congratulations to Inter Milan, because they are going to have some serious money. They're a massive club, Inter Milan, and much, much, much bigger than Newcastle, let me tell you. But listen, I'll blame the Premier League as well for not allowing this takeover to happen. But I wonder if Hatis, Chengu, whatever their name is going to go to Italy and tell them, don't stop this. You know what I mean? She wouldn't even know what Inter Milan is. She wouldn't never heard of the word. But we need this takeover, Dom. We need this takeover, because if we don't, then I could see our club are just going to head southwards in a minute. But back to Inter, it's just rumours in a minute. Just going to see what happens. And that's the one. I'm definitely going to keep my eyes open for that. And do you think it's going to happen?
Do I think that? Well, totally honest with you, it's come to a point where I'm just going to wait, see what happens. To honest with you, it's just a waiting game between the arbitration and also NCSL, whatever they're doing, which is the non-competitive side of things. I still think it will go through, but at the moment, I think all we want at this point is just Ashley to go. That's all we want.
That's all we need. I mean, he's the one is just hanging on to the club, and I heard stories as well that if we get relegated, then he's going to lose something like 100 million off his valuation, yeah? And then also is going to take the club off the market. What I don't understand is he wants out of the club, right? He's gambling for the club again. Why don't you just take the money? If he's that desperate to get out of the club, take the money and just get out of the club and just give our fans hope, yeah? And also, why are people going to buy a club for 200 million if we get relegated, where you can buy Derby County for what, 60 million? They're a good club. You got Wayne Rooney there as well, man. And yeah, I think Ashley's just messing about with our heads again. Ashley, it just seems like doesn't care. I was on the show last night with Holly. I did a 2-hour show with Holly last night, and I think I asked her a question as well. That it's I just don't know where to go, man. Are we gonna have an empty stadium? Are we gonna have an empty stadium in Newcastle? And I don't think it's gonna happen, because if you go to Italy, Milan, Lazio, Hellas Verona, they had empty stadiums, right? Because the fans just have tough the way it's being run. And then when the fans got their way, they listened. Ashley won't listen. This owner will not listen to anyone. He hasn't done it for 14 years. He doesn't care. And the worrying thing is, I mean, we just want our club back. We just want to have hope. We just want to have the dreams and ambitions and fun. Just give us a hope. And Ash ain't going to do that, because he's trying to destroy our club. He's trying to destroy the club, upset the fans even more, keep Steve Bruce, and we're going nowhere and the club. Like I said earlier, we finished 10th, 12th, 13th, and could get relegated.
Yeah, and that's as we've seen outside St James's. We'll find it on here.
Yeah.
The banner just says it all, doesn't it? From Four Flags, it's stop gambling with our club, and He's going to lose a lot. He's going to lose a lot of money, isn't he?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when is the cut-off point? When is the cut-off point? When's we're going to say enough's enough? Do you think our fans should make a stand and just don't turn up to games? I mean, that's up to you. You want to go to games, that's up to you. Then I'm not going to tell you don't go to games. That's up to you. But it's going to come to a point when fans are just going to turn their backs on. They already lost, 10,000 season ticket holders in a minute. More's going to come. And it's just getting so desperate. And I want to ask you the question, so well done. Do you think Ashley's lost younger generations of fans? Because I tell you something, if you get younger fans coming in, they don't want to support Newcastle United. They want to support a successful football club. They do not want to support an Ashley's United. They don't.
Well, unfortunately for me, that's all the younger generation knows from our club, isn't it? It's Ashley's tenure. I think he's lost both sides now. I think he needs to sell up, get out, go. I don't think, with PIF, it's taken a long time now. At which point does he give up? At which point do they give up? At which point, they come out and say, "Look, we've tried and we've tried and we've tried and we've tried, and this is it now." But what he needs to do is to make sure there's still people in the background that are willing to jump straight in and take his money. No matter where they are in the league.
Totally agree. I mean, the fact is that if it's going to be someone else, like American sort of thing, which personally I would don't, because you know what they're like. Look at what happened to Burnley. They're in debt straight away. They bought the club, and then now they're in 80 million in debt, and the Premier League aren't doing that about it. What I don't understand is why they're selecting Burnley's and not ours. Is it because we don't want to be a big hitter? It's because they don't want us to upset in the top six. Because it sounds like it. Because the Premier League, I swear, they do not like Newcastle. They do not like Newcastle because they're quite comfortable having their own 6 teams at the minute, and they don't want no one else upsetting them. And this is just horrific. I mean, we as fans, we just want hope. We want to have fun. We want to dream. And unfortunately, this just not happening. Premier League, the best league in the world. You're joking, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. And unfortunately, you look at the Premier League recently, the last thing I heard from them was they were on about changing the top 4 to a top 6 for the Champions League.
Wow. It's just more money again. I mean, all it is to just conscious looking after the top 6. It's all about money at this moment in time. And the other 14 clubs, right? They just don't give a monkeys about the 14 clubs, right? It should be about even levels sort of thing, yeah? Not into 2 groups. No, don't let it happen. Have it how it is. Just have it on as it is. Don't change it to accommodate them. Yeah? If that is the case, we will not be bothered to play in the Premier League. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be a breakaway. Then, for me, that's done. Sorry, but how are you, man? It's a blooming joke. I mean, and just getting a bit of a laugh. It's all about the money at the end of the day. Looking after the top 6. I ain't having that.
It's becoming a problem on the side of, in fact, you can say it another way. You can say it as, if Newcastle get this takeover, they're not going to want they don't want to upset the top 4 as they are. So if they then change the Champions League setup or get that approved, that means you're not going to upset them teams, are you?
Exactly. And that's how the Premier League want it as well. It's all about the big teams, about the 3 London clubs. 3 London clubs, Liverpool, Man U, and the Manchester clubs as well. And wow, it's just absolutely amazing, man. I mean, it's just all about rich getting richer all the time. That's why I'll go to Italian league games, right? And I tell you something, right? I mean, they love the football, they love the passion, right? And they're still saying that the Premier League's the world's best league. If it's the world's best league, it's just for the money. But me, Italian league's the best league for me. I know people's got to laugh at us because I've been there. I mean, if you go to the Milan derbies, if you go to the Rome derbies, it's absolutely electric. Genoa derbies, electric, absolutely electric. But it's all about the money in the Premier League. And oh my God, I don't know what to say, man. But I wouldn't call it a Premier League. I'll call it the Money League.
Yeah,
that's it, Money League.
The funny thing is, I mean, if they do change the 6, is that not going to take the shine away from the actual competition of the Champions League? Because you're going to have a top 6 English league in the Champions League, and that's what's all that? I mean, is that going to take away? I mean, you've not been champions. If you finish 6th, you're nowhere near being champions of that league. So that's just going to take away the speciality of that competition.
Yeah, I gotta agree with it. I mean, I tell you what, having the top 4 like it was, but taking the top 6 is just absolutely ludicrous. I mean, come on, it's just too many changes as well, man. You know what I mean? It's just all about the money, and you might think, okay, cool, it gives the other chance, like Everton, Spurs, getting into the Premier League. They're gonna think it's a chance of them, but for me, it's just gonna get. I just think they just keep to the top 4. There's just too many changes, and it just means the little clubs just go further away. And no, just have it as it is. Don't change it up.
Yeah.
And it's so, I don't know what to say. It's so sad, man.
Yeah, like Nathan Thomas has just said it. Even the Pardew years were exciting times. Now there's nothing. Yeah, you're completely right there, Nathan. We're just in that horrible spiraling time of the club's life where there's no hope, there's no excitement, there's nothing, and the fans feel it. And at times, I mean, last season or season before, he had to give away 10,000 tickets.
That's unheard of, though. Giving away 10,000 tickets for a big club like Newcastle, that's absolutely unheard of. This never happened under Sir Bobby's days, or Rafa's days, or Keegan's days. Never. So, for me, it's got to be a reason why they're giving away 10,000 free season tickets. I can only think of, actually don't want to see empty seats at the stadium, right? I can see more people going to drop out. I can see another 10,000 people is going to drop out as well. And if that happens, then it'd be so embarrassing. It'd be so embarrassing for the football club. I mean, what we just need a proper manager coming in. He knows exactly what they're doing, right? Like a Eddie Howe type, but I don't think he'll come. Thomas Frank, maybe some Brentford, I'd take him. You know, someone who's young and hungry is going to do a good job and get us to play cracking football. But I've said many a time, if he's a young manager like an Arteta or Steven Gerrard or Thomas Frank or anything like that, don't come to Newcastle. Don't, because your career will be ruined before you even get started. Do you know what I mean? That's why Ashley will not appoint young managers. They won't. They appoint yes men, dinosaurs like a Pulis, a Who's to an extent. Yeah, now we've already got one ready in Boost. It is absolutely ludicrous at the club. We should be a special club. Mike Ashley is turning our club into Sports Direct. Tacky, horrible, a joke.
I love that. He's turned it into Sports Direct. It's great, isn't it? Sports Direct FC.
Eh?
Sports Direct FC.
Totally agree, mate. Sports Direct FC. That's all it is. It's a tacky shop. You know what I mean? And that's what he's trying to do. He's changed the stadium name back in 2011, 2012, Sports Direct Arena. And that, oh man, really changed that name. My God. It wound us up. It wound us up. Yeah. I mean, could you imagine if you live in America and you live in New Zealand, Australia, and you come up to a Newcastle fan and ask him, could you tell us where the Sports Direct Arena is? You get slapped in the face.
Yes, yeah.
And they say, no, we don't call it that. It's the St. James's Park, yeah. And I'll do a watch along as well with Paul. I don't know if you watched him, you watch along. I keep saying to people, right, if you live in Australia, America, or New Zealand, and the game's at 12 o'clock kickoff, I tell them to go to bed because this game's going to be absolutely rubbish. It's going to be poor. I tell them now, go to bed or go to the beach. You have a better time doing that They're watching this crap we be watching. I say that to them. I said, don't stress. We do the rowing.
So next game, what would be your? What do you think the scoreline's going to be?
I said 0-0 to 2 hours. I'll go stick at 0-0.
No. I think we might nick it 1-0. I think we might nick it
You're right, my guy. I hope you're right. And I think I 1-0.
Yeah, I'll be positive. Well, thanks for coming on, John. It's always a pleasure having you on. We'll get you on a little later if you're up to it.
Yeah, sure, no problem, man.
Yep.
Okie
dokie. Cheers.
Soon. Ta-ra. Yay! Yay! Yay, baby! Ta-ra.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, buddy.
Sorry? I couldn't hear you. What? Where are you? Sorry, I'll be back in 2 seconds, viewers. Hello. Sorry about that, viewers. I'll have to take a quick break. Yeah, so yet again, I'm going to say in the comments section, there's my link to the for the crowd giving or fund giving page for the food bank. Trying to raise £150. Think I've made. I'll have to have a look. I meant to have a look a minute ago. There's been another couple. Let's see where we are at the moment. We are at. We are at £60. So thank you to everyone who's donated so far. So only £90 to go, which is brilliant, and thanks very much to everyone who's donated. So like I said, it's in the link. It's also on my Twitter page at Iceman_9talk. It's also on my pinned tweet. So if anyone would like to give to my cause, I will be here all night. As you see across the bottom, I will be on at 6 p.m. with Warren Barton. Great bloke. Anyone who wants to jump in there, give you comments, give you your questions. They're all there. I've had a couple of questions on Twitter to ask. I think my wife's had a couple. So, yeah, just to say that. Also, I will be doing at the raffle. We need names for the raffle for the Mother's Day basket, which is every time you give to my to the food bank through my Just Giving page, and also you will be in the hat for a shirt of your choice. So yeah, it's any small donation, whatever. If you give a fiver, give a fiver. It's enough to feed a family for a week. So please give on that link. Thank you. Next, we shall go on to any nostalgia anyone has. Going to the ground, going to watch Newcastle United play at St James's Park. I've been a few times, not as much as I'd like to. I live in Derby, so I can only go to watch a match when I get the chance, and of course at the moment we can't. But once we're back, swinging again, full St James's Park rocking. We can all have a drink together. We can all celebrate together. I don't think should be all about the team. It should be fans getting back together, having pre-match drinks, going out for a meal before a match, going out for a meal after a match, whatever. Give a comment. What's your special thoughts? Is it your first time going to a game with your father or any parent? Is it going with a loved one, wives, girlfriends? Is it going to a match with your granddad? It's them special moments that we all need to remember about and think of days that we loved our club. We enjoyed going to the match every week. For me, I went with a friend. His father. My dad wasn't really into football, so never really went with him. My mother she wasn't into football either, so that was the only time I got to go. So I think it was Wimbledon. It was my first game, and it was so special. I mean, it's like Bobby Robson says. It's not about it's not about going there to watch a match. It's about the feeling of going to a match. It's about as he says in his quote, it's about walking up like them stairs for the first time and holding, you know, the person you're going with hand and looking down at the hallowed turf and instantly falling in love. That's that's embodies, you know, what the club is and what how we feel about that club. And you know, people like Mike Ashley don't get this. People like Mike Ashley, you know, are not, you know, emotionally attached to a club. I mean, okay, you can also say, you know, he's a businessman. Do we really need someone who's going to come in and just frivolously spend on crap? Really, you know, someone who's too invested and too emotionally covered. You know, you still have to make the right decisions, and he's done neither, has he? He's changed, like John just said there. Thanks for coming on, John. As John just said there, he changed the name of the stadium. Why? Why change it? I think, from my understanding, he wanted to try, you know, grab some extra investment into the club by, you know, saying that, well, you can change the name of the ground. It's easy to do. You know, Wonga bought the rights, didn't they? And thank God we didn't end up being the Wonga Arena or the Wonga Stadium or the Wonga Pantheon or whatever they want to call it. You know, they said no, they want to return it back to the fans. They want to return it back to St James's Park because that's, you know, what it is known as. I mean, when you walk around Newcastle City Centre and you look at the signposts, not one of them would say "Welcome to" or "You head this way for the, you know, the Sports Direct Arena." It's wrong, and the council went against them and said no, we're not going to change the signs because it's St James's Park and it always will be St James's Park, as far as we're concerned. And so that's great. You know, he obviously doesn't have a working relationship with the council, Newcastle Council, at all, because otherwise they probably would have changed the name. But it was always a tough one. He's made so many mistakes. I mean, bringing in Dennis Wise when Keegan come back as a director of football, which soured Keegan's feelings and what was happening within the club. He was promised that if he sold James Milner, then they'd bring in Bastian Schweinsteiger. They sold James Milner and didn't get Schweinsteiger in. You know, that's the way this regime works. And unfortunately, it's hurting the club. You know, it's all these lies, deceit, broken promises. The guy says he's got wallpaper as money, but then he still manages to buy up these ailing companies, don't you? You know, you look at all, you know, the other companies he's bought into, or maybe made shares in, but he's still able to come up with the money. Why has he not come up with the money for Newcastle? Why is he hurting the club this way? I mean, okay, he has spent, but has he spent his money or the club's money? If he's only using club's money, which is fair enough, the club should generate enough money to buy up these good players and to be able to thrive. You know, a full St James's Park, people buying beer and burgers and hot dogs and buying merchandise, shirts, but hardly any of that goes into the club. It all goes to him, and that's why the club is not thriving. He's just pulling every ounce of money out he can. Look at the Strawberry Place deal. He bought it for, I think, something like 6 million, and then sold it to, I think it's a relation of his, for 9 million. You know, to put up, but that land was earmarked for, you know, if we needed to extend St James's Park. But he stopped that now, hasn't he? He's taken that away. He's taken something else away from the club that rightly really belongs to the club. It doesn't belong to him, and it didn't belong to him. It belonged to the club, and that's why he paid the club all this money which really, if you in the grand scheme of things, 6 million for the land, and then he sold it for 8 or 9. He's only made himself money on that. That money's not come back to the club, has it? No, because he bought it. He bought the land, so it then became his property. He's just ripping every ounce of hope. He's ripping every ounce of excitement. He's ripping every fan's heart. That's what it comes down to. That's my thought. He's ripping our heart out. And how much heart has this fan base got right now? How much heart have we got left? We're just sick and tired of everything that's going on at the minute. You know, you look at appointments like Joe Kinnear. Wow, why? He did nothing for the club. All he ever did was get players' names wrong. You know, Johan Kebab, Charles Insomnia. The guy was a joke, and he thought he was better than what he was. But he got a free ride. He got a good job out of it as well, and probably was very well paid for it as well. But these are the appointments that we cringe over as well. And we have had Pardew, as much as, you know, when he came in, we weren't too sure about him. We thought, oh, here we go, you know, another yes man. Possibly was, but like as Nathan said earlier on, just let me bring that back up, Nathan. You know, even the Pardew years were exciting at times. They were, you know, we had European nights under Pardew. You know, we finished at 5th place, and well done to him. And he had the team firing and looking good. But then it all just went sour after we made that European place. You know, having to balance, you know, two squads. We got quite far in the European Championship and in the Euro League, and I think we suffered during that season as well in the league because of it. Because Mike Ashley just didn't invest. I think the only player we bought that year, or the year after we qualified, was what's his name? Vernon Anita. He was an okay player. I had no qualms about Vernon Anita. Did well. At first, he looked a bit shaky. Didn't know what he was supposed to be doing. What he was supposed to be. What position he was supposed to be playing. But then he moved to the right back. Right. How are you, mate? Get you on a little later. Yeah, when he got moved to right back, he did well. He also did well in our championship season as well. You know, we brought in players like Gouffron who struggled, but still, you know, did a job, still worked hard. We brought in Kabai, we brought in Sissoko, we brought in Debussy as well during that time. Good players, and unfortunately they all left under a cloud as well. Sissoko was always looking to leave, and Kabai, as I mentioned earlier, Kabai wanted to leave for PSG. You know, I said good luck to him. You know, he was a good player, but you know, going on strike during that time, it just didn't help us. Debussy was another one who thought the grass was greener. Went to Arsenal, played a few games, did okay, but soon got forgetting about, and which was sad because these are the players that we had that actually played for us. I always enjoyed watching them play. I can't think of many other French players that we signed during that time. Ben Arfa. Ben Arfa was a good player. We also had what's your thoughts? On Twitter, they're on about forgotten players. Yeah. What's your thoughts? Forgotten players. Yeah, forgotten players. You know, we've probably mentioned a few there. Forgotten players. Aaron Hughes. There's a player that doesn't get remembered. How about was it O'Brien? Was it Liam O'Brien? Yeah, sure it was O'Brien. You know, they were all good players. Another forgotten player, but thank God, was Titus Bramble. You know, he was brought in from Ipswich, the same as Kieran Dyer, who brought through some really good players over the time. They brought in some good youth. A bit like Crewe as well. They had quite a good youth system as well. And I think if Crewe had kept some of these players that they brought through, they might have been doing better in the leagues and also possibly be in the championship. But you know, club's a club. You know, if you get a good offer from another team, and these small clubs that they thrive on you know, bringing through players and selling them on, you know, for a good price. That's maybe what Mike Ashley's thoughts were. I remember him saying, you know, if you could bring in teams and teams and teams of Andy Carroll's, he'd be happy because he was a young player, come through the ranks, and then sold him for, was it 30 million, 35 million? He made his money on him. But at the moment, we're just not bringing through youth, and it's either hurting him or it's possibly hurting the club as well. You know, you can only spend what you make, and unfortunately, you know, the same as with St James's Park, he's got all that boredom covered with Sports Direct, and how much has he paid for that? How many times has he paid for the advertising on that boarding, and also the big Sports Direct sign that's on the roof of the Gallagher? He's not hardly paid a penny. I think he's paid something like 2 million in the last couple of years, or maybe 3 million, but that's about it. And he could have used that to his advantage and getting in, you know, the likes of Nike, you know, to put up a board and pay, you know, quite a good price. And there'd be a load of others, you know, when Sir John Hall was in charge, look at the board and he won board the same. You know, he sold advertising rights, you know, from around the ground, and he made money from it. So how can he be making money for his own? That's exactly it, isn't it? He's earning money from his own advertising. So he's not advertising Newcastle. He's not having advertising the club. He's not advertising the rights. What he's doing is advertising his tat shop. That's the be all end all, and a lot of people have said on all these channels. A lot of people have said that is the be all and end all. We're just Sports Direct FC, and it's hurting a lot of fans. You know, it is really hurting a lot of fans now, and we're just sick of it. So, Mike, I hope you're probably not watching this, and if you are, I'm going to come out to you out, you know, forthright, mate. You could have done a lot more within this club. You could have actually been earning yourself a lot more as well. So you've either had the wrong idea about owning a club, or you've had the wrong advice from the people around you. You honestly have, and you either need to get this takeover done. I know he's got, or you've got, or if you are watching, like I said, I very much doubt it. You know, why would he pay any attention to me? But he needs to get this takeover done. He needs to get the QCs on the case, full stop. I know Nick DeMarco's been at the recent Arsenal game for talks with Mike Ashley and possibly his aide Justin Barnes and Lee Chalmley to go through, you know, what we can do, how we can do it, what's the best way forward. And we've also got this Fatima Shahid, I think that's a name, who's a QC for foreign rights and working out how to get over these hurdles that has been thrown at us. So that can only help. And also you've got NCSL doing their thing as well in the background. We don't hear a lot from them these days because they have had their backwards and forwards with people on Twitter. They've been given some bad tweets towards them. All he is just a guy trying to do his best for his club. We should be all really doing the same thing, but not all of us have enough money to do things like that. But I'm sure we would if we did, and we'd at least try to do something for our club. What can we do from here? We've had protests outside the Sports Direct shops. We've had protests outside St James's. We've had flags put up after Rafa left. People weren't happy, so we're flying Rafa flags everywhere. We've also had, unfortunately, Toon flags, which that's Gallagher Rider. Wow, kudos to you guys, and what a rider that was. But no longer there, and it's breaking hearts. And like I just said, Toon flags just don't want anything to do with this club. We need to get back to a time when we're all working together as fans. We need to not hurt the club. We still can support our club, but still hurt Ashley as well, and still say, look, Mike, you've got to go. And I'm sure he knows that. I hope he knows that. He should do. I think he's been told many times, and he's put the club up for sale twice, I think now, maybe 3 times. It's effectively been taken off the table for now while all this goes on with the takeover and possible looking at the relegation part of it all as well. What would be your thoughts, fellas, girls, guys, fans around the world, in Newcastle, in London, wherever you are? What's your thoughts on this club right now? It's just the shell of a club that we knew. Well, I knew. Unfortunately, a lot of the young fans, like we said earlier on, that's all they've known. They've only known Mike Ashley's ownership, which that's the hard thing to take as well. That they've grown up. But hopefully, we're going to have brighter things on the horizon. Hopefully, we can stay up, get this takeover done. If this takeover can't be done, then there's nothing stopping Mike from seeking out someone else. He wants out, I think. He definitely wants to be out. He wants to be out of the way. He wants to be. He does not want to be part of Newcastle anymore at all. He's already shown that. He's been sunning himself in America. He's been here, there, and everywhere in his planes and helicopters. He's just not bothered anymore. All the only word or the only thing that Mike Ashley knows is cash and money, and that's the way it will always be. He's not this type of person that he wants to speculate to accumulate. You've got to do this in football. Look at the likes of Man U, Liverpool, Chelsea, Man City. All good, wealthy owners. They don't always want to be putting in their own money, but sometimes you have to, and to make the squad better to get there in the end, to get that title, to get that cup, or it's they can only earn so much from the league. You do have to have some nous in business. Like I said, with the boarding around the ground, there could be a lot more that's being paid more regularly, more often. You could also have you could also buy players, big, not massive name players. I mean, players like Madison or Marnie, and you can bring in players for 60, 70 million, but we're not asking him to pay that every year. A process is a process. I mean, I'm quoting from Steve Bruce's book here. It's a process. We'll get there, but that process needs to be a lot quicker. And what we need to do is invest some class, not just like we did under Pardew and some other managers. Buying 5 or 6 players, all for about 10 million or 5 million. They're not going to be class players, are they? We may have gotten lucky on a couple of them. We may have made some money on them as well. But at the same time, we've had flops and we've wasted money. Wasted money on the likes of I think, players like Gouffron. And to a certain extent, players like Emil Kraft. I really don't think he's even worth what was it, 5 million we paid for him. And he's also on some big money as well. I'm led to believe something like 85,000 a week. Why are we playing that guy? To play football is beyond me. Jacob Murphy. I think we all thought at the start Jacob Murphy was a player that, he's found his level in the championship, possibly. But he's come on a few times, and I think he's surprised a few people when given that chance. And he's come on, and he has looked quite tasty at times as a player. He dances around and makes chances for him, well, mainly for himself half the time given, but he makes chances, and he works hard as well, which is what we need. What I've said we've always needed is someone with that bit of push, bit of drive. I can't say any much more to Mike. You've got to build that class now. We've got players. We've got players coming out of our ears, that can come on at any point and do a job. But what we've not got is that bit of extra class, bit of nous on a football field. You can buy in someone like Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne would change our team completely, because he would be someone to bring the ball forward, a bit of class on the ball. I mean, you could even see, someone like Gareth Bale. I think Gareth Bale would do well for us at the moment. Strikers, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Bring in players like that, just maybe one a season, or maybe one every 2. We've got the players to play football and to possibly do okay in the league. But what we don't have is just someone who's calm, collect, works hard, and also puts in a shift, and to put a little extra class into that team. And you look there, we've got St. Max. Brilliant plays. He's that bit of class. But what we need to do is build a team around him as well, and we're just not doing it. Mike's not bothered. I mean, we signed Willock on a loan. He's come in, done okay, but he scored on his debut, looked tasty. But people like Bruce are just going to dower them players down. He's going to hold them back and stick a big shackle around their ankles, because he doesn't want them running around, putting a bit of class on the team, because that's not the way he wants to play. He wants to play a tight game where we're hard to break down, and where we can possibly nick a game, luckily. You can't rely on that. And it really boils my piss every time he's come out, and he's come out with a 5 at the back, and he's even against teams like West Brom and like these teams, Fulham. You know, Brentford. Why did they play 5 at the back, Brentford? I really don't know. I really don't know. That should be a game. Should be going out there. You are a Premier League club. But why are you scared of Brentford? Why? That should have been us into the semi-final of the cup. It really should have. It should have been us in the semi-final of the cup. If we're going out in the semi-final, if we played a Spurs or a Man U or a Man City, then fine. You know, we would have taken that. Semi-final is something to be proud of, you know, and it's something to build on as well. We need something to build on. Being 17th and out the cup on, you know, in the third, fourth round, you've got nothing to build on, have you? You're just going to go, well, 17th, here we come. And it really does. Come on, we're Newcastle United, and a lot of people would probably come up and say, what are you on about? What are you saying? You know, we're not a big club, you know, we're a small club, which I think a lot of fans do around the country. We're a small club in the northeast. Why we're being the way we're being? I tell you why. Because we are Newcastle United. We're an old club. We've got, you know, a fantastic stadium. You know, we've had good players. We've challenged for leagues. We've challenged for cups. But unfortunately, it's not us now. So the only change has been Mike Ashley. One of the changes has been, you know, bringing in Keegan and then undermining him by, you know, bringing in the troll, as it were. You know, Joe Kinnear. The list goes on. You could list to the end of the day, end of the night, what is wrong with our club right now. And we could probably sit here for 24 hours talking about it, because we could all say something different and something the same. We can all agree, we can all disagree, but what we can say is we're not happy with our club right now. And it's playing on a lot of people's mental health just from our club, because we are sick and tired. We are a disjointed and disbanded fan base, because we are so distraught about our club, and we take it out on other fans just because we are frustrated. And I get that. I get that in a way. You know, everyone deserves their opinion. But like I said, we could all talk and talk and talk about, you know, what is wrong with our club. You know, you can go from bottom to top, or top to bottom, which way you want to do it. There's players there that look like are lacking any feel of the club, lacking any drive. There's players out there just picking up the paychecks, stealing a living, which is bandied about quite a lot. Stealing a living. There's a few players that are stealing a living at our club. There's people on the staff that are stealing a living from our club. And then you look at, you know, Steve Bruce. Is he stealing a living? Of course he is. He's at a big club. He's probably not being paid as much as other managers that are in the league, but if he did anything good, then he would get, you know, a good contract. He would get something, you know, something a bit more in money terms, and a longer contract. But he doesn't deserve one at all. Doesn't deserve it. And Alex Bruce to come out and say, you know, oh, my dad gets this and my dad gets that. Wow, you know, you're saying you're getting death threats, and then you've got Bruce saying he gets fan mail. Which one is it? Is it hate mail? Is it not hate mail? That's what you're getting. Is it not hate mail? Now, the death threats on the side of things, I know we've already mentioned this, and I do get quite angry over this. That death threats, please. Why? You can voice your opinion to Steve. You can send him a letter and say, look, Steve, we don't think you should be part of our club anymore. Please have an ounce of dignity and leave. Well, or please put your hands up and actually blame your own feelings. Because he doesn't. He doesn't even blame his own feelings. He blames his players. He throws his players under the bus. I think Mrs. Number 9 or Lily said it earlier on. See what I find. I can't find it. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's been a problem. We've been a problem for so long. I mean, we've had 14 cases for this guy. We're sick to the back teeth of Ashley. We're sick to the back teeth of under just bad managers, really bad managers, and bad appointments for the role. I'm sure they could have had younger managers come in with fresh ideas. People like Eddie Howe. Could we not have gone after Eddie Howe? Could we not have gone off to? I think that Ainsworth is at. I can't think of the team he manages, but he's done quite well. There's so many young managers. I mean, okay, I think we went after Arteta. Would Arteta have done any better? Maybe with a few fresh ideas. But yeah, no one does want this job, unfortunately. Like here, it's Lily. No one wants the job. Don't they? Do they? Could there be managers out there? I mean, you mentioned Diddley Dong earlier on. I think he's out of work at the moment. Look what he did with Leicester. And Leicester were full of players that nobody wanted really, or players on a free transfer. But he got them firing. He got them moving forward. I mean, some of the work, the groundwork was done by Nigel Pearson. Now there's a manager that we could have brought in. He could have done a great job with the players and got them a bit more defensively sound and a bit better moving forward. I think. I mean, he did well with Watford, and I think he was hard done by Thomas. I don't think he should have been sacked by Watford. But yeah, like I said there, he did well. He did well getting Leicester to where he got them to. And like I said, this was a team that had Danny Simpson in. This is a team that had I can't remember his name, the black guy that's in defence. The captain. They weren't all brilliant players, but he got them moving, and that's all you need. That's what you want from your team. Looking at like I said with Pearson could have been a man for the job as well. There was Thomas Tuchel as well, who went to Chelsea. He came out and said, he could have come to Newcastle. I think it was 2015. I think he said. Good manager. We could have gone forward with him. You look. Could Frank Lampard be an afterthought as well? Did well with Chelsea. Was I think wrongly dropped. Okay, every manager could do better. But look, when he was sacked, they were fifth. We want that. We want to be fifth. Frank, come to us. Take us up to fifth, please. Everyone, I love you. Stevie Gerrard done brilliantly at Rangers. Would he check your comments? Scotty Parker. That's a good shout. Could Scotty Parker have done better with us? Possibly. Gonna bring in my next guest, Holly. How are you, Holly?
Hi, Dom. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Just been going through, managers. If Bruce were to be sacked, would James get it to the end of the season, or do you think they go after someone like Frank Lampard or other managers that are possibly out of work at the moment as well?
Personally, I would give it to Graham Jones till the end of the season, because I think at this point it would be very hard to bring someone in that was decent, and especially with the mess that we're in at the moment, I think it would be hard to attract anyone. And if we could get someone in, it probably wouldn't be anyone better than Bruce. So we may as well just get Jones until the end of the season, as a temporary manager, and then bring in someone in the summer, and hopefully we're in a better position then and we can attract a better type of manager.
Yeah. Looking at Wolves game, what was your thoughts on the Wolves game?
Well, before the game, I said I'd be more than happy with a point, because I just wanted any type of points on the board just to help us stay out of our relegation problems. But once we were into the game, I thought there's no reason why we couldn't have went on to take all 3 points, because we played really well. But obviously then when Almiron and St Maximin got that injury, that was a massive blow to us, so it made it a lot harder. And I actually said the other day on a stream that because at the time when I said it, I didn't know obviously the results of the scans from St Maximin and Almiron, and I said if they're out for quite a while, then I think that's the final nail in the coffin and we're down, and have got about 6 weeks, I think. So I'm very, very concerned now.
Yeah. Looking at the equaliser as well, could Dubravka have done better? And was it just a complete mix? Well, it was a complete mix-up in defence, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dubravka got loads of criticism after that equalising goal from the fan base on Twitter and also from Bruce, which I thought was undeserved. Yes, he was kind of at fault and he should have done better, but at the end of the day, it was the defence initially that made the mistake, so they should have sorted it out before it even got to that point. And then Dubravka's been out of the squad with an injury for a long time. It was his first proper game back. Obviously, I know he played against Arsenal in the FA Cup, but even that was a while ago now. And he did try, he got a glove on it and he was close to saving it. He let it in, but at the end of the day, if Darlow was playing, he would have made a mistake too. And if it wasn't for Dubravka, we would have lost that game, because he did make some excellent saves as well. So I think people are just being a bit harsh on him.
Jamal Lascelles with the opener. We all know he's got that in his locker. He's done that before in other games. Wearing the captain's armband, and does he deserve that captain's armband, or should it be given to someone else? He was a bit more vocal against Wolves as well.
I don't think he deserves the armband. I've criticised him all throughout the season, both as a captain and as a defender, because I just don't think he's been nowhere near up to scratch. I think under Rafa Benitez, I never was a particularly massive fan of him. I never thought he was great, but I think he was solid. He did a decent job. But since Bruce has came to the club, I just think he's been a lot more poor. And unfortunately, he's just not stepping up to the mark anymore. And yes, he had that good game and he did excellent with the goal. But unless he keeps performing like that, then fair enough. But if he goes back to playing not as good as he has done for the whole season, then I would have to give it to someone else personally.
Yeah. Who would you prefer to be given to? I mean, people have said Matt Ritchie. Some have said, people like Fernandez as well. That's their thing. I would like to give it to Dubravka, because he is vocal. Every time I've seen him, he's been shouting, screaming, and moving people around. Who would you give it to?
Well, previously I had said Dubravka, because I know that people don't really like seeing a goalkeeper as a captain, but I think Dubravka has got a really good presence and voice on the pitch. But I think after this season, I'll probably give it to Isaac Hayden. I think he really deserves it. He's been outstanding for me this season, and he's been one of the only players that are, communicating with the rest of the squad and highlighting his concerns. And I think that it should go to Hayden. But even Fabian Schär, obviously I know he's injured at the moment, but he even deserves a shout, because I don't know if you can remember, a few weeks ago, he did that interview where he completely called out all of the players, just saying they haven't been good enough and that they need to take responsibility for it. And I got a lot of respect for him out of that interview.
Looking at our injuries at the moment, St Max possibly out for 4 to 6 weeks. We've got Miggy. We're unsure about them. We've hardly heard much from Miggy. They're still saying about 4 weeks. And also we had Kraft go off as well. And who's going to play at that right back at the moment? Is Manquillo going to be fit for it, or is Kraft going to be okay for it? We don't know.
Well, I wouldn't like to see Kraft in that role regardless, even if he was fit. And I don't think that Manquillo will be back yet. But obviously, if he was back, I would give it to Manquillo. But I do think it would be a good shout to give, sorry, the name just left me out for a second, Jacob Murphy a chance. That's what I was going to say. Just because I think that although he might not be defensively solid, he definitely helps to bring us up the pitch. He'll have a bit of attack and threat, and realistically, he can't do much worse than Kraft, because Kraft has been so poor for me, and I just think that would be a good shout. Maybe not against a side like Man City or something, but against like a West Brom, why not give Murphy a go?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, he's done pretty well there in that role before. Is he a defensive person? I'm not too sure, but he's moving forward has become a lot better in the recent games. Looking at St Max and Miggy Almiron, how are we going to replace them, and what are we going to do? Are we going to play Joe Linton on the left and have Dwight Gale up front, or are we going to bring in Brian Fraser around that side as well? What would be your thoughts on that?
This is the biggest worry, the attack and threat, because obviously we've lost with 3 starting like forward players. Because obviously normally we play Wilson, St Maximin and Almiron, and they're all out. So I would probably stick Joe Linton on the left, have Fraser on the right, and then I would probably put Andy Carroll up top. But then the problem is you can't really get a full 90 out of Andy Carroll. You can probably only have 60 minutes max out of him. And then you'd probably have to bring Dwight Gale on, but I don't have a lot of faith in Dwight Gale. I think Fraser could definitely do a job. I hope he steps up to it, because he's been really disappointing since we've signed him. I know he hasn't had a lot of game time, but when we have seen him, I don't think he's been very good. He's had 1 game where he looked okay, but I'm hoping now he proves himself and tries to get a place in the squad. And then I think Joe Linton's done well the past couple of weeks. I know we all criticise him. Sorry. I know we all criticise him a lot, but I think he's done well in the past couple of weeks, so why not give him a go? You can't criticise him when he's doing well, and I'd love to see him do well for us.
Yeah. Looking at the Longstaffs as well, where is Matty? We've not seen hell or hair of him at the moment, and he's got given the number 4 shirt. He's given a new contract, but he's not being played. What's going on at the moment?
It's crazy what's happened with both of the Longstaff brothers, especially Matty Longstaff. There's definitely something happened behind the scenes with Bruce, I believe, because you wouldn't just completely isolate them out of the squad in the circumstances we're in at the minute, especially. And like I've said before, we're playing the likes of Jeff Hendrick and John Joe Shelby ahead of them, which I don't know how you feel or other fans feel, but for me, Matty and Sean could definitely do a better job than both of them, because Shelby, yes, he actually did have a good game against Fulham, but previous to that, he was just shocking. And then Hendrick, well, he's had 1 good game, which was the opening game against West Ham, and since then he's been abysmal, to be honest. So I don't know why they aren't getting a go. But for me, no matter how Bruce feels about both of the brothers personally, you need to just put that to one side and give them a go, because they could help us stay up. And no matter what, if he dislikes them or whatever, you want us to stay up no matter what. And I think it's really unfair what he's done to Matty Longstaff, especially because he convinced him to sign that 1-year deal, and when he had offers to go other places, and then hasn't even played him. And he must have known at that point that he had no intentions of starting him. So he should have let him go somewhere else to, progress his career, or even if we signed him on a longer term deal and sent him out on loan so he could get some game time. And in terms of Sean Longstaff, his first season when he played for us, when he broke into the squad under Rafa Benitez, I thought he was really good. He looked very promising, and then he got that injury, and he never seemed to be the same since. So I can kind of understand why Bruce left him out, because he wasn't doing very well. But at this point, you may as well give him another chance, because, like I said, Hendrick and Shelby have just been appalling.
Yeah, it's a point that we're all worried about. You know, Fulham are creeping up behind us, 3 points away at the moment. What's your thoughts on relegation? You know, are we doomed at the moment with, you know, the players we have out, or do you think we'll just scrape by?
I hate to say it, but I think we're down. I don't even think it'll come to the last game of the season. I think we'll be down before then. I previously said, before we had the injury to Wilson, that we would like just stay up by like a point or goal difference, but I thought would be okay, especially since the bottom three at the time was so poor. But now that they've all started to do better, and especially Fulham, I just think we're not going to have enough to stay up. The injuries now, we've got nothing going forward. We'll really struggle to put a ball in the back of the net with the three players that we'll have out. So I don't know where the goals are going to come from. And it's just Fulham, obviously, they're our main relegation rival. And the mentality within that squad, you can tell they're hungry for it. They are desperate to stay up and they're trying their best to do it. Whereas us, we just look like a bit arrogant, like we're just expecting to stay up and we're not trying to, and they just look like they couldn't care. And even the manager, he couldn't care or less, because he's saying, oh, there's no reason to worry when there is a reason to worry. So, and especially all the off the field drama, like with takeovers and the club being off sale, on sale, everything else, I just think it'll all build up, and unfortunately we will go down in May.
Yeah. Completely agree with you there. We're just sleepwalking. I mean, the shades of, you know, the 2015-16 season where we went down, and I can still see the same thing in this team, and it's arrogance, which you were right there. I like that word. It's just arrogance that we think we're just going to scrape through, but you can only reap what you sow, and unfortunately, Mike's not done anything to, you know, to change something, to give either Bruce a bit more help, or to get rid of Bruce. I think that the latter needs to happen, and very soon.
In terms of Steve Bruce having help, I think that he hasn't used Graham Jones to his full potential, because I think he could get a lot more help from Graham Jones, but he's not allowing him to kind of step up. Because you see, Graham Jones is on the touchline and he's trying to get more involved, and then Bruce kind of like just shuts him up and tells him to kind of go back to the dugout. But if he just allowed Graham Jones to do what he, you know, share his ideas and help make an impact in the squad, then maybe would have a better chance of staying up. I think it's just because Bruce is embarrassed by it, because Jones has basically came in and kind of took over for him, which I understand could be embarrassing. You know, it'd be embarrassing for anyone that happening in your job, but at the end of the day, for his priority should be Newcastle being a Premier League club next season. And if Jones can help, then just let him help. That's what I say. But I think now Ashley's left it too late to sack Bruce. I don't think it'll make a difference if we bring someone in. And like I say, if we do bring someone in, who's it going to realistically be? Yeah. Probably not someone very good. And in terms of the takeover, I don't know how you feel about this, but I think it's gone, because I know he's saying now that they're waiting to have new talks because of we might get relegated, and then they'll want to agree a different price and stuff. But I just think it's gone, because realistically for me, if Mike Ashley thought we were genuinely going to get taken over in the summer, he would have sorted the problems out with Bruce and the relegation worries long ago, because he knows that the Saudis wouldn't have wanted a championship club for £350 million. Nobody would. That would be crazy. And he hasn't done anything to stop us falling down the league, and he's just allowing Bruce to do what he wants. So I think he just knows that it's not going to happen, and he's given up, because if he thought otherwise, then surely he would have sorted this out last year.
Yeah, completely. But I mean, on the takeover as well, you know, it is still rumbling on in the background, but it's taken that long. I think a lot of people are starting to give up on it now, talking this way, and Do you think there'd be any other takers for the club? I would hope so. I would think so. Moving on, even if we stay up or go down and PIF pull out.
I would like to think so, and I think people will certainly be interested. It just depends what these calibre of people are, because we don't want to end up getting, like, if we fall into the Championship and then Mike Ashley's just desperate to get any money and just wants to sell us to anyone, we could end up getting someone that is just a fraudster and will just literally steal all the money from the club and just bleed us dry till we're worth absolutely nothing, because you've seen it happen. You know, at Burnley even, you see them now, they're in like £90 million of debt or something, and you've seen it happen even at Sunderland before, when they had that Stuart Donald and he was taking money out of the club, and that's what worries me. I'd be happy with anyone that was just willing to help the club progress and go forward, not even the likes of the Saudi money and being the richest club in the world and challenging for the league, even someone that could just help us move up one place in the league each season or go on good cup runs, sign some decent players, then I'd be happy with that. I think there will be takers there. It's just hopefully it's the right people. And also, if we're still in the Premier League, will the Premier League allow the sale to go through? Because they've done everything possible to stop this one. So if a new buyer came along, then would they do the same again?
Yeah, very true, very true. Because at the end of the day, I mean, we've become very. We've got to have the PIF. Really, what we want is Mike Ashley out, because he's ripping the heart and soul out of this club.
100%. I haven't actually been lucky enough to experience Newcastle United before the Mike Ashley era, because I was only like a toddler when he bought the club. So I feel like I really have missed out on obviously all the great experiences, because for the past 14 years we've just kind of rotted under Mike Ashley, and each year we get worse and worse. And there's been highlights where, like the season when we finished 5th under Pardew, where you think, you know, it's okay, we've enjoyed, there's been odd away days and stuff that you think we've had a good game. But when you look at it generally and as a whole, across the whole 14 years, then it's just negative, it's just bleak. Every year you're worried about whether we're going to go down or stay up, and what players we're going to sign, and if we'll have any money. And it shouldn't be that way. At the end of the day, Newcastle for me is one of the biggest clubs in the country, and we shouldn't even have to think about relegation. We should be comfortably staying up in the Premier League and challenging to do better things, because we are a big enough club to do things like that. And the mentality that Mike Ashley and co has is, you know, crushing our dreams and making us feel like we've got to settle for less, when realistically we shouldn't, because we're Newcastle and we are a big club.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was speaking earlier on. We're a big club. I mean, a lot of other fans around the country, you know, think, why are you bleeding? You know, you should be happy with what you have. You should be happy with this and happy with that. No, of course we're not. You know, would you know, Arsenal fans be happy with this? Would Liverpool fans be happy with this? Of course they wouldn't. So they'd all be bleating as well, wouldn't they?
They definitely would. I think that the media is a lot more harsh on the Newcastle fan base as a whole than they are with other, you know, fan bases. They're always doing an injustice for us. They're constantly saying that we have unrealistic expectations and all kinds of stuff, and we're never happy. But at the end of the day, if they think that it's unrealistic to be unhappy that we're sitting 17th in the league, 3 points off relegation with Steve Bruce there, and all of our players couldn't care less, and an owner that there's nowhere to be seen and no communication from the club, then I think they're the ones that's deluded, because that is deluded to think we'd be happy with that. No one would be happy with that. Even, like, no disrespect to these clubs, but the likes of Burnley, Sheffield United and smaller clubs like that, they wouldn't even be happy with that. It's just not acceptable at all for any club, never mind Newcastle.
Yeah. It really annoys me. I mean, it annoys me every time I hear stuff, you know, you fans are deluded. Why are we deluded? What, you know, we've got a fantastic ground. We fill every week in, week out. We've enjoyed European football. We've enjoyed Champions League football. Of course, we're a big club, and we have, you know, a big fan base as well, and a very passionate one also.
We certainly do. I think we've got some of the best fans in the country, even better than the top 6, top 4 clubs, because we're so loyal. And the fact that we are kind of the only big club within quite a massive area, because Newcastle's far more northern than all of the other bigger clubs. So we're very unique in that sense. We have a very unique fan base, and unlike a lot of the top 6 clubs, we don't really have glory hunters, because obviously you wouldn't support Newcastle and be a glory hunter. We see the potential in the club, and we know what it has been in the past, and we just want to get back to that. The fan base, it's outstanding. Any other team, and I mean literally any other team, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, anyone, would not be filling out a 52,000-seater stadium every week after 14 years of what we went through, and I strongly believe that. I think it's only the Newcastle fan base that could do that. I don't think anyone else would put up with it.
Yeah, like I said, it's sad the way our club has declined over the years. 14 years of his tenure has been, well, 14 years too long, to be honest with you. We've had some good times. We had Pardew as manager. Pardew did an okay job, got us up to 5th. We had that European season, but yet again, Mike didn't put up the money, to bring us forwards, to improve the squad. I think the only player he brought in was Vernon Aida.
Well, that annoyed me so much after that 2012-13 season when we played in the Europa League, because any other owner after that season and what Pardew managed to do with, quite a small budget, and we did have some good players within that squad, but it's not like he spent crazy money, and any other owner for me would have invested and then, put as much money as they possibly could to see what we could do the season after, because maybe we could have pushed on to Champions League or just had another season in the Europa League, anything, because just to progress. But he didn't hardly spend anything, and then we just declined, and then a few seasons later we were relegated to the Championship, and that for me just says everything you need to know about the ownership under Ashley.
Yeah. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to swap over to Lily for 20 minutes, half an hour, just while I sort myself out for a bit later. All right?
Okay.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Poor love was expecting to do with you.
That's all right.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, you?
Yeah, I'm good.
So I wasn't expecting to come on. This is interesting. I don't quite know which way this is going to go now. He's got to go and sort his questions out, because obviously, 6 o'clock, it's his Warren Barton thing that he's very excited about. I swear to God, I've never heard Warren Barton's name mentioned so much in my household ever in my life, from what I have. He got signed up for this. So, I put on the comments earlier, we are getting quite psychic, because we did all say on Monday it's looking like long term for ASM and Miggy. Reports did say April, possibly maybe. I put it out on Twitter. We all agreed, is youth the way forward, whether Bruce likes it or not, honestly? Kendall says we've got nothing to lose. What do you think, Holly?
I agree with that from Kendall. Before, because I know I've been asked like a few weeks ago if I would have brought in youth players to kind of help out, but I said no at that point, because I said I think we need to play with strongest side when we're in a relegation battle. But now we don't have a stronger side available. We've lost our starting front 3 attacking players, and so we're going to have to turn to youth. And to be honest, they can't do much of a worse job than some of the players that we've got in now. At least they'll put in 100% effort and try. And I know there's a lot of local players within that youth side, which always helps out. And some promising players, and maybe we can discover a hidden talent like we did in Sean and Matty, and they can go on to do great things for us in the future. So I'd definitely give them a go.
I mean, the reason I put it out there is, as you all know, we live in Derby, and I don't know if you've heard or not, but Derby have actually just let some of their youth go to Manchester United, which, shocker, Wayne Rooney connection there. So a lot of the big clubs are, because, again, like we said the other day, injuries isn't just with our club. All the clubs are being affected by injuries. So if other clubs are looking, like I said, Man U just took a load of I think it's 2 or 3 they've had from Derby. So I don't know if they're going to be playing them. I don't know if they're going to be whatever. And like you said, we've got a decent training academy. We just don't seem to benefit from it the way other, they don't feed through to our club the way other clubs do. And like you said, we are in a relegation no matter which way you sugarcoat it. We've lost our front three. We are going to be scrapping for points. It is going to be hard. But I do think, hang on, I've got 3 things going on because I wasn't expecting to come up my back. I think we are going to have to look to it, whether he wants to or not. I agree with, I was listening to what you guys were saying, the Longstaffs. There's obviously something back doors that we don't know about. But again, you've had them playing. Why not bring them on more? Why are you not utilising them more? They clearly want to play. But is it because of the, do you think it's possibly because of, rumour has it they were trying to leave or people were interested during transfers? And do you think it was a case of they feel like they've been snubbed because they could have gone, or they don't feel like they're getting quite the, what's the word? The recognition at Newcastle that they should be getting, because Matty's debut, Man United score a goal, you can't ask for a better debut than that, can you really? So behind doors aside, do you feel like they are being snubbed more since the transfer? Or do you just think it's a case of Bruce has his favourites, and if you're not up there, then he's just not interested?
I think Bruce certainly has clicks within the squad because there's players that constantly get a start. The likes of John Joe Shelby, who came and praised him to the high heavens in the media, who realistically any player shouldn't really be praising a manager. I know they can't criticise him obviously because they work for him, but I don't think they need to comment on it because they know how the fans feel and they know the position we're in the league. So I thought that was quite disrespectful. But in terms of the Longstaffs, I think they deservedly should be annoyed that they're not getting game time because especially Matty Longstaff, he was convinced by Steve Bruce to sign a year extension last summer. And then Bruce has I don't even know if he's played him once or if he has, it's been very, very little. I can't even remember the last time he played. So honestly, I just think it was shocking that he did that because Matty's a young player. He's 20. He's 20. And it's not fair on him. He needs game time as a young player to progress. And what I said to Dom is that I don't understand why, if they wanted to keep him but they weren't planning on playing him, why they didn't give him a longer deal and then send him out on loan so he could get some game time. And Sean Longstaff, I don't think when we've seen him play, he's been particularly good. But the likes of Shelby and Hendrick have been horrendous too. So he can't really do any worse than them two. And why not give him another chance? And no matter what's happened off the pitch, because I do believe something's happened, because they would have had a chance by now if it hadn't. I think that he needs to just put those feelings aside and give them a go, because when you're in a relegation battle, it doesn't matter whether you like someone or you don't like someone. You just need to do anything possible to get points on the board and stay up.
Yeah, definitely. It's not well, it is a work environment. It's like those of us that work, you can't always get on with your work colleagues or your manager all the time. What you might think of them behind closed doors is different, but you've still got to go. You've still got to make a living. You've got to, work's work. You've got to put it in a box, and it's the same for football. And I agree with you. Something's definitely, like you said, give him a year's contract. Well, why would you do that and then not play him? But do you find also with the Newcastle players, the ones that get the lengthier contracts tend to become complacent? They just think, oh, well, I've got my contract. It doesn't matter how I play now. And that, I feel, watching it, that is how a lot of them are when they tend to get the longer ones. Oh, well, I can do anything I want now because I'm here for longer. Whereas the ones that I feel like they have the more to prove because they've got the shorter contracts. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. And I agree. You see these players that they're playing really well and then the club will give them like a 5-year, 6-year deal and then they just completely drop off. They're not trying and they're just acting lazy, which is really disrespectful because if it was me and I'd signed a long-term deal for a club, you'd want to prove to the fans why you've been allowed to have the privilege of getting that deal and play at your absolute best. And I think Shelby's a prime example of that because he obviously got quite a long deal and then he's just lazy. But I suppose he's been like that all of the time, but he's particularly bad since he obviously got a deal. And I know Martin Dubravka, he's had a deal extension, and some players like Martin Dubravka, they don't see it like that. They are still trying their best, so I have respect for them. But there is a lot of players in that squad that just think, oh, well, I'm happy now, I'm getting my money in, so I can just do what I want.
Yeah, definitely. exactly. And like the Dubravka thing, we've all said that, you know, the way he is like vocally on the pitch is just. I mean, I made a comment, as we all know, the other day, that it was very reminiscent of Schmeichel back in the old Man United days, when, you know, he wouldn't just be stood in his box. He'd be like, "What is it?" And Dubravka, for me, is very much like that. Not maybe as loud as watching, but it's the same kind of thing. And it's nice to see that you can see it in him. He feels the passion, and he proper wants to express himself. But then sometimes, you know, you think, why aren't the rest of the players like that? Why aren't you Lascelles and you doing that? You know, you're wearing the captain's armband, dude. Why is Dubravka doing what you should be doing? And I don't know if Dom covered it with you or not. I know we covered it the other day. The Matt Ritchie thing. He didn't pass on the instructions. I've since rewatched that. I do believe there's a thing on Twitter with Jamie Carragher showing, you know, this is what happened. Do you feel he didn't pass on the instructions? Because now that I've watched it, I think, well, Shelby took the free kick a bit too quick as well. So Richie didn't get a chance to do or say anything as he went on to the pitch. But then, should that just be down to Richie? Do you think Bruce should also have been shouting? Because I don't know about you, I feel like Bruce doesn't shout the way some managers do. And I think it shouldn't just be down to the players. As the manager, he should be, you know, I mean, how do you think with regards to the whole Richie dropped a clanger, as it were, against Wolves? What do you think? Do you think it should have been down to Richie, or should Bruce take some of the responsibility for that?
Bruce should take most of the responsibility for me. I know that obviously the players, you know, have to do their bit as well, but at the end of the day, it's Bruce that's in charge. He's the one that's organising the team. He picks the tactics, the lineup, and all of that. So he needs to make sure that everyone understands what they're doing. And if he felt that Richie hadn't put that across, then he should have stepped in and said something before the end of the match. It doesn't make sense. You can't blame your players as well when things don't go right. And I completely agree with like Bruce being quiet on the touchline. He's literally just so passive. Like most of the time, I feel like there's no point in him even being there. He may as well just sit at home because he's not doing anything. You just see him sitting talking to Jones a little bit. Probably it's not even about the football, knowing Bruce. And so I don't even get why he's there. Like, he doesn't do anything. He brings on subs too late. He doesn't pay attention to what anyone else is seeing. Like, the fans will be sitting saying, oh, bring this person on, make this change for 20 minutes. And then he'll do it like when there's 3 minutes left of the game and they don't have a chance to actually make an impact on the game. And it's just shocking. Like I've said, a bad workman always blames his tools, and that's what Bruce is doing. And yes, we're in a relegation battle and everyone's annoyed about it, and Bruce will be annoyed about it, but he needs to start taking responsibility as well. That's what he does in the media all the time. Even when we haven't been in a relegation battle like last season, whenever something goes wrong, he's the first person to put the blame on anybody that he can. It could be anyone. It could be literally the person mowing the grass. He'll put a blame on them and say we weren't cutting the grass properly or something, and that's why we played bad. It's just ridiculous now. He needs to just hold his hands up and say, I'm a bit, you know, struggling. I'm too above my depths. I don't know how to fix this problem. I need some help. And I think the fans would respect him more if he did that than just blaming anyone else.
With Bruce, the problem is he's an old school manager. He's not really gone with the times. John and Dom covered this earlier, that, you know, we do seem to be having that older managers quite a lot, and he just doesn't seem to get what the fans are wanting, what the players are wanting. I mean, you look at how he plays compared to how the younger ones that are coming through have their teams, and, you know, you just think, is it now a case of there isn't any place out there? I mean, I'm not dissing all the older managers, don't get me wrong. Some of the old managers do have the fingers on the pulse and they do seem to know what's going on. But he likes a Bruce. It's very much, he doesn't seem to have moved with the times. And do you think really, realistically, what we need is one of the younger ones that are coming through, like your Lampard, your Scotty Parkers? Do you think we need to shake it up a bit now and say, right, this is how we are now. We can't keep going backwards. We need to come forwards. I mean, do you think that is a case that we need to? I mean, we definitely need to get rid of Bruce. We're all agreed on that. That's neither here nor there. But I mean, we've all said with like younger players, but like your Claudio Ranieris or who is an older generation, do you think he could bring life back to Newcastle the way he did with like that brilliant season he did at Leicester, or do you think we do need a younger, more on the pulse manager? Honestly, take Mike Ashley out of the equation. If you could have anybody, what would you do? Who would you pick?
I think without a doubt, we definitely need to have a complete refresh and just change everything up, including the manager, the coaching staff and the squad, because we've had a lot of the same people for a long time now and they're not up to scratch anymore. You know, even the players and Bruce, they're all getting on in age now and they're a bit past it. So I do think we need to have a total refresh. And if it, like you said, if Ashley wasn't here, then yeah, I would probably go with the younger manager to bring something new to the team. But in the current situation, I wouldn't go with the young manager just because I think we need someone with experience because of how hard the job is. And also, I wouldn't want to put that on a young manager because even someone that's been in the job like 20 years would find this difficult. It's probably the hardest job to take in football, and that could end a young manager's career. So I wouldn't want to do that to a young manager. But if Ashley wasn't there, then yeah. But with Bruce, it's like he is stuck in the 80s, the 90s. He doesn't believe in tactics and things like that. And I know some good managers didn't, like Kevin Keegan didn't used to believe in tactics and he did great things. But that was back in the 90s. We've moved on a lot since then. The game's a lot more technical and he needs to, you know, get used to that. And like, yeah, he's just past it, but even he's been managing a long time and I don't think he's ever done a good job. I think the best job he ever did was at Sunderland, ironically. And even then, you know, he wasn't outstanding. But some older managers, because I know he's a similar age to Rafa Benitez, are, you know, they're keeping up to date. They're moving on with the times. And Rafa Benitez and things like that are doing a good job. But Steve Bruce just needs to change his mindset. He's so stuck in old ways and he's not open-minded. He's not willing to move forward. And that's what he needs to work on personally. But if I was Bruce, I would just retire because I think he's just done now.
Do you think that's why Ashley does keep him? It's a running joke that he is a yes man. The minute you have an issue with Mike Ashley, you're out the door. Whereas we've all said Bruce should be gone. I mean, Frank Lampard, rid of because he had a few bad games. A few bad games. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy. But also, do you think that he is so very much on Ashley's puppet that that's why Ashley does keep him, because he knows that he's not going to change his tactics and he is just going to keep doing what he wants to do no matter what people say to him. And he seems to be very disillusioned with how he thinks do you think he thinks to himself he's the best manager ever? Because we all know that when it comes to him talking to the media, he's not got a clue. He definitely hasn't got a clue when it comes to talking to the media. He needs help with regards to that. He needs a mouthpiece, I feel, that somebody could actually say to him, look, Steve, this is actually what you need to be saying. You know, kind of like a guy from the wrestling. I don't know if you've ever watched wrestling, you know, like Paul Heyman. Steve Bruce needs a Paul Heyman because, let's face it, Steve's shockingly bad when it comes to talking to people. But I think the reason we are stuck with Bruce is because he is Ashley's yes man, and Ashley likes the fact that actually he causes controversy. It's got to the point now where he's disrespecting his own fans as well, and I think Ashley quite likes that too. And I agree with you, a younger manager wouldn't take that. So do you think if we are relegated and Ashley is still there, do you see Ashley keeping Bruce, or do you think he'll finally think, actually, no, I do need to get somebody else in? Realistically.
Unfortunately, I think he'll stick with Steve Bruce, because I think as well is that Mike Ashley will see Bruce as a manager that has a lot of experience in the Championship and someone that could potentially help get us promoted. So he would just stick with him. But I don't think Bruce will get us promoted. I think he'll have us sitting around mid-table. So I wouldn't be happy with that. But we all know Mike Ashley doesn't really know much about football, which he's proved constantly over the past 14 years. So he probably would stick with Bruce. And I agree with what you said. I think Steve Bruce and Mike Ashley are two people that are quite similar in some ways, and they could probably get on really well because they're both basically incompetent and disrespectful to the fans. You know, it's a pattern that we see. I find it so bizarre with Steve Bruce though. Mike Ashley is from London, so he doesn't really have any connections to Newcastle. Before he got this club, he'd probably never even been. But with Steve Bruce, I find it bizarre. So obviously he was kind of raised in and around the Wallsend area, and we all know he's a Manchester United fan, realistically. He always makes a point of that. There's footage of him when he was Sunderland manager saying that he never wants to manage Newcastle. There was footage of an interview when Man United played Newcastle at St James Park where he said that he wanted Man United to win. I think he's made no secret that he favours Man United to Newcastle, but yet he still portrays this idea of the press that he's a Geordie, it's his boyhood club, he wants us to do well. But then he comes out and basically slags off all the fans and everything. So it's really bizarre. It's like, make your mind up. You either think this or you think something else. Just stick with it. But yeah, he is a yes man. I think it's the same pattern that we've had for a long time. Steve McLaren, Joe Kinnear, Sam Allardyce, all of those type of people, they've all been yes men, and that's why Mike Ashley liked them. Like, he gave so much financial backing to those managers, and he's done the same with Bruce. But then the likes of Rafa Benitez, who he didn't like because Rafa Benitez openly challenged him in front of media, he didn't like that, so he gave him no money. He had a net spend of minus £2 million, and if he gave him the money, we would be in a better position now because he would have brought in quality key players. But Steve Bruce has just wasted that money on the likes of Joe Linton, Emil Kraft, Hendrick, the list goes on.
Yeah, I must admit, the place I work at, a Royal Derby, and they were like, what do you think of Hendrick? I was like, do you want him back? Take him, we'll give him you back, you can take him back, we don't want him. Oh, come on, Lee. No, come on, Lee. He's crap. You can have him. Keep him. You know, and it's shocking. I did a presentation. I did a course last year, and I did a presentation on the most expensive players that we brought. And you can see like where they were, and then the gap where we didn't spend. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, well, we know who was manager then, and you know who was manager then, and you can tell who the manager was then, because, like you said, he just doesn't seem to want to give the money for, but the ones that he does get that'll do anything for him. And like you said, it's shocking the people that we've brought in. It's terrible. It really is. I'm hoping Dom's coming back in a minute because, you know, it's nearly that time. Oh, bless him, he's coming. But one last question I want to ask you is, on Twitter, I don't know if you've seen it, I'm doing my, stay there, boy, I'm doing my fantasy football team. So far, Sav's put Jack Grealish, and at the minute we've got Cristiano Ronaldo in there. So who would you put in a fantasy football team?
I think
anybody.
Well, anyone realistically. You could probably say like Mbappe or something. But for Newcastle at the moment, I agree with Sav. I think she's got the perfect player in Jack Grealish. I think in a couple of years' time, he's really going to be world class. You can see so much talent in him. I think he's amazing. I think Villa don't know how lucky they are to have him, because he could easily get a game in a top 6 side. For me, I'd love Jack Grealish. I think when they were in the Championship, Newcastle or any Premier League club for that matter in the bottom half should have maybe tried to, you know, get him. I don't know if he would have left because I know he is a big Villa fan, but he's definitely one to keep an eye on, and I'd certainly love to see him in the Newcastle squad.
In that respect, regardless going internationally, do you think the way Southgate's treated Grealish is a bit harsh? Like, he'll play him and then he won't play him? Do you think? Because, like, we've all seen, you know, as much as we hate to say it, he has got that potential and he's got that raw talent that just needs to be honed a bit more. So do you think Gareth Southgate is missing a trick when he doesn't play him? Or do you think he needs a little bit more time?
Well, I think Gareth Southgate's making a mistake not playing him constantly. I don't like Gareth Southgate. You know, when he first got the job, I thought he was doing a good job. Like, you know, obviously got us to the, you know, he almost won the World Cup with winning that. But nah, I don't like him. I think he's very biased. It's like he'll play the likes of Mason Mount, who I don't think is very good. I mean, each to their own. Some people rate him, but I'm not a fan. And, you know, I think that if you play for a London club or a top 6 club, then you'll get a game for Gareth Southgate. But because Jack Grealish kind of plays for Villa, who's not in that, you know, cohort of like favourite teams, I think that has an impact on it. He doesn't particularly look for the talented players. He just looks for who he likes and what club they play for. But I would definitely be playing Jack Grealish. I think he will improve in the next couple of years. I don't think he's at his best yet, but he's better than some of the players we've got in the England squad currently, so I would be playing him.
Well, it was nice chatting with you. I hope to have another chat with you. The old man's back now, so I'll leave you in his capable hands for the last 15 minutes. And enjoy the rest of your afternoon, Hal. See you soon, sweetheart.
Bye.
Oh, well, wow, 5 hours, 45 minutes. Wow.
Long time.
I thought, oh God, I went through the first hour and I was up with Stephen for the first hour. And then Mrs. did an hour between us. And then I had John come on as well. It's been so long so far. As I said, coming up at 6, we'll be joined by Warren Barton. So please get your questions in, your comments in, all who are watching. As I said earlier, my Just Giving page is in my Twitter pinned. It's Iceman_9talk. Check out that. Please give. It's for the food bank. Raised £60 so far already, so doing well. And also, if you look in the comments in the bio for the stream, it's also there. So, where do you think the club goes from here? I mean, given that we don't get a takeover, where does the club move to now?
If we don't get a takeover, I'm very, very worried. Like, I don't even know. I don't see a future. That's the worrying thing. I think we'll be stuck with Bruce. We've got a lot of players out of contract at the end of the season, which will go. We'll lose the likes of Wilson, St. Maximin, Dubravka, Almiron, because they won't want to play in the Championship. They can all get a job at another Premier League club, so they'll all go. And I dread to think. I genuinely dread to think. I think we'll be sitting somewhere mid-table in the Championship with Bruce, and God knows who will be playing for. And then I don't see any way forward from there. I just think we'll just get worse and worse. I can see us spending a long time in the Championship before to go down. I don't think we'll bounce back up like we have the previous 2 times. The only hope we've got is just getting that takeover or managing to get someone in like a Rafa Benitez, which is not going to happen realistically. So I just don't think there is a future.
Yeah, that's the way we all feel at the moment, Holly. It's like I said earlier, it is a sad turn of events. We just need new manager, new owners, a new fresh ideas on where the club is going and how the club is going to be in the future. If Mike had actually had his head about him, he could have had a much better ride. He could have had a much better club, but he's just let it stagnate.
He certainly has. Like, when Lily was on, that's what I was saying. I was like, she was talking about the season when we finished 5th under Pardew and how we had a chance to really push on from there, but we didn't. And, you know, many times Mike Ashley's been presented with opportunities to take us forward, like that season under Pardew, and also when we had Rafa Benitez. When we got him as manager, we really had a chance to go on to do great things, and yet he didn't do that. He just disrespected Rafa, didn't give him the financial backing, and pushed him out the door. And now we're in an absolute mess because he's incompetent. He doesn't know how to run this club, and any opportunity he gets to, you know, take us forward, he doesn't take.
Yeah. Just a bit more investment into the club. Not just playing staff. he could have invested into like what Rafa wanted to do, is invest in the training facilities and in the training ground and into the youth. But Mike wasn't bothered about that, was he? He just went, well, no, because I don't really want to be spending too much. I'll give you a couple of players, maybe a couple of loans, and that's probably about it. And unfortunately, he's done the wrong thing.
He has, because he doesn't understand football. He's not a footballing person. I don't think he quite understands how important the likes of the training facilities and the youth team and coaches are. I think all he thinks about is the actual starting 11 on the pitch, and if that's okay, then he just doesn't see a problem. But Rafa Benitez wanted to get, a new training ground and make the youth system better so we could get more young talent coming through, which I would love to see. Where training facilities are like in the dinosaur ages. They're like 40 years behind the times. We really need to sort that out. You see championship teams with facilities that look world class compared to ours. And then we haven't I know we've brought in Sean and Matty, but until then we hadn't brought in young talent for quite a long time, which is a shame. And if Mike Ashley was smart about things, he would realise that by investing in the youth academy, he was making himself save money in the long run, because he wouldn't have to splash out on expensive players, because we could bring someone through the ranks, which would cost us nothing, and then they could turn into a real talent, or he could go on to sell them on for a big profit and make money that way. But like you say, because he doesn't understand how football works, he can't see that.
Yeah, I mean, on the facilities, I mean, there was a picture. I mean, okay, it was a couple of years ago, with players taking ice baths in wheelie bins, and players having hydrotherapy in a Sports Direct bloody blow paddling pool. It's just not good enough. Why didn't the players say anything? Hold on, what's this? What we're supposed to do with this?
Well, certainly, if you were a young up-and-coming player that's looking for a new club, and you come to St James Park and you think, wow, amazing, and then they take you to Benton, to the training ground, and you think, whoa, is this the same club? You'd think it was some type of like League One or League Two club by the training facilities. It's a joke that they're expecting these players that were paying like, millions of pounds for, to be sitting in paddling pools that are from Argos and sitting in a wheelie bin. Like, that is so embarrassing. And the sad thing is, those photos were taken about 5 years ago, but it's probably still the same now. I don't believe that it's changed.
No. I mean, Rafa got a bit of investment into it. I mean, some extra training, like weights and stuff like that, and machines. And then it just had a lick of paint. That's all it's had.
Yeah, that's not good enough. Yeah.
It's disgusting. I mean, looking also at St James's Park. Even St James's Park needs a bit of TLC. I mean, he's painted there's a Gallagher side wall. He's also, outside the players' entrance, he's had that done. He's done the tunnel, but if you look around the ground on the concourse, it looks like the place is falling to bits.
It really, really does. I know I sit in the strawberry corner, and when you walk up to the ground, you see there's all like rusted on, around the roof, and there's mold, and it's just like it's dirty, really. And for a Premier League club that'll be making loads of money each year, I'm sure they could afford a cleaner. Like, it's not asking a great deal, or repainting the roof or whatever it may be. The ground, it's a great ground, and I don't think we need a new ground. I think, it could last us for a long, long time. But it was built like a long time ago now. It got renovated in the 90s, I think. So that's like 30 years ago. And, things don't last 30 years. It's an outdoor building. It's going to get hammering. 2,000 people in it every week. So he needs to, keep up with the maintenance. Otherwise, it will eventually just crumble.
Yeah, but that's another part of Newcastle that needs that investment. He worries, like you said there, starting 11 is all he thinks about and what is on the field. But if you don't have the right facilities for these players, hence could be why we have so many injuries within the squad and facilities that they have to use.
I believe so. Yeah. I think that he doesn't understand how things work. You need everything to run smoothly on and off the pitch to make a football club run well. And the fact that, they're literally getting ice baths and wheelie bins and stuff like that, that's not going to help their recovery process. It's not a surprise that they're getting these injuries. And I know, especially under the Steve Bruce reign, he hardly has them in training. I think he's got them in training like 2 or 3 days a week, whereas Rafa had them in nigh on every day. So they were a lot more fitter then. And, when they're playing as bad as they are, they don't deserve a day off. They should be in training, because that's how we're in the mess that we're in. If they're not fit enough, then they're going to get injuries, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, completely agree with that one. It's just a shambles. I mean, like you just said there, he has them in 2 to 3 days a week. If they get a defeat, they should be brought in like every day, showing them what they've done wrong and how they could have done it better. They should be doing this, even if they're just sat in front of a TV screen showing you your match or your last match. You've done this, you should have done that. Why isn't this happening? Why is Bruce still continuing to go, oh, you got beat, but what we'll do is we'll have a rest and then we'll come back tomorrow?
It's shocking. Bruce is like, he's not like a manager. He's not very professional. He acts like a friend to the players, and he's not strict enough. And it's good to have a good relationship with the squad and things, and I get that. But if they're not performing, they're having a poor game, and they're sitting just outside the relegation zone, you should be like, no, sort this out. You're coming in training every day until we start winning games. And I don't care if you don't like it. You need to do it, because you're the one that's not up to scratch and playing well, so it's your fault, and that's what I think you need to do. He does need to be more strict. But just quickly, before you say anything else, do you mind if I quickly pop off for 1 second and just go to the toilet?
It's fine, no problem.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what you guys think to all this. It's been a lengthy, like I said, I've almost done 6 hours. Wow. It's been a long stream. It's been an eye-opener as well to hear other people's thoughts, other people's opinions on the whole club, and not everyone has the same opinion, and it's always good to have that extra voice, because if you just hear the same voice all the time, it's going to become very, very boring. Everyone needs to have their own opinion. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. And it's good to hear. I enjoy other people's opinions. But unfortunately, some people think that they're right and that person thinks they're right. It's been a problem for a while. But yeah, I enjoy doing these shows just for my sanity, for your guys' sanity. I mean, okay, I'll probably drive you mad. Comment if I do drive you mad. But I do this to connect with other fans around England, around Newcastle, around the globe. Not everyone has been from England. I've spoken to. But like I said, it's like Holly on tonight and John and Stephen. They've all had different opinions. They've all had the different thoughts on each thing, on the takeover, on the state of the club, the plight of the club, the relegation. Everyone's had their own thought, and that should be applauded, because, like I just said, if everyone had the same opinion, life would be boring. Life would be, well, I said this, well, I agree. Well, I said that, well, I agree. It's going to be just, you're going to be round and round and round and round and round in circles all the time. And I enjoy speaking to you, Holly, and to John, and to everyone around. Right, guys, I'd like to welcome my guest tonight, Mr. Warren Barton. How are you, Warren?
I'm very well, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Very much thanks for coming on tonight.
Absolute
much
pleasure.
Appreciated.
Yeah. I heard you're doing a marathon, my friend. I heard you're doing a marathon, so well done.
Yeah, I've done 6 hours so far.
Oh, that ain't a marathon. That's a sprint. That's a walk in the park. So we're another 6
hours to go.
Good man. Good man. You better get plenty of coffee inside you. But good to speak to you anyway.
Plenty. I mean, as I said, I'm doing it for the food bank. What I'm trying to do is raise £150. I wasn't asking a lot because obviously other people are struggling as well. Not everyone can give, but if anyone can give, just a small part of maybe your pocket change, please do. My link is in my pinned tweet and also on my description on my stream on YouTube. Just want to start there. Your time at Wimbledon, Warren. The Crazy Gang. That they were lovingly known as the Crazy Gang. How was your time then? How much did you enjoy playing with the players you played with?
Oh, it's magnificent. I'd spent time playing non-league and lower league football with Maidstone. And at a young age, being told you're too small, you're not going to make it. And then getting into the Premier League or Division 1 at the time with Wimbledon was probably the ideal team. There was very much that togetherness. We stick together, we fight together, we play together, we win, lose or draw together. And to play with the likes of someone like a Vinnie Jones or John Fashion, who are big characters, big personalities. But we had some obviously very good players as well. People like Keith Curl, Terry Phelan that played at international level. People like John Scales went off to Liverpool, Dean Holsworth, Robbie L played in the World Cup for Jamaica. So, there was surrounded with some good players, but good people as well. And it's a good learning ground for me to come out of the lower leagues and play for a team like Wimbledon. And when we was there, finishing in the top 10 every season was for Wimbledon was a good opportunity. And then it gave you the opportunity to be looked at international level and obviously bigger clubs that come along. But it was great. I mean, the Crazy Gang, you've heard a lot about the tests that they give you and, see if you bite back by burning your clothes, slashing your tyres. It's all true, and that was part of it. Whether you was John Hartson that come for a record fee from West Ham and come to the club, his clothes got set on fire. And if you moaned about it, the next day we would set them on fire again. So you probably couldn't get away with it now. Although some of the lads at Wimbledon, their clothes wasn't great, so they probably need burning after 1 or 2 times they would wear it. But, I mean, we had great professionals like Mick Hartford. He was one of the first in my career that wants to do extra. He'd said to me, I was walking off the field one day and he'd say, "Where are you going?" And I said, "Well, the manager said we're finished." He said, "Get out here and cross some balls for me. I want to do some finishing." And obviously Mick played at the highest level and played for some big clubs and had a wonderful career. So to learn off of people like him and just the unique spirit of the club, because it wasn't, there's Southampton and Norwich's, Coventry's, these type of teams that was there. Obviously you had the elite teams of the Man Uniteds and Arsenal of the world, and Chelsea at that time was mid-table, Man City as well was mid-table. So for us to go and have that experience was great. And it was a conveyor belt of selling players, and as I said, it was once Keith Curl, then it was Terry Phelan, John Scales, and then it was my turn to leave. And I had 5 great years there, great fans, really good people, good football club. And, that's the reason I went back at the very, very end of my career. It wasn't because I was happy to go to MK Dons. It was just I knew a lot of people at Wimbledon, which is now AFC Wimbledon. The club.
Yeah. I mean, you talk very fondly about your time at Wimbledon. I mean, with the Crazy Gang. How, you just mentioned there, you set clothes on fire. It's did you ever hit it off with anyone closely at the club?
Oh yeah, it's the same as at Newcastle now. We probably have 18, 19 of us on WhatsApp that still every week. Now the other week it was Neil Sullivan's birthday, so we're all wishing him happy birthday. Robbie L the day before, Vinnie Jones. So there's about 18, 20 of us, and even people like David Barnard, who's one of the executive directors at Chelsea, who was the club secretary. Every year when we're allowed to, we would always meet up in the pub and have a Christmas lunch together, which turned into a bit of an evening and afternoon and late session. But we would all be there, and there'd be like 15, 20 of us. And it's a similar situation with the likes of me, Shay, Given, Alan, Rob Lee, God rest his soul, Gary when he was here, Steve Harper, Aaron Hugh. There was a load of us that would always keep in contact. And as we've got older, we still do the same thing. Noberto or Tino Asprilla in Colombia, I still, through social media, keep in contact with him and wish him well and, see how he's going and the life that he's leading. Laurent Ribot, another player. So, you do meet a lot of good people. And at that time at Wimbledon, they was close. We was, really, really close together. And that's because we didn't have the ability these other teams' individual ability, but we had that togetherness and fight, and that took us a long way. And obviously, as the game's evolved and changed, we probably only have about 3 people on the pitch at the moment with VAR and everything going on. But we got away with what we needed to do to survive, and that's taught me something in life, particularly what we've gone through in the last year. You have to dig in deep and stick together and try and work through something, because it's you never know what's around the corner. You know, we never thought in my lifetime or in our lifetime that we weren't allowed to be walking around unless we've got a mask over our face. So, you know, that adversity, being young, being at Wimbledon, going up to Old Trafford and, you know, respecting them but not fearing them and beating them 1-0 was all that togetherness. And I think, you know, that's what's missing a little bit in my club, Newcastle. You know, it's our club. It's missing that. Let's show people. At the moment, there's a lot of people feeling sorry for themselves. And, you know, unfortunately, in the business that the football's in, you can't. You've got to push your chest out and fight for what you need to do. And hopefully that will turn around. But, yeah, great memories at Wimbledon. A lot of them I've tried to forget. But most of them, as soon as I think about it, I start smiling, because we had a good time. We had a good time. We was lucky.
Yeah. So after 180 games for Wimbledon, 10 goals, I'm led to believe.
Mm-hmm. Good goals as well. Not just like lucky goals. They was really good goals. I didn't get too many.
You get your transfer to Newcastle. How did that come about?
There was a bit of speculation. Well, not a bit. There was quite a lot of speculation. The turn of the year, like 1994 going into 1995. I'd been selected in the England squad numerous times through Terry Venables, and we was getting ready for Euro 96. And Celtic was one of the first. Sheffield Wednesday at the time. Everton had come in as well. They'd been interested. Spoken to Arsenal, David Dean, and they was one of the favourites to try and sign me. And again, I was born in North London, and Arsenal was my team. But it was a Bank Holiday Monday, and you probably remember it as well. It's when Newcastle played Blackburn, and Alan Shearer scored for Blackburn at the far post against John Beresford. It was a Bank Holiday Monday. That morning, Kevin had drove down from Manchester to meet me in a hotel. And it was like 5 seconds later, I said to my agent, you know, that's where I'm going. He said, come and join a big club. We want to do this. I've seen you play. Again, there was speculation with Man City that was coming in at the death and whatever it was. But, you know, Arsenal was still in that uncertainty with who was taking over. It was obviously going to be Arsene Wenger, but it wouldn't have mattered. But once I spoke to Kevin and what he said about, you know, Les Ferdinand was coming and Xhaka, David Ginola. And also I'd been around people like Peter Beardsley, Steve Howie, Rob Lee, John Beresford with the England setup. And Barry Venison was magnificent, because in his mind, he probably knew I was taking his place. But when Barry was with England, he sat down and said, you're going to love it up there. You know, don't worry about leaving London, the fans, what they're trying to do up there as a club, where they're going. So John Hall, go for it. And I said, okay, because it was either Arsenal or Newcastle, but it was never a decision in the end. It was always just Newcastle, because Kevin, the right time, the right players. And I remember playing for Wimbledon. I think it was in the February time, and Newcastle won 2-1, I think it was. And I was doing a cool down on the pitch afterwards. And at that time, it was but 36,000 people. And the atmosphere on the night game was magnificent. And I remember doing a cool down with a couple of players and saying, imagine playing with this lot, imagine being around here. So that seed was always in my mind about the club and about what the fans could do. So when I spoke to Kevin on that Bank Holiday Monday, we had to wait, I think, about 2 weeks before it was announced. And then obviously we had the England setup going along as well. But it was a no-brainer. You know, it was 5 seconds with KK and Terry McDermott. And, you know, I said to my agent, let's get this done. And it was all done and dusted. So, and it was a wonderful, wonderful time for us. You know, when you're going into Maiden Castle, anyone that doesn't know, it's like about a few 10, 15 miles north of Newcastle. There was 4,000 or 5,000 fans at the training ground. Wimbledon, we didn't have that at a Premier League game against Bolton and places. So, you know, we'd have more people at the training ground. So, and then obviously the stadium got to 52,000 and being around them type of players, and the start that we had in 95, 96 was magnificent. But yeah, it was an exciting time and a real, you know, even thinking about it now, I get emotional about it. I think about it and what a great time it was. And that's where it hurts me a lot now to see what's happening at the club over the last, 8-9 years, what's been going on. But we'll stick together and we'll get there. But it was a great time. The move come along. It was right for me, right for Newcastle, and hopefully, for the fans. I was there, 7 years and played over. I was involved over 220 games. I give everything I had, and at the end of it, Bobby said thank you and moved me on. So that was the right thing to do. That was a great thing about Bobby. He knew the right time to move people on, and that was my time to go. But it was a great time with KK and obviously all the players.
What was Kevin Keegan like as a manager? Was he strict, or was he someone that always put his arm around players as well?
No, he was. He wore his heart on his sleeve. He couldn't tell you off. He wasn't that type of person. And fortunately at that time he didn't need to. Yes, he could get angry, but then afterwards he'd come and say, "You're okay, you're all right. I didn't mean it," and things like that. It was just when things was going well, and it went well for Kevin a lot of the time at Newcastle. He was great. There's a side of a few of us, when he did leave, to think, that's when we needed him as well to hang around, get us through this period, because we beat Spurs 7-1 the game before. But to play for and to train, some of the times at Maiden Castle, he'd join in and play with us. I mean, he was great when I made my debut against Coventry. I had about 20, 25 people coming up, my family. He put them in the Gosford Park Hotel. He made sure there was train tickets for them. He made sure they had hospitality. He was just generally a lovely, lovely fella, and just wanted the best for. And this is no BS. He just wanted the best for the club, for the players, for the fans, and it wasn't about him. It was about what he could do for the club. And but he was brilliant, and he was one of them, players manager. He wanted to get the best out of the players, and his management skill, even with Les. Les Ferdinand to be playing. And Les was sometimes, my back's a bit sore, after scoring a couple of goals with about 15 minutes to go before the end of the game. Kevin would put his head down and say, "I ain't taking him off." And Les would end up getting a hat-trick, and that type of thing where he was great. Or, he'd look around and see where he could maybe put someone in and change it. But he was brilliant. As I said, he was a great coach to be around. When you think of the tactics that he used in the mid-90s, and we all glory what Pep Guardiola's doing with his fullbacks and how he wants his forwards to interchange. We were sort of doing that then with Pedro and Les and David Ginola and Bez and me and Keith Gillespie and Rob Lee and David Batty and Lee Clark and Philip Albert coming the whole length of the field and chipping Smike. That was sort of going on then. And that's probably why we got the tag of the entertainers, because our job was to entertain you people. That was our job. It wasn't necessarily about playing well for each other, but we did that because we loved each other. And we, you've seen the pictures, we'd all go out and be together with the wives, girlfriends, or just individually. But we had that special bond with the fans because that was the heart and soul of the club. And Kevin knew that and made that perfectly clear when we all signed. There was no doubt that it was about you. It was about the area. It wasn't about Les. It wasn't about David. It was about you guys. And that gave us that incentive to try and bring that trophy. But unfortunately, we fell short, and there's not a day go by that I don't, and I know a lot of the boys don't, miss that, because it wasn't for us. We had our time and we loved it. The granddad collars, the away shirts, the fans being there. We had our time. It would have been for you fans to have a trophy when you see Leicester have one, Blackburn have one. But obviously, that was one thing that we missed.
Yeah. Question here from Geordie Talk. What has been your best United moment?
I always get asked that question, and I think you can tell by my all of it. I loved every minute of it. As I said, I've been told, I was too small, never going to make it. I worked in the city in London as a chartered accountant, driving a moped to work. So, I've been in a changing room with builders, electricians, and plumbers, and to have the chance to play for a club like Newcastle was what I dreamed for. To play in a cup final, play for England, and play for a big club. When I was playing football with my brother in North London over the park, that's what it was about. It wasn't about having a fast car and big watches. It was about trying to win something and playing, being Brian Robson playing in the World Cup, or being Alan Sunderland scoring a winning goal in an FA Cup final. That was what drove me on. So when I got the chance to play for that club, it was all of it. The first game was obviously a real eye-opener for everybody, because me and Les went, bloody hell, everyone's wearing black and white. We couldn't see each other on the pitch. That was our excuse. We kept on giving it away. It was in black and white everywhere, people walking in the stadium. But you look at the two semi-finals, FA Cup semi-finals are great. Not the one that we lost to Chelsea, obviously, at Wembley, but the two at Old Trafford. Playing in the cup final, although we was awful against Man United and Arsenal, they was just too good for us at the time. But that was a big occasion for me as a player playing for England. The Barcelona game obviously sticks out. When you get the chance to play in the Champions League, as you progress in your career, you start thinking, I want to play European football. I want to challenge for trophies. I want to play in the Champions League. And that was the highest level. And we did that. And then to have our first game at home for the club in the Champions League against Barcelona with Figo, Rivaldo, Luis Enrique, it doesn't really come any bigger than that. And to have the performance that we did from Tino and Keith Gillespie and Shay Given and everybody was a great occasion. So, but there's, the 5-0 that we beat Nottingham Forest last game of the season. I think it was like the 97-98 season. And we got into the Champions League and it sent Sunderland and Middlesbrough got relegated. So that was quite a nice feeling, for us to do that. But I can honestly say, all of them. I miss my time. I miss the club. I miss what we went through. But, it was a great time to be there. But they're the ones that do stick out. But if I'm being totally honest with you, it was every time, walking down them steps, starting to walk up and hear the music, hear the roar. It's something special, and like I say to people, and they, these pundits or people, you just don't get it. It's a special place. It's a unique place. It's not Manchester. It's not Leicester. It's not Liverpool. It's Newcastle. When you come in that train, the first thing you see is the football stadium, and it means so much for everybody. And I appreciated that because I learnt pretty soon that's what it was about. We've just lost one of a big part of Glenn Roeder. What a great player he was and a servant, and obviously his managerial career at Newcastle. He knew it. He knew what it was about. Rob Lee knew. Les knew. We get it. We know what it's about, even though we're not from that area. We get it. And Glenn was one of them, and he's going to be sorely missed because he was a gentleman and he was a real, not just because he's proud to play for Newcastle, but he wanted the best for Newcastle and wanted the best for the area. So there was all of them. I know it's a little bit emotional, a little bit long-winded, but I think it gives you an insight of what it means to play for them. And it's not just a normal football club. It's a special club.
Oh, yeah. Totally. Holly, would you like to ask your question?
Firstly, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you, Warren. And for me, I'm one of the younger fans. And unfortunately, I never got to experience that Kevin Keegan era, which, I'm so disappointed that I never got to see that. And I just wanted to know, what was it like playing in that entertainer side? Obviously, you signed for Kevin Keegan for a record fee of $4 million as the most expensive defender in England at the time. And just what was it like playing in that side with the likes of Shearer and all of the talented players that were had?
Well, I would suggest to you, go and get a VHS machine. They're very old, but you might have one, and go and watch some of the games because you're unlucky that you're having to watch what you're having to watch at the moment. But no, listen, whether it's a young fan, an old fan, it's a special time, and that's what gets me at the moment. But to be a record defender at the time, it's not a lot I can do about it. I was very proud of what I've done. It didn't really affect me. It was something that I look back and I think, I said it earlier on, that to be told twice at 13 and 16 you're not going to make it, you're too small, to then up being a record defender in the Premier League sort of is a bit of a statement. And it was something that I was proud of. All I can say that it was so much excitement and pride playing for the club. When I looked at the changing room before I'd go out, and as I said, I've got, David Ginona's not bad to look at anyway at the best of times, but I know David, he was doing things I'd never seen before. Peter Beardsley was, in my opinion, arguably one of the best players, if not the best player to play for Newcastle because of his ability and his skill. I know we've got War Jackie and Alan Shearer, but for me, Pedro was a phenomenal player. Then you throw Rob Lee into it, who every day you're going to get 9 out of 10, and Philip Albert and John Beresford and Keith Gillespie and all these special players was an exciting time. I looked at that, and wherever we played, and this is the thing I spoke about the team at the moment. We respected teams, but we didn't fear anybody. We wouldn't go to a Man United or a Liverpool or Man City at the time. If we was to go there now, we'd go there and try and win the game, not try and get a goal from a set piece or just not lose the game. We go to win it. All right, we may end up 4-3 like we did at Liverpool twice, but part of our job was to go there and win a game. And for you fans, whether it's 85 or 8, was to go and entertain you, give it something that you got into the car and say, well, bloody hell, the boys had to go, or, it was a bad mistake, or the referee did a bad call, but at least the boys had to go and try to play. But it was a special, special time, particularly in the Northeast and Newcastle at that time. What was going on in the city, the way it was being built, the apartments, the vibrant city, people going out. It was voted in the top 10 best nightlife in the world. We're talking about in the world, not just in the Northeast or in England. We're talking about the world. So people was going out. They was excited about the game. Every time Monday morning you go into a petrol station or a supermarket and, how are you going to play this weekend? We've got these. What do you think we're going to do? And there was a real buzz about it. You'd walk around the city and people was smiling. Even though it was bloody pissing down with rain, people were still happy to be out and about. And, and that was, again, part of what we did. And, as I said, it was a wonderful time and a special time. And again, I know you're not old enough, but the granddad collars that we had and the different colour shirts that we had of home and away, it was just different. And that's what the club was, the Newcastle Brown Ale. There's not many teams that have their own beer in their own, that was part of what we had, even though I couldn't drink that for the love of me. It was like bloody fucking mud. But that was what we were sponsored with at the time. So it was just a really wonderful period to be around in that time. And, all credits, Sunderland was in the Premier League. They was doing reasonably well. So that was a special game. The Smoggies, they started spending some money. They was a challenge to go and play against, although we beat them all the time anyway. It wasn't too difficult to beat them. So we'd go and play against them. And it was just great. It was great for the area. It was great for the people. And it was great to play because we had big games. The expectations was high. And we wanted to be in that. We would warm up beforehand. I remember going to Coventry, of all places, Coventry, thinking, ain't going to be too many fans there. There were 7,500 fans in Coventry. I didn't know there was a big fan base down there. That was another thing I learned. There's fans everywhere. I went for a walk in my place where I live in Del Mar in California. There was a Geordie walking along the beach the other day talking to me. They're everywhere. And, we went down to Coventry and there's 7,500 fans there, cheering us on. Or, the first time Ewood Park ever got sold out, Blackburn Stadium, behind the goal, it was the Newcastle fans. And me and Shay and Rob, we used to go out early to see yous lot because it was that rapport that we had. And we'd see some people who we knew in the city. We'd walk around and see old Stevie would be walking around, or he'd be around someone else, or big Stevie Pugger, our friend. People that we knew would be in the stand ready to go, or we'd give them tickets because they couldn't get a ticket. And 10,000 fans on a waiting list. 5,000 fans at midnight queuing up to get a replica shirt. It was a special time, and that's why all of us speak so fondly about it, because we knew it, and it was, as I said, an exciting, vibrant, passionate, lovable place to be, because it was the best. It was the bee's knees.
Yep.
Hopefully that gives you a bit of an insight. I bet that makes you jealous. I bet that makes you jealous now. I bet that makes you jealous.
It certainly does. I already was jealous, but I'm even more jealous now. It's great to hear the stories, though. It sounds like a brilliant time.
Yeah, it was special.
Yeah. If the call came, Warren, would you seriously pack up your lifestyle over there in LA and head back to St James's? Asked to be an ambassador or a manager or a coach.
Yeah, no, it's a special place. I had no doubt about it. It was actually a few. My wife mentioned it the other day. I didn't, when I moved from London to there, I didn't ask. It's not being disrespectful. It was the right move for me. It would have to be special. It'd have to be what I feel would be the right opportunity. But yes, there's no doubt I would do that. Even when I moved out here in 2008, I picked up the phone and spoke to Dennis Wise about maybe being a scout out here, looking for players, looking at the MLS, seeing about the talent that we have out here. And he said, well, no, we've got some guy in Texas. I said, who is it? And he said a name. I said, well, I've never heard of him. I don't mind doing that. I didn't want any money. I just said, I'll do it. If you want me to do scouting for you, he said, no, we're okay. So, it is what it is. But if that opportunity come along, later on in my career, when Bobby was there, he said to me, but I was 33 and Aaron Hughes had just started coming in and breaking into the side and obviously doing very, very well. And he had a great career at Newcastle as well. And Bobby said, you can stay for a year and just be a squad player. And then we'll try and get you into the academy. And then, because I was doing my A license and B license, and I was just finishing off my pro license in 06, 07. But at that time, Bobby said, "Look, we'd love to have you in the club." And I said, "But Bobby, I'm 33 and I'm a long time retired. I still feel like I can play." And then that's when I went off to Derby for 2.5 years, and then I retired, as I said, in 05. But you know, that was on the background of being in there because I've done my pro license, I've done my coaching qualification, so I'm ready and able. And I've been coaching out here, whether it's been with LA Galaxy Academy or in like academy football over here in the States. So yeah, I mean, listen, I'm lucky. I've a wonderful opportunity out here. I'm a US citizen as well. So, you know, it gives you that chance to be set here. But Newcastle is a special club. And, that's the only reason I wouldn't leave here to go and manage a lower league club or whatever. Because my times maybe, won't be right. But for that, then it's different. It's a different ball game.
Yeah. During your playing career, did you ever have any chances to move to, a club abroad?
When I was at Wimbledon, and it was about the time 94 when I was just breaking into England, Roma had been coming over to the Premier League and started looking for young players, and they'd been in touch with Wimbledon earlier on to do that. So that was the only inkling I had, and they was keeping tabs on me. But then when the money that Newcastle paid, they wanted for less than that, and Wimbledon wasn't going to sell. So Roma was the only one, the Italian club, that was interested. But even towards the end of my career, I was lucky enough that I retired when I wanted to retire, and I'd gone to Derby, which was another really good football club. Good people, good city. About being with them. So I didn't need, at the time, it wasn't like in the early 90s where people like Ian Rush was going off to Italy or Graham. So, that wasn't around. The Premier League was the place to be and still is. So that's where I stayed, and that's where I wanted to go. But there was only a chance then. And after, being at Newcastle for the 7 years I was, and then going to Derby and then finishing off at there wasn't the opportunity. I didn't really want to. I'd given everything I had at the club, at whatever club I'd been to, and I was ready to retire. And, I went into the media side as well with Sky, BBC and ITV, which was great. It was a good opportunity for me. So no, that door didn't come knocking. But as I said, I was quite happy where I was because the Premier League was a place to be. It was so exciting when you're playing against, as I said, the players you are, Henry, Bergkamp, Cantona, all these players that are coming along, Ruud Gullit, Van Nistelrooy, Beckham's, the list goes on and on and on. So that was a place to be. So that's where I wanted to stay.
Yeah. Also, if I've lost my train of thought now. Going through to Newcastle, and you get your England call up as well. 3 England call ups. What did that feel like? And how were you told as well? Some players say, I get a text or I get a manager stick his head out the window. How did all this come about, and how did you find out?
Well, you'll understand, but your good friend mine, at the time, I got a fax. I don't know whether people use fax now. So, rather than having an email or a text come through, at Wimbledon, again, when it first came through, Joe Kinnear was the manager. I know Newcastle fans don't hold him in high esteem, but he was great for Wimbledon at the time, Joe. That was a perfect club for him. So he would come down with a piece of paper and say, we've just had from the English FA, we've just had Warren Barton selected in the England setup. Me knowing what happened, the next 30 seconds, I was beaten up, stripped and thrown in a puddle. So that was the next thing that happened. So that come along. But was, again, the pride of again, reminiscing back, too small, not going to make it. All of a sudden, you're playing for your country. And as I said to you before, one of my heroes was someone like, Brian Robson, playing for England, and Captain Marvel. Although being an Arsenal fan, Liam Brady was my ideal childhood fan. But Brian was that England player that I think we all loved, and loved the way he played. And to then be able to be involved in his training sessions with Terry Venables, even before that, I got selected with Graham Taylor as well. And Graham was actually at Watford when I got told at 13 that I was too small, not going to make it. So it's funny how life throws these adversities in front of you. And I was lucky enough to get selected. So just a lot of pride. I've still got some of my England. I've obviously got the shirts. I've kept them and my caps. But even like the little tracksuits that we had, and it's special, you know, to represent your country, the three lions. It doesn't come any bigger. And I know, unfortunately, I wasn't involved in major tournaments, but they can never take it away from me. You know, I've got the 3 caps, 3 B caps, whatever it may be. It's something special when you think about how many people want to play for England, and particularly at that time, you know, the right backs was players like Rob Jones, Paul Parker was still playing, just come off the World Cup. Lee Dixon was obviously involved. Earl Barrett was coming through. Richard Edgehill, Glenn Johnson was coming along, and obviously Gary Neville had a great relationship with David Beckham. So, you know, there was 7 or 8 of them. And David Barsley, who was at QPR when they was doing well with Les, he was in the England setup as well. So you had a challenge of 7 or 8 players that was fighting for that spot. So get selected, and then your first game's actually in Ireland, and it gets abandoned with crowd trouble. Was a bit surreal to say the least. But I've managed to get a couple of more caps after that. But as I said with Terry, he went with Gary, and you know, Gary was a phenomenal player and had a great relationship with David Beckham, and arguably one of our best fullbacks to ever play for England. So if you're going to lose out to someone, it's not a bad one to lose out to, because he's had a good career, he's a good professional, and he's a good player. So you know, but I still feel like on my day I might have got 1 or 2 more call ups, but it is what it is. And as I said, I feel fortunate that I've got 3 caps.
Well, certainly one of the best fullbacks in my mind in the Premier League era, to be honest with you, Warren.
Thank you.
If you go from Newcastle and you move to Derby, you ended up playing there with Rob as well. How did that go along, and did you enjoy playing there together again?
Oh yeah, I mean, me and Rob we hit it off from day one. I mean, maybe it was the 2 Cockneys together. We used to laugh when we'd be on the pitch and the Newcastle fans having a bit of laugh and joke. We hate Cockneys. I'd be saying, they're talking about you, Rob. And he'd go, no, they're talking about you. Or, you know, we're saying, oh, they have a go at Les. And we both went, no, because everybody loved Les. No one has a go at Les. So, you know, me and Rob got on very well, our families as well, the kids as well at that time with Alan's kids and everybody. We had a good time with Gary as well. But yeah, me and Rob, it was as I said, briefly told you that I'd come to a decision with Bobby that, you know, I wasn't going to play him. And the season before I'd been like vice captain, I've been captain, and Bobby was great. You know, he said, look, I'm not going to drag you around the Premier League and stick you on the bench. You know, you've done well for this club. Give it a couple of weeks and I'm sure someone will come in for you. Because when I told him I didn't want to start coaching and being in there, I wanted to play. And it was a few weeks later that Derby come knocking at the door. John Gregory had just got the job. And again, 20 minutes later, I agreed what I needed to have at the club, and that was done. John Gregory asked me, he said, is there anyone that you know, we're in a relegation battle, who would you want? I said, well, we can't get Alan, we can't get Gary. So let's get Rob. Rob was desperate. It was, again, Jermaine Genius was starting to draw some attention. Rob was obviously a few years older than me. He had a good friend, Johnny Morris, who was a cricketer for Derbyshire and knew that area very well. He was a good friend. He played for Durham and been up in the North East. So we had friends in Derby. And John just said, do you think we can get him? I spoke to Rob on the phone, and I think it was about 10 days later, he'd sorted everything out with Newcastle. And, you know, the club was great to both of us. They both, you know, let us go and wished us well and everything else. And it was time to move on, and playing with Rob, probably one of the most underrated players to ever play, not just for Newcastle, but in the Premier League. You know, I know he got 20-odd caps for England, but when you think about how he played at the beginning, he was a box-to-box player. And then later on in his career, he was a holding and passing the ball everywhere. He wasn't a stopper. He got the ball and sprayed it around. You know, look at the ball that he did for Alan against Aston Villa when Alan volleyed it over Schmeichel. So, you know, Rob was a tremendous player and a good person that we needed in a relegation battle. It didn't work out for us, but we had a good 18 months together at Derby, got on really well, obviously, and tried to help some of the young players like Danny Higginbottom and Chris Riggett to come through, Malcolm Christie. And, you know, it was a tough time at Derby. They got relegated. The money wasn't there. Players' wages was getting cut. Players wanted to leave. It was a toxic time. It was a difficult time. And Rob was great for me to have around. You know, he helped me out. I was the captain of the club. And obviously I was involved in the PFA and helping players with their wages. But Rob was good support to be around. And anyone that knows Rob, there's no grey areas. It is what it is. And he will tell you the truth, whether you like it or not. And that's why I respect him, because he don't hold back, and he's not being malicious. He just tells you what it is, and I think it's healthy to hear that from someone. But he was an outstanding player as well.
Yeah, you finished your career at Dagenham. as far as I know. I think you made 2 appearances, possibly.
Yeah, and I didn't even want to. I went there and I just went there to help coach. And John, the ex-coach that I had when I was bloody 16 years of age, said, "We're short. We need you to play in a game." I went, "John, I don't want to play. I've been here. This is non-league is the hardest bloody league to play in." So I said, "I don't want to end up playing there." But he said, "Do me a favour, just give me 20 minutes." So I did end up having 20 minutes playing time in the games. But again, I love non-league. Whether it's up in Gateshead or in the middle of East London for Dagenham and Redbridge, it's the real heart and soul of the community, and it was a challenge being there. But you've gone from the Premier League with all the luxury, and you're going to Dagenham and Redbridge. You're going to find a field where there's, with all due respect, there's no dogs to be over there. We're trying to find an area to train and get the lads ready for a game. So it was a great learning curve for me.
Yeah. When you retired, you got went for your coaching badges. Is that something you always wanted to do once you retired, or was it something that you just kind of fell upon?
No, I wanted to do it. Stuart Pearce was at the club at the time for, under Kenny Dalglish, and he was starting to do his licenses. And I really hit it off with Stuart. I mean, one of the nicest men you're ever going to meet and best professional I've ever been around in the world of football. And I've lucky enough, I've been around a few of them. There's been some good ones. Him and Gary, Speed in particular, jump out straight away. But he got me thinking about the other side of it. And again, I was involved in the PFA. So your career doesn't last forever. And it could be one injury away. So even at the age of 28, 29, I started doing my B licence with our coach at the time, Alan Irvine, who was Kenny Dalglish's assistant. And Alan was really into the coaching exercise. So we used to finish training and then go back down to Maiden Castle and go with John Carver and John Murray and do some coaching with the academy kids, whether it was Brian Kerr or James Cotter or the 2 Caldwell brothers. We'd be out there coaching them. That got me into my B licence, then the A licence, and then I was lucky enough for the pro licence. So coaching's what I love. But when I retired, I was lucky enough to be in the media, and I got, at the time, 3 young boys. I wanted to spend time with them. I wanted to take them to school. I wanted to go on holiday with them. I'd given everything to the game, and my wife, for 18 years, I did what I wanted to do as a footballer. Then it was time to give, some years to my family, and I wanted to be there for them. Now they're older, and they don't need me. Really, they're doing their own thing. They only need me when they want money or picking up. It's now got my appetite back. And when Brad Frieda was here a couple of seasons ago in California, he asked me to go and help him with the U19s US international team, and I've got the flavour for that. So although I'm in the media and I'm still doing some work with Fox, I would love to have the opportunity to start coaching, whether it's USL, obviously back in the UK, or MLS ultimately, because the game's growing over here. So yeah, coaching is what I love. Coaching is where I get that feeling of being excited. Media's great. It's great watching a game, analysing it, breaking it down. US media is totally different to doing UK media. In the UK, it's a discussion. Here, it's get your points in, get out, and then the next person comes in. So it's different media over here. But coaching is what, if you like, gets me going. That's what I enjoy, coaching young kids. And I've been lucky enough to coach my 22-year-old boy, my 20-year-old boy for 5-6 years, and then older me, my 16-year-old boy as well, that I'm still coaching now with his little team. So you're still involved in coaching in some respect, but coaching is what I love. And that's why I spent 7 years doing the education to do that. Not just saying I played 500 games and played for England and whatever. I felt coaching would improve me as a coach, because it's totally different to just being an ex-player getting your point across.
Yeah. I wrote down here, San Diego Flash. Is that where you started your coaching? Or?
Well, I was at LA Galaxy when I first come over, and quite ironic as well. The coach was Ruud Gullit, and he lasted about 2 weeks. He was already on his way out. So I was coaching here with the academy, and then Bruce Arena took over. So it gave me a great understanding of the American culture, about the college system, about training, trying to be a footballer, not to be a professional, but to be a college player, to get an education. That was obviously back in 08. It's changed now in the last 3 or 4 years. So that gave me, in that time, but also in my area, talking about non-league, there was a lower league team that was the San Diego Flash. In the 70s and 80s, they was a really good team in this area when the NSL first started. That, died and went down, but someone still had the name. So it was, I think it was the early part of 2009, 2010, someone approached me about doing it. Unbehold to me, I was actually going to try and fund it and keep it going. And that's what happened in the end. But it was great because it was all local players. It was all ex-college players or local players that was playing in the Mexican League or playing Sunday League. We got them training 3-4 days a week. And we got a community together and they was watching it. So again, that non-league mentality I brought over here. And we had a great time. You know, we had 7 or 8 years of being successful, winning our division, getting off to playoffs and, you know, traveling a little bit around the States. One of the players got picked up. He went and played for Stevie Nicol in New England. He was a good player. He's got a career out the game. Others have gone into coaching. So in this area now, we see a lot of ex-players that I know and I coached. So again, you know, people ask me, you know, well, you haven't been coaching or you haven't been managing. You know, I was running a club, paying the referees, paying the stadium, paying for the food for the players, washing the kit, washing the bibs, getting the balls ready, and then coaching and managing a team. So I was able to do that with the San Diego Flash.
Yeah. I was just curious because it popped up and I thought...
Yeah. No, it was a time. I don't want to cut you short, but I do have another Zoom call of all. I mean, these are the things that we've got in this time, but I do need to leave in a few minutes or so. But you know, as I said, I wanted to thank you for having me on. I think it's important in these times that we help each other out, and I know you're doing something that's a great cause, and hopefully for the money that you want, we should get more for that. And anything I can do to try and help you out, advertise it and push it, you know, please by all means do that. And if we're ever back in the Northeast, my man, I'll invite you both to the game, and you can come as a guest of mine if that ever happens. So I just wanted to thank you, and I said I apologise for cutting you short a little bit towards the end,
fine, mate.
But I know you've got another 6 hours to kill, or 5.5 hours to kill now. So I just want to wish you all the best, and you know, anyone that has watched this or is going to watch it, you know, we need to stick together. It's a worrying time for the Newcastle team at the moment, but I just believe we might have enough to keep us up. And that's a sad state we're having to stay that, because what we've been talking about in the last 45 minutes is about winning things and challenging. But we're a million miles away from that there. A little bit is down to the mindset. But I think we've got some good players at that club that can perform better than they are at the moment. But I just want to thank you, as I said, for having me on. It's been a pleasure. Just to make you feel better, normally Southern California is 75 degrees. I don't know whether it was this cold. It's actually raining outside, so hopefully that makes you feel better, because it's pouring with rain out here.
I'd much rather have your weather there, Warren, but thanks very much for coming on, and it's been a pleasure.
No problem, anytime. And as I said, I wish you well. Thank you so much to both of you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Cheers. Well, that was my guest, Warren Barton. Hope you enjoyed us chatting and getting some interesting stories from him as well. Hope you enjoyed there, Holly, as well.
Yeah, Warren was a great guy. It was lovely to hear about the great Kevin Keegan era that I missed. And you could just tell how much playing for Newcastle meant to him. And that's what I wish the players were like now, that they had that mentality that Warren Barton and, you know, his other players had, because, you know, that's what we need at Newcastle. You should be proud to wear that shirt, and Warren certainly was, and what a great guy.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to take a short break there, Holly, so I'll bid adieu for you for now and get you on possibly tomorrow if you're up for it.
Yeah, and come back on tomorrow. Just DM us on Twitter.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks very much, Holly.
Thanks for having us on. Bye.
No problem. Cheers. Thanks to Holly. Thanks to Warren as well for being on my stream today. I was nervous, but I think I got through it okay. Got some interesting questions out there as well. I'm going to take a short recess where I can get something to eat, something to drink. And I shall be back as soon as possible. Thanks very much. Oh, everybody, sorry about that. Obviously need to get substance doing this. Yes, hope everyone enjoyed the stream with Warren. It was a massive honour having come on my channel. I wish him all the best in future endeavours, and I hope one day, if we do go to take over, then he might get the chance to come back to the club. What I'm going to do is I'll have to end this stream and then make a new one, because I can only stream for 8 hours on YouTube, so I've got to double it up. So what I'll do is I'll let Lily finish up on this one. Then I shall make a new one so we can come back on. Yet again, thanks everyone for watching. It's been fantastic. I've enjoyed every minute. I mean, there's been many minutes. There's been 6 hours 50 minutes so far. We're going to be doing to midnight tonight. So if anyone else wants to jump on, have the say, talk about Newcastle, talk about whatever they want to talk about. Honestly, if you want to come on and talk about other things, it's up to you. We'd love to get Warren on again. It's some other point. He is a busy guy. He does have work. He does have family life as well. But yeah, never say never. We'll try and get on some other legends for you as well. I've spoken to a couple of other players as well, but they've not got back to me yet. So we'll keep trying. Hopefully, we'll get some more on. So what I'll do is I'll hand over to Lily now. Please, again, please do like and share the video as well. Please subscribe to the channel, and also can you please donate to the food bank on my Just Giving page. We're looking for 150. We're up to £70 now, as far as I know. So it's the link is in my description for this stream, and also on my Twitter page, Iceman _ 9 talk. It's in the pinned tweet. Please give. Please, just £5 if you can. Thanks very much for people watching so far, and I will join you a little later. Thank you very much. Just going to hand it over. Give me 2 seconds. There we go.
Oh, I think you just make all day. She's tweeting a little, yeah. I'm not fit enough to run up and down our stairs. You stuck with me again, guys. Sorry about that. As Dom says, we're doing this for the food bank. It is a worthy cause, and not just Newcastle's food bank. Don't forget, there's food banks all up and down the country that are helping people at this difficult time. I'm not actually ashamed to say that about this time last year, we was on the receiving end. Well, not the receiving end, that's not the right way of saying it. But we were in a position where we were helped out by a food bank. And can I just say, what we received from them was amazing. What they give to families. And it isn't just food. They give... oh, excuse me. Sorry, it's because I run up these stairs. They don't just give food. They give... we were given toiletries and things like that. So like deodorants, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soaps, laundry detergents. So it is a real worthwhile cause. So come on, guys. We're not asking for the world. We're just asking for a little bit of help. If you do donate, please do either message Iceman or myself. We're going to enter you into a raffle where you can get a shirt of your choosing. Mr. Moore is sorting that out. I wanted to give something back as well. So I don't know if any of you know or not. It's already been mentioned today. I am actually an Avon representative. So actually, anybody out there, if you would like any Avon, it doesn't matter that I'm not anywhere near you. You can search for me on an Avon page, order, have it delivered directly to you guys, and I would still get the credit for that as your rep. But what I'm doing is, for the lucky winner who wins the raffle that after they donate to the food bank, is, I know I said I was going to put it all nice and posh. I haven't gotten around to doing that yet. But I've put together, because, you know, in 11 days, it is the third day, isn't it? Yeah. In 11 days, it's Mother's Day. Or just for a pamper for yourself. It doesn't have to necessarily be a Mother's Day parcel, but we do this, actually, Avon do this in brochures. I've put this together because I have quite a lot of excess stock. So I've got a bubble bath with the matching shower gel, bronzing pearls, body lotion, a hand soap, and a room spritz. So if you are lucky enough to win that, I'm going to send you that out as well, guys, just because, you know, I'm not implying that anybody smells or anything. I just think a pamper kit is... Stop laughing at me more. A pamper kit is just a really nice... I mean, I work with a young lady, bless her. Every time there's a pamper kit in the brochure, she buys one. And it's just something nice. It's just me giving back to you guys for taking the time and effort to, you know, watch Dom's show today, to donate to the food bank. Like I said, it's an amazing cause. And they do need help and support. And, you know, we've seen the pictures of our own players going to the food banks and giving out and helping and supporting. So, you know, it is a worthwhile cause. For Dom to have chosen to do this off his own back is absolutely amazing. Bless him. As you know, we've not had a good ride of it recently, and this helps to distract, for want of a better word. He enjoys doing this. He enjoys talking to you guys. And yeah, we've mentioned it before today on more than one occasion. We're a community, we're a family, and, you know, when lockdown lifts and things get back to some kind of normality, you know, it would be nice to actually meet some of you guys and, you know, have a jar and catch up and what have you. I'm hoping to save up. There's another channel who's doing, it should have been a St. George's Day thing, but unfortunately COVID isn't allowing that, so it's now going to be in September. So I'm hoping me and Dominic can save up and get tickets to go to that. I know there's quite a few people out there that do these shows that are going to be there. So it would be nice to get to finally meet you in person, you know. So I wasn't expected to come back on quite yet, so I've not actually got anything planned. I've literally just been sat downstairs watching Dom's interview with Mr. Barton. I've also had the Steve Ray thing on today because they've done the retro show remembering Glenn Roeder, and it's been nice listening to the guys on there do their stories about Glenn Roeder as a player as well as a manager, because obviously, you know, he was took to the Geordie's heart when he was up in Newcastle. I did put a question out there. Somebody on the show has very kindly said that, you know, armbands are going to be worn at the weekend by our players, which, you know, is right. It's a show of respect and a mark of respect. So I was watching and listening to that in one ear. I had Dominic and Warren in another ear, and I'm trying to fix my daughter's iPhone all at the same time. Whoever said a woman can multitask had never met me, let me tell you. While also trying to order something for my mum for Mother's Day. So, yeah. What I just wanted to brush on dead quickly is we're all here. We all do the YouTube channels. We all talk to each other through Twitter. Dominic has made friends with a few of the lads there on Twitter. They go on each other's shows and everything. Some of the lads are even doing like a fantasy football team at the moment, which was meant to be fun. I emphasize fun because it ain't half got competitive, let me tell you. And I swear some of these boys are cheating when it comes to selling the players. But anyway, that's between you and me. Don't tell nobody. But what I want to bring up is I'm gonna make it go a bit real for a minute there. The thing with Twitter is that you don't necessarily have to have your image as your thumbnail when you're sending out tweets. And I got called for that because I'd mentioned about trolling and people hiding behind Twitter accounts and stuff. And I got called out because my picture was a scarf. Yes, my picture was a scarf. But my picture was a scarf because for those of you who do follow Dom on Twitter, you would have seen that my scarf was Dom's scarf, but with my own individual twist. Because me and Dom, yes, we're married. We are husband and wife. We are a unit. But we are also our own individuals. So, yes, I did have a scarf as my picture. But if you look closely, it was the Pride scarf that the guys from Newcastle Pride used. So I apologise for stealing your image, guys. Because I am a proud mum of 4 daughters, 2 of which have openly come out as being bi, with the possible third who's still a bit too young yet to know if she is or not, but who is possibly is. My niece, who turned 21 this year, is no longer my niece. She is my nephew. So I am a huge supporter of the LGBT community. I have been from a very young age. Doesn't faze me, doesn't bother me. That is why my picture was my scarf. That was me showing my support, not just for my husband, using his scarf emblem that he has for his 9 talk shows. You can all see it in the corner there. We've got mine there at the moment. That was one that I tried to do, but I wasn't happy with it. So Dom search found me mine, and then I had my rainbow on the bottom. But I got called out for it because I was hiding. I had personal reasons for why I was doing that, which I am never going to go into because you guys don't need to know that. It was a part of my history that I am now over. But as a result, I have now chosen to be more open on the platform. You're all on about how anonymity shouldn't be allowed. Maybe there are reasons why people do hide and have anonymity. And it could be for anxiety, it could be because of depression. It could just be that they do want to come out there and reach out, but they're too scared for people to see who they are. So what I'm really saying is, guys, that just because somebody's image on their Twitter handle isn't necessarily an image of themselves, don't be calling them out. There's probably a reason why. And when they are comfortable and ready to show themselves, then they will. They shouldn't have to do that, though, because you're calling them. But then also at the same time, I understand that there's a lot of nasty people out there that use Twitter for trolling, for sending vile and horrible messages and violent messages, hide behind images on thumbnails that aren't themselves. And I feel that that is then hurting the people that are doing it for a reason. So I'm just going to give you that to think of for now. Deep in it. I'm getting really good at doing this deep stuff. I'm proper wrecking on the channel. It's not good. I'm not sure what's supposed to be happening now. We are stopping to take a bite to eat. I do believe we will be continuing in a bit. He can only do 12 hours on here anyways. So I think we might be ending it, sorting it, and then we'll come back on. So just give me 2 seconds. Dom, am I ending it? Yeah, I've bored everybody enough. All your viewers has gone down. You've got no viewers now.
I've got 3 views. Sort of.
You believe me, which makes it worse.
What we'll do is we'll end this one now. We'll be back at 7:30 if that's okay with everyone, which I've put down for the next show. Thanks for watching. Keep a lookout for part 2 of this long marathon that I'm doing for Food Bank. Please, even if it's just pocket change, would help a family out. So adieu everyone, and
see you soon.
Hope all are well.